The story begins on a small island in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. At first glance, the place looks very calm and there are no signs of trouble. But suddenly the archipelago scattered into small pieces. It was hit by an incredibly powerful stream of water, which was released by a certain cultivator. This warrior turned out to be a young guy with dark hair and blue eyes. At that moment he was moving along the cobblestones that floated on the surface of the water. Running away, he said goodbye to his enemies. The old freaks who tried to kill him fully deserved to be buried at the ends of the earth. After some time, the hero found himself in his hometown, which is called Huaxia. There were many attractive girls walking on its streets. This young man's name is Jin Yong. He stood for a few more minutes on the roof of a tall building and admired the places where he spent his childhood. Soon the guy jumped down and confidently landed on solid ground. The journey back took him almost 7 days. He did not expect that everything would drag on so long. Although the hero looked very happy, in fact his stomach had been growling for several hours in a row. He had not eaten for several days. In addition, the young man now had no money at all. Most likely he lasted so long only thanks to his incredible willpower. In fact, this could no longer continue. Jin Yun must find at least some food as soon as possible in any case. While walking around the city, he suddenly noticed an ad hanging on the wall of one of the restaurants. This establishment was looking for a new kitchen worker. Since the hero likes to cook a variety of dishes in his free time, he decided that he could become a pretty good chef. Right now, 2 adult men were standing on the threshold of this cafe. They were discussing some topic very loudly. Their conversation could be heard from afar. It turned out that inside the restaurant there was a group of bandits, the main one among whom was a scoundrel named Zhang Liang, as well as a young girl. The vile villain tried to take off the defenseless lady's clothes. She, in turn, asked him to stop, otherwise she would have to complain to the police. Despite the requests of the owner of the establishment, the bald bandit continued his vile occupation. None of his subordinates dared to stop him. Zhang Liang also promised to send the young lady to his manager when everything is over. Apparently there are people in this city even worse than this scoundrel. In the end, the girl lost any hope that someone would help her. She simply tried to cover herself with her hands with all her strength. The hero, meanwhile, was near 2 villains who were standing near the doors. He heard that something bad was happening in the establishment. Saying that the restaurant was closed today and no brats were allowed in, one of the hooligans tried to hit the guy in the face. However, the scoundrel did not have enough speed for this. Jin Yong was able to instantly carry out a counterattack, as a result of which the scoundrel flew to the side and hit the wall. Stepping towards the second villain, the guy mockingly asked for forgiveness from his enemies. He didn't want to beat up a bunch of weaklings, but they themselves were to blame. Still, it is very uncivilized to swing your fist at a passing person who just wanted to find out why there was so much noise in the cafe. The remaining bully at this moment was already trembling with fear, and drops of sweat appeared on his face. He did not want to fight with the hero at all. Meanwhile, the gang leader did not stop and continued to pester the girl. This vile pervert seemed to enjoy the process itself. Fortunately, Jin Yong arrived just in time. He approached the bald bandit from behind and ordered to immediately release the unfortunate lady. How could this fat guy even dare to behave like that? In response to this, the enemy became very angry and sharply turned his head back. The first thing he did was try to find out which daredevil decided to meddle in something that was not his own business. The scoundrel behaved like a typical criminal from films, who only has enough brain to humiliate others, so the guy simply remained silent. From this behavior, the head of the hooligans became furious and ordered his subordinates to get ready. He also wanted to know where the 2 men who were guarding the entrance had gone. To find out all the necessary information about his assistants, Zhang Liang just needs to look down. A couple of scoundrels were right on the floor. Having realized the whole situation, the bald man stood in a stupor for a few more seconds, as an ordinary guy managed to beat 2 trained fighters. Of course, Zhang Liang was not going to tolerate such impudent behavior. He immediately ordered his subordinates to beat the hero to such an extent that he would remember this lesson once and for all. Within a few seconds, the crowd of scoundrels were lying unconscious, and the chairs that they were going to use as weapons were broken. Their boss was slowly starting to realize the situation he was in. Goosebumps ran through his body and he was trying to come up with an escape plan. It was at this moment that Jin Yun turned his gaze to him, which means that the bald man is next in line. he better apologize right now. To begin with, the guy hit the bastard in the face with all his might. His movement was very fast, so the man was left with a bright red mark. The young lady was in the corner of the room all this time and watched what was happening from the side. She had also never seen the hero before. Due to his arrogant nature, Zhang Liang once again could not control himself and began to threaten the young man. He was going to set the most dangerous people in the city against him. Despite the bandit's best efforts, Jin Yong simply slapped him a second time. Now the mark of his hand adorned the fat scoundrel's other side. No self-respecting man should treat a defenseless woman so cruelly. The vile pervert deserves punishment. After some time, the gang leader gave up. He could no longer tolerate so much humiliation and, with tears in his eyes, asked the hero for forgiveness. Of course, everything will not be so simple. Jin Yun was not going to feel sorry for such a pathetic bastard. The trash must remember its place well. In the end, the guy got a little tired and stopped. Now Zhang Liang has a chance to say something in his own defense, if, of course, he is still able to speak. After thinking a little, the bald man made an innocent expression on his face and agreed with his insignificance. He is just an old pervert who does not even deserve his time. The criminal also promised never to appear in front of the hero again, but he must first ask for forgiveness from the unfortunate lady, who was standing behind the guy at that moment. The villain must promise her right now that in the future he will never even lay a finger on her. This did not take much time. The gang leader immediately fell to his knees in front of the girl and began to beg her for mercy. Because of this, she was very embarrassed and could not come up with an answer. The beauty could not even imagine that this bandit would apologize to her. At some point, her excitement reached its limit and she offered her savior one thing that might seem too stupid. Perhaps they should let Zhang Liang go. The scoundrel may cause even more problems if his humiliation continues. Let him go. In fact, the girl understood perfectly well that the bald bandit would definitely return with other gang members, and she would have to leave the city. If she really wants to let the bald criminal go, then Jin Yong is not against it, but he has one important condition for this nonentity. Since a group of hooligans came to this cafe with the intention of making noise and destroying the business, they must be held accountable for this. The gang needs to compensate for the harm caused. The scoundrels caused moral and physical damage to the young lady and directly to the hero. So that the gang leader has time to think everything over. The guy is even ready to give him a few minutes, but the villain better hurry up, otherwise there will be consequences. Of course, Zhang Liang did not want to pay money to some stranger and girl, especially since he could not understand why they considered themselves the only victims. After all, it was he and his assistants who received the most injuries, but it seems that now the man has no choice. The man standing in front of him is a real demon. The hero took the villain's silence as a refusal to pay the bills, so he leaned over and asked again if the villain was ready to answer for his actions. After that, Jin Yong turned to the beauty and asked how long the gang of hooligans had been demanding payment from her. It turned out that the establishment was only a month old. In this case, Zhang Liang must pay $60,000, because if they did not interfere with the business, the girl could earn $2,000 a day. Hearing this, the bandit leader went into hysterics, because the hero announced the total amount of $150,000, taking into account moral compensation. The man had never seen such money in his life. At the same time, it is better for him not to delay, because the amount will increase every hour. The faster the villain pays off the debt, the easier it will be for him in the future. Having assessed the situation, the man concluded that resistance was useless, so he ordered one of his subordinates to immediately bring the required amount. Most likely, these bandits were not rich, because their money was kept inside a funny pig-shaped piggy bank, which is really all they have. When the guy saw this, he rightly thought that the scoundrels just wanted to make fun of him. He once again hit Zhang Liang in the face. Once on the floor, the gang leader quickly picked up the piggy bank and threw it onto the floor with all his might, causing the pink pig to break into small pieces. There was a credit card hidden inside. This is how the man kept the bulk of his funds, a rather strange way. How could anyone have thought of this before? With this thought, Jin Yong looked at the villain, but perhaps it would be even simpler this way. And now a bunch of weaklings can finally get out of this restaurant. The guy with a smile on his face recommended that they never return here. Even if the villains want to take revenge, it would be better for them to start with the guy, but the scoundrels should think carefully about everything before doing so. When the conflict was resolved, the young man headed for the exit, and the girl sincerely thanked him for his help. He really saved her life's work. In fact, the hero does not like to hear praise from his side, because he just likes to punish bad people, but he still has one request. Suddenly, Jin Yun's confident expression changed and he pitifully asked the cafe owner to prepare him some food, his stomach still growling. The beauty was a little surprised by what she heard, because she did not expect to hear something like that from her savior, but in the end he seemed very nice to her. And the girl, with a smile on her face, agreed to feed the hero. She simply cannot let such a brave man go home hungry. Within a few minutes, the table opposite the guy was covered with plates. The young man ate as quickly as if he had been starving for a month. Meanwhile, the owner of the restaurant brought him more and more new dishes. Now she had a plate of very tasty fried fish in her hands. When the beauty saw that the guy was emptying the plates faster than she could carry them, she was very surprised and asked him not to be in such a hurry. Such speed can be harmful to health, and there is always a chance of accidentally choking, but it seems the hero didn't even listen to her and continued to eat food. In the end, his stomach swelled like a balloon and he finally had enough to eat. The girl asked him not to thank her for lunch, because this could not be compared with what Jin Yun did. Also, the owner of the restaurant wanted to somehow repay the hero for saving him, but because of the gang of scoundrels, she now has problems with money. In response to this, the guy said that he did not need anything. If the girl was safe, then he would already be completely satisfied and satisfied. Moreover, the beauty prepared a lot of delicious dishes for him. She can consider this as payment for salvation, and now Jin Yong must leave. At that moment, the hero seemed so attractive and sweet to the girl that she even had red cheeks due to embarrassment. There was only one minus. Due to the huge amount of food consumed, the guy's stomach swelled to colossal sizes. This slightly spoiled the integrity of the picture. However, these are only temporary little things, so the beauty sat down next to her savior and said her name. In fact, her name is Li Shu. At first, the young man did not know how to react to this, but after taking a closer look at the owner of the establishment, he realized that she also seemed very attractive to him. As a result, the hero spent much more time in the restaurant than he had expected from the very beginning. He and his friend had not yet resolved one important issue. So that the girl's store could develop successfully in the future, Jin Yong invited her to take all the money from the credit card that the bald bandit gave him. This went on for a whole hour. Li Shu did not want to take such a large amount, because the guy already helped her so much. In the end, the young man simply forced the beauty to take her compensation, especially since he is already part of her restaurant. In the future he will need to pay a salary. They can also post additional advertisements and recruit more employees. With new cooks and waiters, the cafe will literally blossom. Even despite these arguments, the owner of the establishment did not want to agree. She was constantly tormented by the feeling that she was bringing her friend too many problems. But it seems the girl has no other choice now. Her savior was not going to leave until she accepted help, and in the end she agreed. After this, Jin Yun was very happy, but he still does not have proper housing and access to food. This issue needs to be resolved. These bonuses were mentioned in an advertisement that hung on the street. Unfortunately, now Li Shu does not have the opportunity to provide the new employee with everything necessary. If there should be no problems with food, then the beauty did not have normal housing, because a gang of hooligans had recently taken her apartment away from her. Because of this, the girl thought for a while. She simply could not leave her new friend without a roof over her head. It looks like the hero will have to move in with her. This is the only possible way out of this situation. At that moment the young man suddenly thought that his heroic deed greatly influenced Li Shu's behavior. Did the owner of the establishment fall in love with him and is even ready to live in the same house? In fact, everything is not quite like that. The girl does not live alone. She shares her apartment with her sister in half. Fortunately they have a free room. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of bandits had already gathered right near the entrance to the restaurant. Most likely they came here to take revenge for the humiliation of one of their own. Suddenly, the gang rushed in. The doors opened with a very loud sound. One of the villains wanted to know who dared to fight with the Lin gang. He was a strong man with a cigarette in his mouth. He was determined to deal with the upstart who had made the biggest mistake of his life. There were really a lot of scoundrels, clearly more than 10, and some of the crowd had bladed weapons in the form of metal pipes. When the villains burst inside, the owner of the establishment experienced a severe shock. She did not know what to do. The villains clearly came here for revenge. But the hero behaved very calmly. He confidently walked straight up to the most powerful bandit and thanked the guests for visiting their restaurant. Because of this, Li Shu went completely hysterical. She couldn't understand what her new friend was doing. Did he really think that the criminals had decided to have a snack? The man with the cigarette did not appreciate such humor either. He wanted to find the upstart as quickly as possible and teach him a lesson for the rest of his life. But so far the main bandit did not know who exactly beat up the member of their group, and the hero, in turn, offered to look at their menu. Now the beauty had no doubt that her new friend had no idea how dangerous the Lin gang was. Suddenly, Zhang Liang appeared among the hooligans and pointed his finger at the guy. He complained about him as soon as he came to his senses. It was Jin Yong who dared to beat him. A few hours ago, the bald bandit simply didn't have enough people, but now he has enough assistants with him, so they can properly punish the two arrogant fools. Among other things, the man was sure that the hero would be seriously scared, but the young man behaved absolutely calmly. He walked up to the villain and put his hand on his shoulder. The fact is that the guy took the visit of the scoundrels as a gesture of goodwill. It seemed to him that his enemies had decided to start all over again. At some point, the man with a cigarette in his mouth got tired of this clownery. He warned Jin Yun for the last time, the Lin group does not like jokes. Hearing the name of the gang, the hero sharply changed the expression on his face. Confidence instantly disappeared, and strong fear appeared in its place. Now the hooligans were 100% sure that the boy understood everything and would soon be on his knees in front of them begging for mercy. The owner of the establishment, in turn, breathed a sigh of relief, although the situation was very difficult, but now at least her friend would not say even more nonsense. However, everything was not quite as it might seem at first glance. Jin Yong had no idea who the Lin group was. He was hearing about them for the first time. This young man really behaved extremely unpredictably. The villains once again froze in shock after his strange statement. In the end, Li Shu had to come closer to the hero and tell him all the details in his ear. Their gang is actually very powerful. Maybe at least now the guy will stop acting so stupidly. At first glance, it might seem that he understood everything and was ready to negotiate. However, after a few seconds, he picked up the menu and handed it towards the scoundrels with the words that they could feed even such idiots. After this, the villains no longer wanted to restrain themselves. They had no reason left to leave the arrogant upstart alive. He must answer for his words. Among the crowd, Zhang Liang stood out the most. He was happy and promised that his offender would be torn into small pieces. Also, the bastard was not going to leave the owner of the restaurant alone. The bald criminal was going to deal with her right after the guy. Because of Zhang Liang's threats, the girl again became incredibly scared, because she had already heard more than once what the thugs from the Lin organization were capable of. While most of the hooligans were distracted by Li Shu, the hero abruptly grabbed the bald villain. The young man really hoped that the enemy would think about his actions. But it seems that the villain is too stupid for this. The next second Jin Yong threw the villain with such force that he flew through the window straight onto the road. The rest of the group could not believe their eyes. Everything happened so quickly that they did not even have time to see properly. Meanwhile, the young man had already gone out into the street through the broken window and approached Zhang Liang, who was lying helplessly on the sidewalk. To demonstrate all his strength to the bandits, the hero lifted Zhang Liang off the ground, holding the scoundrel tightly with his hand by the neck. This whole hostile environment reminded the young man of one bad incident when he was handcuffed and about to have a trial. After this, the events are transferred to the police station. Law enforcement officers heard loud sounds from the restaurant and reported it to their superiors. The senior officer turned out to be a young girl with pink hair and a beautiful figure. She could not understand why her colleagues were so excited. The question was indeed appropriate, because the two men were so frightened that for several minutes they could not clearly say even one word. After a while, the girl got tired of this and got up from her seat to give each of her subordinates a slap in the face. Apparently they wouldn't come to their senses any other way. This method surprisingly turned out to be effective. Law enforcement officers abruptly stopped hysteria and told what the problem was. After hearing this, the senior officer, whose name was Zai Xing, became very angry. She hit the table with her fist with all her might. The Lin gang was causing her a lot of problems. Due to the girl's furious behavior, her assistants were even more afraid. In this state, she was more dangerous than any criminal organization. Now Sissing wanted to act radically. She was tired of the arrogant behavior of the villains. How dare they look up to them? Within a few minutes, a special group was organized, which included all available police officers. It was necessary to capture the villains. Meanwhile, a real massacre was about to begin near the restaurant. Jin Yong was surrounded by a huge crowd of criminals. The real boss in the mafia was in no hurry to give orders to his people. First of all, he wanted to understand where this guy got so much courage. And his assistants kept asking him to take action, because they could deal with the arrogant upstart once and for all right now. In the end, the man with a cigarette in his mouth made a decision and pointed his finger at the hero. No one would dare to be so disdainful of the Lin gang. With every second, dozens of scoundrels were approaching closer and closer to Jin Yong, and he, in turn, still continued to stand in place and hold Zhang Liang. Only when there was less than 1 meter left to the nearest villain, the guy sharply turned his gaze to the side, as if an unusual glow appeared near him. It was at this moment that the police arrived at the scene. Several cars with flashing lights came close to the gathered crowd. First of all, Sissing ordered everyone to immediately lie down on the ground and put their hands behind their heads. Even ordinary people were no exception. If suddenly some daredevil decides to resist, then the girl is ready to personally take him to the police station and put him behind bars for several weeks. Thus, the senior officer was able to calm the people down in just a few seconds. Among them, the only one who stood out was Jin Yun, who continued to stand on his feet. His behavior made Sissing very angry. She was not used to putting up with such a disdainful attitude. The guy needs to sit down on the ground immediately. Despite the order, the hero still continued to act in his own way. Because of this, the girl got furious and warned him for the last time. Coming closer, the senior officer saw something that shocked her. Absolutely all the hooligans from the Lin gang were lying unconscious on the ground. It took Jin Yun less than a second of real time to do this. An ordinary person is clearly not capable of pulling off something like that. For several years of service in the police, the girl had never seen such skill. She stood in a stupor for several minutes. The situation turned out to be very ambiguous, so Sissing decided that it would be best to detain the stranger, who clearly has unique abilities. In fact, the senior officer behaved quite rudely. After all, Jin Yong had done nothing wrong, and the gang of criminals had learned a good lesson. It turned out that the girl mistook the hero for a gang member. No arguments could convince her. She hid the pistol, but clearly did not give up her intentions. From the outside, her behavior looked very strange, especially when Sissing suddenly ordered the guy to shut up. How to even react to this? Suddenly, the police officer swung her leg in an attempt to knock out Jin Yun. Her movements were very fast. She was clearly practicing martial arts. Despite this, the young man was able to stop this attack without much difficulty. He calmly grabbed the policewoman's leg, and his facial expression did not even change. After that, Sissing decided to retreat for a while, because the guy in front of her was clearly an unusual fighter, but she still wanted to see the matter through to the end. After jumping back, the girl made a second attempt and repeated her signature kick. This time she tried her best. To her great surprise, the outcome turned out to be exactly the same. The hero asked the beautiful lady to cool down a little, because beauties should not behave like that. A second later, Jin Yong lifted the senior officer's leg even higher, and to prevent Sissing from falling, he held her waist with his hand, as if they were dancing. Everyone around him appreciated the hero's graceful movement. Both police officers and hooligans simultaneously raised their fingers up. It seemed that only the girl with red hair was not happy with this situation. She became very embarrassed and grabbed her gun again. Pointing the weapon at the hero, Sissing ordered him to immediately let go of her leg, otherwise he would give up his miserable life right now. In response to this, the young man calmly explained that in fact there was no point in such impulsive behavior of the girl. It turned out that there was not a single cartridge in the senior officer's pistol. Apparently the hero somehow managed to pull all the bullets out of the clip. As a result, the girl did the splits and froze in surprise for a few seconds, and Jin Yun asked her to never treat innocent people like that again. The ammunition was in the guy's hand all this time. He effectively threw it on the ground right in front of the crowd of police. He doesn't need such things. Finally, The hero advised law enforcement officers to ask the Lin gang about the fight if the police were still interested in finding out the whole truth. The second time, the hooligans clearly did not want to fight against such a strong cultivator, so the boss named Wang Bo agreed to tell all the details of what happened. The man independently approached the senior officer and first of all began to assert that the fight had nothing to do with Jin Yong. To prove the veracity of his words, the criminal even invited the police to put him behind bars right now. However, at the same time, he hoped for a pardon, because despite the disagreements, Wang Bo sent a huge pile of gifts to the police leadership. In fact, the man tried in vain. At the moment he was not at all interested in Sising. She simply knocked him out with a kick and asked him to be silent. It seems that this beauty really has a very strict character. Even now she was not going to let the hero go. Instead she wanted to detain him. Li Shu also wanted to speak out in defense of her savior. She left the restaurant and asked the policewoman to think about her decision again. To convince the senior officer, the owner of the cafe told how the guy saved her establishment from these hooligans. He is a truly good person. That is why he should be spared. At this moment, Jin Yong stood nearby and could not believe that his girlfriend decided to stand up for him. Unfortunately, even such arguments did not change Sis Ying's opinion about the hero. She was still offended by him and was going to sort out the situation already at the police station. The police also persistently advised Li Shu not to communicate with such perverts, because the sweet lady deserves much better friends. Although they had only known each other for a couple of hours, Jin Yong's friend was already very worried about her savior. The young man decided to defuse the situation a little. He asked the restaurant owner not to worry. He would just talk to the police and by the evening he could return to fix the broken window. Immediately after this, the hero turned towards the senior officer and looked at her with a very stern look. He was ready to go right now. Suddenly, Sising raised her hand up and loudly shouted her order. All the police should immediately group and prepare to return. The only one who remained was Li Shu. Although the hero asked her not to worry, the girl still could not suppress her disturbing thoughts. After this, the events are transferred to the police station. This building was now quite empty. Only screams could be heard in the corridor. It turned out that the detained guy sat in an empty room for several hours, during which time not a single employee approached him. At some point, his patients could not stand it and he asked in a loud tone to finally let him go. Why bother detaining an innocent person? Only after that the door to his room opened. The law enforcement officers asked Jin Yong to go with him to the authorities. The path to the right place turned out to be quite long. The hero asked the police to clarify where exactly they were taking him now, but the men turned out to be not talkative. In fact, it was quite easy to guess. Soon the young man found himself in the senior officer's office. The girl wants to discuss something with him. At the same time, one could clearly see disdain and arrogance towards the detainee on her face. Jin Yun did not want to talk to her at all. Unfortunately, now the guy has no choice. The workers happily informed their boss that the door was closed, and the beauty, in turn, smiled evilly. To begin with, the senior officer wanted to find out where exactly the hero was from, and whether he had at least any documents, but it turned out that the guy had nothing. Further, Sising appreciated his courage, because not every brave person decides to fight with a crowd of hooligans on the street, without even having a passport. It's just that the girl had already checked all the people in the city with the name Jin Yun, but not one of them looked even remotely like the detainee. As a result, the police officer had a completely fair question about who this guy really is. He is clearly hiding some secret. A few seconds later, the hero smiled in response to this and joyfully announced that he was, in fact, an ordinary defender of justice. The law enforcement officers clearly did not like this statement. They turned their heads to the sides to contain their laughter. Frankly speaking, the senior officer does not care who Jin Yong is. She first of all wants to punish the offender who caused chaos in her section of the city. Trying to justify himself, the young man once again repeated recent events. The criminals themselves attacked him, so his actions can be regarded as self-defense. Suddenly, Sising suddenly jumped up from her chair and slammed her hands on the table. She absolutely did not care why the guy broke the law. Now he should just do what he is told. Most likely, the young man is not going to just admit his misdeeds, so the workers decided to beat a testimony out of him. One of the men was holding a baseball bat, and the other was holding a thick book. Jin Yun strongly advised the two not to do anything stupid. A few minutes later, all three were already in the interrogation room. The book was needed so that the detainee would not have bruises after being hit with a bat. Law enforcement officers wanted to put an end to the daring upstart as quickly as possible, so they immediately began to carry out the order. One of the policemen swung his sporting instrument with all his might and tried to hit the guy, but for some unknown reason he hit his partner. The surprised police tried to understand what had happened, and meanwhile the hero had already managed to free himself from the ropes and was standing behind them. This is what Jin Yong meant when he asked the law enforcement officers not to do anything stupid. Were they really going to fight? Of course, the men did not want to tolerate such stupid antics, so one of them once again tried to beat the guy with a baseball bat. However, the result of this attack was exactly the same as a minute ago. The policeman pulled his hand back too far and hit his colleague in the second half of the face. Now this didn't even happen because of the guy's actions. The employee just got nervous and didn't notice that there was a person standing right behind him. The sloppy law enforcement officer tried to apologize, but Jin Yong, meanwhile, was already tired of standing still and decided to knock out one of the men. And a few seconds later it was the second's turn. As a result, both policemen ended up on the floor. Most likely, they will no longer be able to resist. Sissing, by the way, was nearby all this time and watched the strange performance. Despite the uselessness of her subordinates, the girl was pleased, because now she could accuse the young man of attacking police officers. Suddenly other people entered their room. The senior officer was very surprised, because none of the authorities were supposed to be present today. But for some reason the captain showed up for work, accompanied by a tall young girl with blonde hair whom the police had never seen before. It turned out that this stranger paid bail for Jin Yong, so they no longer have the right to detain the guy at the station. If this is really the case, then Sissing can't help but agree, but she wants to know who the girl who came with the boss is. Although it was a direct question, the tall blonde did not answer. She silently walked into the interrogation room to talk to the hero. The senior officer, of course, did not like this behavior. She became angry and the captain had to hold her, and the stranger calmly asked the guy how he was feeling. In fact, everything was fine with the hero. Such little things cannot harm him. By the way, he also met this girl for the first time and does not even know her name. For some reason, the blonde couldn't say her name. This information should remain secret for now, but now the guy can go home. The next moment, the handcuffs on Jin Yong's hands were unfastened and he joyfully thanked the nameless assistant. She literally saved him. On leaving the room, the hero stopped for a few seconds and sarcastically asked Sissing not to be too upset. Fate would definitely bring them together again. The senior officer simply could not believe it. She wanted to tear the young man into pieces right now, but at the moment she could not do this in any way. Once free, Jin Yun began to think about who was able to find out about his return to his hometown. After all, he was the only survivor after the fight on the island. So far, he had no idea who in Huaxia might have such information. The only suspects were the Lin family. Suddenly, Li Shu ran up behind him. She looked very worried and the first thing she wanted to do was find out if her friend was hurt. The girl also felt a strong sense of guilt for everything that happened to the hero, but he, in turn, asked her friend not to worry so much. Still, the young man is sure that the owner of the restaurant is a good person, so there is no need to blame himself. They should hold on to each other and move forward. When the beauty heard this, she joyfully exhaled with relief. She was in such a hurry that sweat even appeared on her face. Fortunately everything was fine. It's just that Sissing was very afraid that the law enforcement officers at the police station would somehow injure the hero. She really didn't want that. Jin Yun even became a little embarrassed by such words. He had to look away, and red spots appeared on his cheeks. The girls had never said this to him before. Now they should return to the restaurant as soon as possible. Their business has not disappeared yet, and they also need to clean up properly after the fight. The next day, the young man stood on a busy street and handed out leaflets that included an invitation to an interview for new employees. At some point, it seemed to Jin Yong that things were going well, because people were quite actively sorting out papers. Perhaps he would soon have a colleague. However, if you take a closer look, you will notice that most passers-by simply threw away the pieces of paper, or used them as napkins. In the end, the business partners returned to the cafe and sat down at a table with a sad look. the guy could not find anyone and he asked his friend how things were going with her. Unfortunately, the girl had exactly the same situation. She posted advertisements all over the city for several hours, but no one called. At that moment, when the friends finally despaired and decided that no one would come, a stranger came to their establishment and asked if he could enter. It was a young guy in construction overalls. He had blonde hair and eyes of the same color. He wanted to know if new workers were still needed. Of course they are needed. Li Shu and Hua Xia jumped up from the sofa with joy and looked at the stranger with eyes full of hope. They politely invited the guy to sit down with them at the table and discuss his future salary and vacation, but the guest had not even been hired yet. Although it may seem strange, but in fact the stranger had already received a new position. He in turn thought that he was in a very strange place. The guy with white hair wanted to say something, but he was immediately interrupted by Li Shu, who kindly offered the new employee a cup of tea. Literally a minute later, about 20 cups with various varieties were already standing on the table in front of the guy. If that's not enough, the girl will bring more. The stranger could not even imagine that the owners of the establishment would turn out to be such friendly people. He no longer minded joining them. By the way, they completely forgot to introduce themselves to each other. The hero and his girlfriend with a smile on their faces said their names and asked what the name of their guest was. This guy's name was Jiang Ning. He was sincerely glad to be among such friendly people. He had never come across such owners before. Now he wanted to work hard for the benefit of a common goal. He would definitely give it his all and would never let his new friends down. The young man and his girlfriend were happy to hear this, but their new colleagues suddenly had one question: why there were no visitors at all in their cafe. In response to this, the hero immediately said that a gang of villains was to blame for everything. The villains were constantly preventing their restaurant from developing normally. As soon as Jiang Ning heard this, he immediately turned towards the exit and tried to run away. Jin Yun barely managed to grab his shoulder. Wasn't the blonde guy going to work hard? He was talking about this just a few minutes ago, and now he's already trying to disappear. It turned out that the new employee was incredibly afraid of any gangster groups. Meeting them contradicted his 3 basic principles. After hearing this, the owner of the establishment became interested in hearing what foundations were being discussed, and Jiang Ning did not mind talking about it. Apologizing for being so blunt, the blonde boy said that he didn't want to get into trouble, or big trouble, and after all, if he did get into trouble, he wouldn't get into it. In fact, these 3 rules sounded like one and the same thing. In fact, the young man simply did not want to get 1 meter closer to dangerous situations. Soon the new employee was about to leave, and Li Shu tried to stop him. Unfortunately, the guy never goes against his strong principles. Unfortunately, fate itself decreed this, but suddenly Jiang Ning abruptly changed his behavior. His face was no longer so stern. It turned out that the owner of the establishment took his hand to finally wish the fair-haired guy success in the future, let him find his path in life. At that moment, the beauty seemed incredibly sweet and attractive to the young man. He stood in a stupor for a few more seconds and admired her. And a minute later the new employee fell to his knees. He begged to still be hired. It seems his life principles are not so important. Jiang Ning wanted to start his work right now. He doesn't even need a salary. Let his friends just give him some task. A little later, the fair-haired guy regretted his words. He imagined his first assignment completely differently. He had a large and heavy bag of rice on his back. The worker needed to deliver it to the cafe, and besides, he could not show weakness, because Li Shu was accompanying him. At some point, the young man asked the girl why Jin Yong was not with them now. It turned out that the hero decided to make small repairs to the establishment. It was a wise decision, because the room really didn't look very presentable. The beauty couldn't wait to see the result. When the friends walked a few more meters, the young lady's phone rang. She apologized to Jiang Ning for the delay. She urgently needed to answer. At that moment, a strong feeling of anxiety appeared on the girl's face. The voice on the phone said that her sister had been kidnapped by a group of hooligans. Meanwhile, the establishment was perfectly clean. The hero did a good job and completely removed all the consequences of the fight with the Lin gang. Therefore, he could calmly sit in a chair and wait for his girlfriend. He wanted to hear praise addressed to him as soon as possible. But after a few minutes the young man got tired of this activity. His friends did not return for too long, so he decided to find them. The meeting place with the kidnappers was an area of the city called Game Avenue, where the scoundrels kept Li Shu's younger sister. There were a lot of suspicious people around. Because of this, Jiang Ning began to worry. The problems he was trying to avoid were literally surrounding him. It was really very crowded here, and besides, almost every passerby was in some way connected with gangster groups. It looks like the fair-haired guy is unlucky today. He would never have thought that this could happen on his first day of work. At first, the guys couldn't find exactly the bandits they needed, but suddenly a high-pitched female voice was heard behind them. Fortunately, everything was fine with the girl's relative, but at that moment one of the kidnappers was holding her hand tightly, and the captive tried to break free, but to no avail. Noticing her sister, Li Shu immediately rushed to her aid. More than anything, she wanted to free her youngest from the hands of vile scoundrels. However, she was unable to do this quickly, because numerous accomplices of the bandit were standing around. One of them blocked the girl's path. Most likely he was the main one among the crowd of criminals. This man with long hair had a huge tattoo all over his chest. First of all, the scoundrel asked the restaurant owner if the girl was really her relative, and if so, then they needed a ransom. These scoundrels decided that their younger sister rightfully belonged to them, because the girl came here with classmates who lost to her at billiards. With a nasty smile on his face, the leader of the criminals offered Li Shu two options. She could ransom her relative with money, or she could stay here and do what they ordered her. Such terrible behavior infuriated Jiang Ning. He rightly noted that the actions of the hooligans were contrary to several laws at once. A group of villains has no right to hold an innocent girl hostage. She didn't even play billiards, only her classmates should be responsible. As soon as the guy said this phrase, he was immediately hit in the face by a man with a tattoo on his chest. The bully turned out to be very fast. Because of this, the young man fell to the floor and possibly lost consciousness. His girlfriend rushed to his aid, and the situation literally became tense. According to the gang leader, worthless trash is not allowed to interfere in someone else's conversation. Such disrespect must be properly punished. After that, the man with the tattoo on his chest had a great idea. Why don't they solve everything the same way that it all started? A game of billiards should be played. If Li Shu and her friend win, then the gang of scoundrels will let them go and even apologize. But if everything is the other way around, then they will both dance in front of everyone without clothes. It seems that in this gaming club literally all the visitors are real scumbags. Each of those around them rejoiced at the proposal of the bandit leader. The girl could not believe that in their city there was a gathering of such vile monsters. Her little sister immediately abandoned this idea. The girl simply could not allow her eldest to humiliate herself like that in front of some perverts. She also wanted to properly teach her friends who got her into trouble a lesson, but the three weaklings clearly did not want to be held accountable for their actions. Instead, they suggested simply surrendering. If you go against the real bandits now, you can bring on even more problems. While the schoolchildren were arguing among themselves, Li Shu was trying to come up with some kind of plan. She had never played billiards in her life and was very afraid. After a few minutes, the man with the tattoo got tired of it and asked her when she finally said a word. It was time to choose. In the end, the girl said that she could give the villains money, but she needed guarantees that her sister and new friend would be released. In fact, the criminals did not mind. The leader asked one of his subordinates to calculate exactly how much the restaurant owner owed them. With an ominous smile on his face, the accountant calculated something on a calculator for a couple of minutes, after which he reported that the amount was exactly 1 million. At this moment, Li Shu experienced a strong feeling of shock. The others also could not believe their ears. Were the scoundrels really so insolent? The fact is that 3 stupid schoolchildren bet exactly that amount of money. The fools seemed to have absolutely no idea what they were doing. It all seemed too strange. No one would bet 1 million on a game of billiards, and besides, these were ordinary students from the academy. Most likely, the gang simply forced the stupid children into debt after the first loss. Perhaps they even deliberately wanted to take their younger sister hostage. Now Li Shu has no other choice. She cannot pay such a huge amount of money to the bullies. She will have to stay with these scoundrels. And while playing billiards, the man with a tattoo on his chest constantly grimaced and reminded what the beauty should do if she lost. The behavior of this bastard caused even more fear in the girl. She desperately wanted to just grab her sister and run away. Unfortunately, It is simply impossible to do this, and besides, Li Shu's chances of winning are too low. Will she really have to do this? Due to extreme anxiety and feelings of hopelessness, the restaurant owner began to have tears in her eyes. At that moment someone joined them. It turned out that Jin Yong had been trying to find his friends all this time. He never would have thought that they would decide to go to the pool hall. Looking around, the young man quickly realized what exactly was happening here, but for now he simply pretended to be offended by his colleagues. After all, they left him alone in the restaurant to clean, while they went off to have fun. Jiang Ning, in turn, warned his acquaintance about the danger. In fact, the hero understood everything perfectly and was simply playing dumb. He became very interested in playing billiards and also wanted to take part. The gang leader looked suspiciously at the unfamiliar guy and asked who he was and why he suddenly decided to come to them. The first thing Jin Yong did was help his friend get up from the floor, because she was so worried that she couldn't stand on her feet. At the same time, Li Shu could not understand how her friend was able to find them so quickly, because their hometown of Huaxia is very large and has many streets. It turned out that at first the hero was running around and looking for his colleagues literally everywhere, but several hours of exploring the area did not yield results. In fact, the guy was just walking in circles. Although he is an excellent fighter, he has serious problems with orientation on the ground. Although Jin Yun didn't want to admit it, it was exactly like that. Fortunately, after a while, he suddenly heard a very loud cry for help. This is how he managed to find friends. With each phrase of the hero his story became more and more delusional. Who would even believe in such a thing? It seems the guy himself understood this, but still he tried to pretend to the end. He had to make a lot of effort to hide the feeling of shame. This explanation was completely stupid from beginning to end. Jiang Ning ordered his friend to immediately tell the real truth. Suddenly, Jin Yong fell to his knees and asked for forgiveness. It turned out that he just came to this area to play in the gaming halls. This was the first and last time. One of the villains was trying to talk to the hero all this time, but he was too busy communicating with his comrades, and the younger sister was trying to figure out who this guy was. At some point, the gang leader got tired of this and in a very loud voice ordered everyone to shut up immediately. It was time to pay the bills. The guys, of course, were chatting very nicely, but the hooligans couldn't let some weaklings look down on them. They couldn't just be ignored. Now the criminals no longer wanted to play billiards. The man with a tattoo on his chest ordered his subordinates to immediately throw the strangers out into the street. As soon as this happened and a large number of scoundrels rushed towards the guys, Jin Yong stood between his friends and a group of enemies. He placed his hands in such a way that the scoundrels would attack him first. His face showed complete confidence in his actions. Within a few seconds, all the villains received their share of blows and fell to the ground, while none of them was able to hit the guy at least once. Jiang Ning and Li Shu stood behind all this time and were amazed at the hero's skill. It only took him a few moments to beat his enemies. Most of all, my younger sister liked this performance. She could no longer wait for someone to punish her vile kidnappers. Only now did the gang leader realize that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary person at all. It looked like he would have to fight on his own. But Jin Yong, in turn, gave the hooligans one last chance. If they calm down, they will be able to have a good conversation, like normal people. In this case, the man with a tattoo on his chest is ready to withdraw his people only if he is paid the promised million. As soon as the criminal finished his sentence, the hostage screamed sharply with all her might. The villains themselves came up with this figure. None of her classmates put such a sum. Now that everyone knew the truth, the scoundrels should immediately give up their demands. If they have any complaints, then they should turn to those 3 schoolchildren. After all, they were the ones who lost the game. Jin Yong won't even protect them, so the gang of criminals can do whatever they want with them. Despite this, the leader was not going to just let go of the guy who beat his people. Now it's not about money, but about reputation. It turned out that these hooligans also belonged to the Lin group. Now everyone is on its territory. It seemed that this organization controls half of the city. If this is indeed the case, then the hero is willing to listen to other options. There must definitely be an adequate way to resolve this conflict. The man with the tattoo appreciated Jin Yun's courage. They should solve everything by playing one game of billiards. The guy immediately agreed in response to this. This was great news for the villain, because he was confident of his victory, and if the guy and his friends lose, their debt will double exactly. At this moment, the gang leader had a very happy face. The hero did the same and advised the villains not to be so self-confident. This behavior clearly indicated that the young man was excellent at playing this game, at least Jiang Ning and Li Shu thought so. But suddenly Jin Yong turned to them and asked what the rules of billiards were, and from such a question his friends fell into a stupor and fell to the ground in surprise. Having come to his senses, the fair-haired guy proposed his candidacy as a player. At least he knows exactly how to hold a cue in his hands. Usually Jiang Ning behaves very reservedly and unremarkably, but it seems that in critical situations he is able to take the initiative to himself. As a result, the hero trusted his friend and left an important matter to him. In any case, he will be able to ensure his colleague if something goes wrong. When the fair-haired guy approached the table, the man with the tattoo was even surprised, because he was sure that such a brat would never be able to score at least one ball. In fact, there is no need to draw hasty conclusions, because the young man used to work in a billiard room, where he managed to learn several techniques. First, you need to break a triangle of several balls. If at least one of them hits the pocket, then the player gets the right to another hit, and so on until he misses. The one who ends up rolling the most balls wins. Fortunately Jiang Ning was able to start well. Immediately after the first point earned, he prepared for the second blow. Thanks to his little experience he managed to repeat the success. The next ball hit the target. If this continues, then the villain's turn won't even come and the guys will be able to safely return home. Frankly speaking, the blonde guy tried very hard not only for the sake of his friends, he also wanted to take revenge on the gang leader for that blow to the face. From the outside it seemed that the young man was not even going to stop. His abilities were also appreciated by the man with the scar. He was really not bad. Despite this, the hooligans did not want to give up victory so easily. The brat was still too inexperienced to compete with the likes of them. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning lost another point. There was a certain number of balls left on the table. If he scored another one, he could win. His friends stood nearby all this time and supported the fair-haired guy with all their might. During the game he looked like a real master. Because of this, the young man was a little embarrassed. Because he really liked Li Shu, he simply could not screw up at the moment when such a beauty was looking at him. Preparing for the final blow, Jiang Ning suddenly felt something hit him in the face, causing him to completely lose his concentration. As a result, the blow turned out to be too weak. The ball simply did not reach the pocket. Now it was the turn of the gang leader to pick up the cue and approach the table. Of course, one of the scoundrels was behind all this. The villain had a slingshot in his hands, from which he shot a small stone at the blonde guy. Thanks to his peripheral vision, Jin Yun was able to notice this, but for now he decided not to get involved in the fight and see how it would end up. Jiang Ning's failure made the man with the tattoo laugh very much. He began to laugh like he was crazy and asked him not to be upset. After all, right now the young man will be able to witness a crushing victory. Apparently the villain still has a lot of experience playing billiards. This turned out to be absolutely true. The scoundrel managed to drive ball after ball straight into the target. A few more hits and victory would be his. The situation was becoming very tense. The girl could not understand why this happened. They had practically won. Something needed to be done. Jiang Ning was the one who was most worried. With every point his opponent earned, a feeling of worry could be seen more and more clearly on his face. The gang leader quickly noticed the guy's worried look. He didn't want to miss this opportunity and decided to mock the young man. According to the man, such fools could not even count on winning. In just a few seconds he was going to earn the last point. Something needs to be done right now, otherwise Jiang Ning is guaranteed to lose. The girl said it out loud, but most likely it's too late. As soon as the villain hit the billiard ball, Jin Yong deftly threw a small pebble at him, which prevented the villain from entering the pocket. From the outside it seemed simply impossible, and the man with the tattoo did not have time to notice how the hero managed to pull this off. The guy sarcastically sympathized with his opponent. This is really very sad. The bandit was too close to victory. Even so, the bully remained confident in his victory, because Jiang Ning completely broke down after his mistake. He looked like a walking corpse. All this time, the blonde guy was spinning disturbing thoughts in his head that he had failed to live up to the expectations of his friends. To further break Jiang Ning's psyche, the scoundrel began to mock him. He asked the brat not to waste his precious time. The bandit also added that such insecure weaklings have no place in their gaming room, so the guy should just accept his defeat. Soon the hero approached his friend and began to calm him down. There is no need to keep sad thoughts to yourself, a mistake is just a stage on the path to victory. Besides, Jiangning has already done a lot for the sake of his comrades, now he can step back and entrust the rest of the work to Jin Yong. The arrogant behavior of a beginner in the game of billiards amused the villain. He could not believe that the guy was going to beat him without any experience. In response to this, the hero asked the scoundrel to be silent for at least a few seconds, and also to listen to his words, since they harmed Jiangning. Jin Yun will never forgive them, the gang of hooligans will definitely answer for their actions. At this moment the guy had a very serious and ominous look. Surprisingly, he actually learned to play after watching the process for several minutes. The balls rolled into the pocket one after another. The superb skill of the young man over the shock of a man with a tattoo, he had never seen anything like this before. The young man is a real genius. Within a few minutes, the last game was over. The hero easily managed to defeat the scoundrel. The score on the scoreboard indicated his victory. Finally, the younger sister could free herself from the hands of the scoundrel. She immediately ran to meet Li Shu to reunite with her loved one. Now it was all over. The guys looked with a peaceful look at their friend and her relative and were about to leave. But suddenly a man with a tattoo turned to them and ordered them to stand still. Did they really think that they could escape like that? Within a second, a huge crowd of bandits rushed towards the heroes to beat them. The boss ordered the men to be thrown out into the street and the girls to be left behind. These stupid scoundrels didn't even realize that they were only making things worse for themselves. Jin Yong considered this outcome of events and was going to teach them a lesson. After this, a real massacre began in the billiards room. The sounds of blows could be heard even on the street. An elderly man passing by tried to understand what was happening inside. Soon, absolutely every scoundrel was lying on the floor unconscious. The wooden sticks they used as weapons shattered into small splinters. The schoolchildren who had done a terrible thing to their friend were still here. The stupid trio looked at what was happening with horror and hoped that this would not happen to them. Kneeling, a man with a tattoo begged the hero for mercy. His whole face was covered in bruises and abrasions. He promised never to approach them again. In the end, the guy agreed and did not finish off the gang leader. At that moment he stood over him with a very stern look. Then the young man addressed the students who tried to escape into the street. They only needed a few seconds to do this. At the same time, none of them wanted to go to the hospital, so the schoolchildren also fell to their knees. Now they were ready to tell the whole truth. In fact, the man with the tattoo, whose name is Sun Hao, arranged all this on purpose. He had long wanted to take the girl Li Yu hostage. Essentially, the high school students became hostages of the situation. The bandit forced them to do this, and besides, the debt of 1 million is completely fictitious. In this case, the hero has a great idea. Right now the students must beat the gang leader, otherwise the police will soon arrive at the scene. For such heinous crimes, 3 schoolchildren face at least several years behind bars. They need to make the right choice. It seems that the high school students are in a very difficult situation. If they still decide, then Sun Hao will definitely take revenge in the future. If you think so, then they are incredibly lucky today, because the guy is ready to make concessions. If the students don't want to beat the villain, then they can allow themselves to be beaten. However, the schoolchildren liked this option even less, unlike the bully, who thanked the young man for his wisdom and prudence. The villain was confident that he could easily deal with several high school students. He turned his head and sighed and looked at them with an ominous gaze. But then something happened that he clearly did not expect. One of the schoolchildren sharply hit him in the face. It seems that this happened at the level of instincts. As a result, the students decided to take advantage of the chance and continued beating the man with the tattoo. He was lying on the ground and could not get up. Meanwhile, Jin Yong calmly returned to his friends. A smile appeared on his face and he clearly felt satisfied. After that, certainly no one will stop them from returning back to the restaurant. Besides, they still have a lot of work. They need to pay attention to business. Soon evening came and Jiangning prepared to go to his home. He said goodbye to his comrades, and they, in turn, wished him good luck. A few minutes after this, Li Shu seemed to remember something. Her expression changed. It can be seen with the naked eye. It turned out that the girl had completely forgotten to clean Jin Yun's room. so she quickly ran inside to prepare a cozy place for him. While the elder sister was busy cleaning, Li Yu decided to go shopping with the hero. She grabbed his hand and called him elder brother. Because of this, the restaurant owner even felt a little embarrassed. Her younger sister's behavior seemed a little strange to her. Despite this, Li Shu still went to the house. The girl did not deny anything, the guy took it as a sign. About an hour later, the young man and Li Yu returned with their shopping. They both looked happy. Jin Yong turned the handle of the front door. In fact, the moment turned out to be not quite right. Li Shu came out of the shower a couple of minutes ago, now she was wearing only a towel. The girl's face turned very red due to embarrassment and she turned away in an attempt to cover her beautiful figure. Her friends returned too early, shouting that she needed to change her clothes immediately. The owner of the restaurant ran to the second floor, and her younger sister did not understand why the older sister was so shy. It's better to find out tomorrow, but now the hero should go and rest. Their house has 3 rooms and a living room. Li Yu pointed her finger at the young man's door. Soon the heroes went to their rooms and went to bed. The younger sister thanked Jin Yun for her help with the shopping and wished her good night. The guy felt quite comfortable at the party, but even despite this he was unable to fall asleep quickly. He just lay there for several minutes. This whole situation awakened old memories in him. Thoughts of a certain girl with pink hair constantly appeared in his head. The next morning the hero woke up in a good mood. He had another wonderful day ahead. He wanted to move towards his goal. Coming out of his room, he quickly heard that the others were also awake. The guy greeted Li Shu and wished her good morning. At first, the girl behaved calmly. She was wearing a rather thin t-shirt. The beauty seemed to have completely forgotten that she had a new neighbor. After all, after a few seconds she became embarrassed again and tried to cover herself with her hands. She needed to get used to the new environment. The beauty's absent-mindedness surprised even the young man. He asked her not to wear such revealing outfits, because they embarrassed him, too. Hearing screams from the living room, the younger sister also woke up and immediately asked her relative why there was so much noise around. After this, the business partners went to the restaurant to evaluate the results of their efforts. They wanted to work as hard as they could. But unfortunately, the joy of the heroes did not last long. For some reason, their establishment was again completely empty. Not a single visitor came. Most likely it's because of that same Lin gang. People are probably afraid to come here after the fight, rumors of which spread throughout the city. Alternatively, they could retrain as a noodle shop. The income, of course, would not be large, but it's still better than nothing. In fact, there was a better way. Jin Yun decided that this situation could be corrected by the person who made people afraid to come to the establishment. We were talking, of course, about one of the high-ranking villains named Wang Bo. It was he who then led a large gang of hooligans. At this time, the villain was in a special nightclub. He suddenly had a bad feeling and began to worry. A few minutes later, an assistant came up to him and said that the doctor was ready to see the man this afternoon, which was good news. Because the villain had one very delicate problem, he would never have believed in his life that such a misfortune could happen to him. The thing is that several times in a row he had not been able to be with a woman. Wang Bo's body was failing him at the most inopportune moment. If they find out about this on the street, then the older bandit will never wash off the shame. Most likely he will be ashamed to simply go out into the street. Suddenly, someone knocked down the door to his room with incredible force. Several guards standing nearby literally scattered in different directions. Because of this, the scoundrel suddenly jumped up from his chair and ordered the uninvited guest to say his name. He could not tolerate such impudent behavior. After all, Wang Bo was on the territory of his group. Only the craziest daredevil would dare to attack him in such a place. For obvious reasons, it was Jin Yong. He asked the scoundrel not to worry so much. He just wanted to visit an old acquaintance. After carefully thinking about the situation, the bully reconciled himself and greeted the guy. He definitely didn't want to get into a fight with such a skilled fighter again. To make a good impression, the scoundrel even called the young man his brother. It turned out that the hero had one request for the bandit. Hearing this, the man began to beat himself in the chest with his fist and promised to fulfill any wish of his friend. He could do anything. Frankly, the scoundrel had no other choice, but the young man would not demand anything bad from him. This matter is quite simple. After some time, the hero returned to the restaurant. At that moment he was walking next to his girlfriend, who was blindfolded. The owner of the restaurant had no idea why her friends were doing this, and they, in turn, explained that they had prepared a surprise especially for her. At the same time, Sun Hao still had doubts, because in his opinion, they cannot completely trust some villain, but what if he betrays them? Jin Yong asked him not to worry about this, because now they do not have another person who could help in this situation. Soon the heroes were already in place. Li Shu was impatiently waiting for the black blindfold to finally be removed from her eyes and she could see the promised gift. As soon as this happened, the girl heard a very loud greeting that came from several dozen gang members who were standing at the entrance to the restaurant. Also, the cafe itself has changed quite a lot. Everything happened too unexpectedly. Because of this, the owner of the establishment almost lost consciousness. To tell the truth, the guys were no less surprised. It turned out that they gave Wang Bo complete freedom of action and only now saw the end result. As soon as the elder bandit noticed Jin Yun and Sun Hao, he said hi to them and asked if the guys liked his design work. From the man's gaze, it became clear that he was 100% satisfied with the way the cafe now looked, and now the problem with visitors should disappear. Unlike him, the young men were not so sure of this. Strong irritation can be seen on their faces, but they simply did not see the most important thing. Someone approached two men who were passing near the restaurant. At first the strangers just wanted to turn around and leave. It turned out that the main method of attracting new clients was beauties dressed in rabbit costumes. It was difficult to refuse. Wang Bo's method turned out to be incredibly effective. Within a few minutes a huge crowd formed near the entrance to the establishment. Now the bandit had finally lost all doubts. He raised his thumb up and turned to the hero. The man was clearly waiting for praise for his efforts. Objectively speaking, the bully really deserved them. Jin Yun is glad that now there were more customers in the cafe than all the time before. Unfortunately, the young man's joy did not last long. Suddenly the owner of the restaurant came up to him from behind and with a predatory look put her hand on his shoulder. The fact is that, to put it mildly, she did not like the appearance of the cafe, to which she devoted a lot of time. She used to think that her friend did not have such strange hobbies. As a result, the girl went back home, and the young man, trying to calm her down, followed her. At that moment a strange conversation was heard from the side. It took place between Li Yu and her class teacher. The man with red hair really wanted to meet the girl's older sister. The teacher's intrusive behavior infuriated the younger sister. At first she did not want to do anything, but she was so tired of him that the student agreed. It is worth considering that the class teacher may not hope to meet Li Shu, because she already has a boyfriend, so the man can talk to him. As it turned out, this was enough for the teacher, but a slight misunderstanding arose. The girl pointed her finger not at Jin Yun, but at Jiang Ning. This man's name was Liao Wan. He was so excited that he did not wait for his student's explanation and instantly rushed to the blonde guy. After which he tried to make a very stern look. The class teacher strongly recommended that the young man stay away from Li Shu. In response to this, Jiang Ning looked at the man with a surprised face. He had no idea what this man was talking about. They had never met before. To somehow settle the strange situation, the fair-haired guy said that he was probably simply confused with another person. The guy turned in the other direction and called Jin Yun, because most likely it was him the teacher was talking about. Meanwhile, the hero was still trying to catch up with his girlfriend. Unfortunately, he didn't succeed and he stopped. Liao Wan instantly came closer to him and repeated his question. Frankly speaking, the class teacher did not choose a very opportune moment. Jin Yong turned around sharply and asked in a stern tone and not to anger him even more. After this, the hero and the teacher went to a quiet place to talk there. A calm environment would benefit everyone. First, the guy apologized to the man for his words. He didn't know that class teacher Li Yu was addressing him. In fact, it doesn't matter anymore. Liao Wan really wanted this conversation to be as frank as possible. He needed to find out whether Jin Yun was really dating Sising. At this moment, his gaze again became very strange, as if the teacher was trying to intimidate his interlocutor. The hero, in turn, behaved in a completely opposite way. He was calm and could not understand why the man was so worried about this. It became clear that Liao Wan was very serious, because the man threatened the guy that if he continued to court the girl, he would definitely suffer. Despite all the attempts of the class teacher, the young man continued to behave as if he was not at all interested in continuing this conversation. To demonstrate complete indifference, Jin Yun took a pack of instant noodles and began to eat them ostentatiously. At the same time, you should not think that he is just going to sit and do nothing. Why did the teacher suddenly dare to decide the fate of others? Is this really the responsibility of the teacher? Hearing this, Liao Wen became even more angry and ordered the guy to repeat his words. When the situation became tense, Li Shu came into their room. First of all, she wanted to understand why the man came here. After all, her younger sister has no problems with her studies. The girl brought a glass of water to the guest just to demonstrate decency. It was obvious from the look of the restaurant owner that she was uncomfortable being in the same room with Liao Wen, but the man himself did not care. He continued to compliment her and insisted that he only wanted to see each other, in response to which Li Shu asked him to leave if he had no comments about Li Yu. Such a direct refusal hurt the class teacher very much. He was saddened and bowed his head down, as if his life had come to an end. Suddenly, the teacher jumped up from his seat and pointed his finger at Jin Yun. Could she and this guy really be in love? To finally dispel all doubts and send Liao Wen home, the girl took the hero's hand and said that he was her beloved man. After that, the teacher could no longer stay in this place. He realized that he was not welcome at all and quickly walked towards the exit. Walking home, the class teacher was lost in his thoughts. Now he began to consider Li Shu a girl of easy virtue, simply because she refused him. From now on, his main goal is revenge. The teacher wants to force the girl to apologize on her knees. It seems he has incredibly low self-esteem. At some point, Jin Yong caught up with the teacher. At first glance, he looked friendly and said that he wanted to take the man home. Liao Wen was skeptical about such an act and in an arrogant tone asked the young man why he had come. It turned out that the hero wanted to give advice. In fact, the class teacher does not need to behave so fearlessly. If he hurts his girlfriend even once more, he is guaranteed to regret it. Only now did the teacher realize that Jin Yong did not come with good intentions. Despite this, he was not going to just give up his intentions. In the end, the man did not see any danger in this guy. He once again recommended that he leave Li Shu, because she deserves better. According to the teacher, the young man is simply too naive and does not understand who he is going to go up against. He is simply stupid and has no experience. As soon as Liao Wen finished this sentence, he felt a sharp pressure in his neck, and his legs suddenly lifted off the ground by almost a meter. He shouldn't have used such harsh words. Jin Yong could easily lift the vile scoundrel off the ground with just one hand. With every second, the class teacher had less and less air, and the guy, in turn, warned him for the last time. After this, even the most arrogant person would give up his desires. Liao Wen did just that. He ran away. At some point he began to cough violently, most likely the consequences of suffocation, and tonight he was angrier than ever. The same memories from the recent past replayed in his head over and over again, when the hero humiliated him in the literal sense of the word. Of course, a person like Liao Wen will never forgive the shame he experienced. He is no longer even interested in the girl, he only wants cruel revenge. The next day, Li Yu asked her elder brother why her homeroom teacher stayed so long and if he said anything about her. Frankly speaking, the girl shouldn't worry about it. Her teacher is not a very nice person. Now he won't be able to cause trouble. The younger sister also said that Sising had been in her room behind the closed door for almost an hour. She blushed as soon as Jin Yong returned. All this time the girl was thinking about the same thing. She was incredibly ashamed for calling the hero her beloved man. Probably the beauty had never felt so embarrassed in her life. She wanted to be alone as long as possible. Unfortunately, problems may arise with this, because right now a large crowd of hooligans was running towards their home. They clearly have bad intentions. All these scoundrels were gathered by Liao Wen. In fact, it was obvious. Upon arriving at the right place, the man shouted the guy's name very loudly. Hearing some noise outside the window, Jin Yong pulled back the curtains to see who had wanted to meet him so badly since the morning. As soon as the hero leaves his house, the villains must beat him thoroughly. Such instructions were given by the teacher to the villains he hired. Chief among them was the same criminal with whom the young man had previously played billiards, but so far the man with the tattoo did not know about it. Liao Wen's intentions were incredibly vile. After beating the guy, he was going to intimidate Li Yu so that her older sister would come and apologize on her own. When Jin Yong opened the window and looked outside, the teacher pointed his finger at him and specified that this particular person should be beaten up by the hooligans. Only now did the gang of scoundrels realize who they would have to deal with. Every single criminal began to scream in horror. Thanks to the instinct of self-preservation, they quickly came to their senses and pretended that they were just walking nearby, and the main one among them gave a couple of slaps to the teacher. From the outside, this whole situation looked incredibly strange. In the end, the guy assumed that some kind of circus show was going on below. After this, the events are transferred to the police headquarters. One of the chiefs gave a presentation on an important topic. The video showed a very tall and strong man who was able to independently beat up many innocent people. This villain looked like a madman. He called everyone around him trash that was unable to stop him. The criminal was an ancient martial arts master. At least that's the name he voiced. The man continued his report. Now eliminating this scoundrel is the main task of the police. In just 3 days, several chairmen of their hometown financial group were brutally attacked by the madman in the video. In a few days the mayoral elections will be held. The current head of the city urgently asked to solve this problem as soon as possible. Tomorrow night, important people will gather in an expensive restaurant. Every law enforcement officer must wear a disguise and maintain order there. Sising was present at this meeting. She picked up a document containing photographs of the suspect that were extracted from the cameras. The police will use Scarface as a code name, because the villain had a huge scar all over his face. When the senior officer heard that the villain called himself a martial artist, an idea immediately appeared in her mind. Soon she and her assistants were already running down the street. The men could not understand why their boss ran out of the building so suddenly. It turned out that Sising remembered an encounter with a cultivator she had seen earlier, so she wanted to talk to Jin Yun. Unfortunately, the girl couldn't figure out where exactly she needed to look for the guy first. She should have gotten his house address. Suddenly, the senior officer remembered the very restaurant where the fight took place, during which the hero ended up at the police station. Meanwhile, the establishment was very crowded. Beautiful waitresses in bunny costumes were doing their job, and customers were standing in a long line. But there were also disadvantages to this. Attractive beauties attracted the attention of not only visitors, but also workers. Jiang Ning and the hero constantly looked at them. It's good that they have a friend who is always ready to correct their feelings. She hit each of their friends on the head and asked them to go back to work. It was at that moment that the doors to the restaurant suddenly burst open, and the police appeared on the threshold. The senior officer loudly called the guy. Judging by the behavior of the law enforcement officers, the matter was indeed very important. Sising looked even more serious than usual. Jin Yong immediately came running to the screams. When he heard his name, he was sure that it was Li Shu who was looking for him, so he had a happy face. The expression of which changed after just a few seconds. The guy's hands were handcuffed. He is still a suspect. To remove all suspicion from himself, the young man must help in the investigation of a serious matter. The senior officer took out a photograph of the villain. For obvious reasons, the hero at first did not want to agree to this, because there was simply no evidence of his guilt. But as soon as Jin Yong took a closer look at the appearance of the criminal with the scar, his mood changed dramatically. He was clearly interested. In an attempt to resolve the situation, Li Shu asked the policewoman to calm down a little. The law enforcement officers must have made a little mistake. Unexpectedly, Jin Yong interrupted his friend. He asked her not to worry. It wouldn't be difficult for him to catch the person in the photo. According to the young man, he wanted to avert suspicion from himself in this way, but he definitely has some hidden intentions. Soon, Sising revealed that the suspect's main targets were the chairman of financial groups. He had killed a lot of innocent people. The next day, the head of one of the corporations organized that same dinner party. There is a high probability that the ancient martial artist will appear here. That is why the senior officer of the department wears a beautiful evening dress. Everyone needs to stay undercover and protect the director with all their might. The organization was at the highest level. Jin Yong immediately realized that law enforcement officers knew how to do their job, but what if the villain simply did not come? After some time, the main sponsor of this evening came on stage and thanked all the guests who came to support him. It was at this moment that the hero desperately wanted to go to the toilet. He drank too many drinks and held on with all his strength. In an attempt to find the guy, Sising looked around. Unfortunately, she was unable to find him in the main hall, because he had moved away. Soon the man finished his speech. Finally he said the last words of his speech and announced his intentions to become the mayor of the city. It turned out that the police theory was correct. The criminal with the scar was already sitting on the roof and waiting for the right moment to attack. This man was a true professional, so the first thing he decided to do was turn off the lights in the room so that he could not be detected. Suddenly there was an explosion, after which absolutely every light source in the main hall went out, and the restaurant was pitch black. A large number of guests immediately began to panic, some asking to go and turn on the backup power as soon as possible. The policewoman, in turn, understood who exactly was behind all this. She was also worried, because she had failed to properly protect the president. One of the guests took out a flashlight. A small light source made it possible to see a terrible picture in the darkness. The criminal had already grabbed his target. If he is not stopped immediately, then an important person is guaranteed to die. Sissing ordered the scarred scoundrel to stop the beating. As soon as the scoundrel was discovered, he rushed to run away. He managed to easily break the window and jump out onto a large open balcony. First of all, the police officer ordered her assistants to call an ambulance, while she herself went in pursuit of the dangerous villain. Jin Yun just left the bathroom. Stepping out into the corridor, he instantly noticed the senior officer running very quickly in the other direction. This martial artist must be caught at the first opportunity, otherwise there will be no second chance. The girl understood this perfectly and tried her best. A few minutes later, the villain ran into a dead end. There was a huge abyss in front of him, and Sissing took out a weapon and pointed it straight at him. Despite this, the scoundrel behaved absolutely calmly. It seemed that he was only happy with this situation. His mission was completed. An experienced killer like this one knows the best way to get rid of the weaklings is to gather them all in one place. It was hard to believe, but most likely the villain acted according to the plan. He was going to attack the police officers right now. When the ancient martial artist jumped high into the air, his eyes seemed to be burning with a purple light. He was truly mad. Thanks to his incredible skills, the criminal was able to deal with most of the employees with just a few blows. Within a few minutes, only the senior officer remained conscious. At that moment she had the long-awaited chance to fire the pistol. Unfortunately, the girl was never able to pull the trigger, because the criminal instantly threw a throwing knife in her direction. A small dart hit the gun directly. Because of this the policewoman was left unarmed. Everything happened in just a few moments. Among other things, the villain with the scar was not tired at all. His speed seemed to grow with every second of the battle. He looked like a real monster. Having dodged a powerful blow from above, Sissing tried to carry out a counterattack. She used her signature lunge. At the same time, the scoundrel did not even think about moving aside. He smiled evilly in his usual manner and confidently waited for the right moment. As soon as the policewoman's foot approached his face, the scoundrel suddenly grabbed her with his hand. The girl found herself in a difficult position. After all, the scoundrel had the strength to hold Sissing with one hand. He called all his enemies pathetic parasites who are not worthy of walking on the same earth with him. The girl tried her best to free herself from the hands of the villain, but he was too strong. The senior officer needed help right now. After that, the criminal with a scar on his face suddenly appreciated the beautiful figure of the policewoman. It seems that, among other things, he is also a pervert. Suddenly the vile scoundrel tore Sis Ying's evening dress, during which he laughed loudly. The scoundrel felt complete impunity. Fortunately, Jin Yun arrived at that very moment. He instantly got close to the bandit and grabbed his hand. Out of surprise, the fighter with the scar jumped several meters to the side. Not a single person had ever been able to stop him. Somehow, the hero managed to get close to the incredibly strong enemy without making a single sound. His steps seemed not to exist. In the end, the scoundrel concluded that the young man was also a master of ancient martial arts, and the guy, in turn, asked him not to flatter him. The first thing Jin Yong did was take off his jacket and lend it to the policewoman. He asked the girl to quickly cover herself, because riots could start because of her figure. Although the senior officer did not want to accept help from the hands of the young man, she still had to step over her principles. Now both fighters were completely ready for a fight. The villain still really wanted to know where the unfamiliar guy got such incredible abilities. One of the scoundrel's guesses was that Jin Yong came from a certain place called Juihum. He asked about this directly. Hearing the scoundrel's question, the hero, for some reason, sharply turned in the other direction and said that he seemed to have made a mistake and was no longer going to fight. For a criminal with a scar, such behavior was unacceptable. No master in the world should turn his back on him. For a scoundrel, it doesn't matter how talented this young man is, he can only act like this after winning a fight. Within a few seconds, the bandit jumped several meters up for the second time. He was confident of his advantage, because the hero still had his back to him. But even despite this, Jin Yun managed to react in time and carry out a successful counterattack. He turned sharply and hit the enemy with all his might. His attack was so strong that the scarred criminal instantly fell to the concrete floor, and a huge crater formed under him. A shock wave of incredible power spread over several tens of meters in all directions. You could also hear the crunching of the bones of the vile villain. After such a crushing blow, the bastard would clearly no longer be able to continue the fight. He lay helplessly unconscious among the chest of stones. Frankly speaking, a fighter who uses only ancient martial arts in a fight will not be able to defeat a real professional. The guy's talent was truly incredible. Sising was nearby all this time and watched the fight, which ended after the first attack. Soon, reinforcements arrived for the senior officer. They successfully called an ambulance and helped the director come to his senses. Law enforcement officials did not even hope to see the dangerous offender unconscious. The policewoman told her colleagues what happened here. Now, more than anything else, she wanted to thank Jin Yun for her help. However, looking around, she realized that the guy had already left. As a result, the girl had no choice but to inform the boss about her friend, without whose help they would never have been able to catch Scarface. Meanwhile, the hero was already walking around the city at night. He decided that since the misunderstanding had been eliminated, he could go home on his own. The operation to eliminate a very dangerous criminal ended late at night. Sising ordered her people to bring the scoundrel to consciousness and take him to the police station. Fortunately, their director was not injured as badly as it might seem at first glance. The ambulance arrived quite quickly and treated his injuries. Suddenly, this man had some kind of unusual glow around his right eye. He looked at the police with a very angry look. After this, the events are transferred to the same small island from which the hero escaped about a month ago. The bad memories that the guy had from time to time were connected precisely with this place. In order to survive here you need to try hard. On the first day of his imprisonment, Jin Yong faced great difficulties in the form of threats from other criminals. Each of these people ended up behind bars because of their crimes, with the exception of only the young man. He needs to escape from here as quickly as possible. After some time, a big man approached him and ordered him to kneel down. The man decided that the new guy would become his servant from that day on. In fact, the criminal was simply huge, a real mountain of muscles. In prison there is one simple rule: juniors must follow the orders of seniors. Noticing the hero's indifferent reaction, the prisoner became very angry and immediately tried to hit him. Despite his enormous size, this big man's speed was also at a Moreover, that was not all. The criminal's arm was broken in several places. Now it looked more like a writhing snake. It looks like the stupid prisoner just has a lot in his head. He should think more with his head and throw around words less. At that moment, everyone around them finally realized that this was an unusual boy in front of them. His skills spoke for themselves. It turned out that Jin Yong was known for his bad deed. Everyone knew him as the person who desecrated a certain bride. Of course, the scoundrels could not miss such a chance and began to persecute the guy en masse. They claimed that the young man was an ordinary loser who had lost his freedom and love. Most likely, the hero has only one chance to get out of this place. He decided to get rid of all the offenders at once and destroy the prison to the ground. Although these events happened in the real world, now it was just Jin Yun's dream. He fell asleep at the end of a hard day at work. Li Shu noticed her friend's worried face and immediately woke him up, and the hero, in turn, asked not to worry. He was fine. After this event, it is transferred to the street where the guy was walking after successfully completing the mission to save the director. He was returning home. While walking, he noticed a very attractive girl with long pink hair. The young man immediately noticed her among those around him. The beauty went to a local nightclub, and the hero was very interested in her, so he followed her. After a while, the girl with pink hair bowed her head over the table. She seemed to have drunk too much wine and was slightly drunk. Soon several unfamiliar guys approached her. For some reason they decided that the beauty needed help and offered her another drink. From the look of the stranger, it immediately became clear that she definitely did not want to talk to some fools. She ordered them to get out. However, the bully did not listen to her. Instead, he confidently sat next to her on the sofa. He even likes it when a woman is angry. Since the stupid scoundrel does not understand the first time, the beauty decided to explain everything to him more clearly. She poured a glass of whiskey on him. In the look of this girl, one could see complete confidence in her actions. From her appearance, you couldn't say that she had such a daring character. Even after this, the bully did not want to give up his intentions. He abruptly grabbed the stranger's hand and advised her to apologize right now. After this, something happened that the villain definitely did not expect. The hero suddenly hit him in the face with his fist, and the attack was incredibly strong. Because of this, the three hooligans immediately flew several meters back. They should have thought carefully before pestering others. The beauty was also surprised by this act. From her reaction, one could conclude that she had already met Jin Yun before. At the same time, the guy didn't even start a conversation with his old friend. He simply turned around and headed towards the exit. The beauty tried to catch up with him. At some point, she got angry and asked the young man why he was behaving this way and why he hadn't tried to find her all this time. It turned out that the old friend spent an incredible amount of time and effort to find at least some information about the hero. In fact, the task was literally impossible, because Jin Yong simply disappeared without a trace, without saying anything. In the end, no one knew what happened. The girl's relatives simply gave her a new partner the very next day, and a few months later the family forced her to marry someone else. It became clear that this beauty was the same bride because of whom the young man went to prison. It seems her relatives are behind this. And despite this, the old friend still has warm feelings towards the guy. She tried to hear at least a word from him. At this moment, she was incredibly hurt, because the girl still sincerely loved Jin Yun, and he just stood there and watched her being bullied. From these words, memories began to emerge in the hero's mind. Some of them were very pleasant, for example, a weekend spent with his beloved. But there were also those that the young man would like to forget once and for all. That incident in prison is a demonstration of his uncontrollable anger. Unfortunately, he will never be able to turn back time. No matter how much Jin Yun wants to reunite with his bride, this is already in the past. The old friend refused to believe the words of her Jin Yong. Why did he then protect her from a group of hooligans? Why lie about such a thing? The conversation between the two former lovers was interrupted by the beauty's guards. They asked the lady to come closer to them, because she had received a call on her phone. These were the girl's parents. They were the ones who assigned a whole crowd of assistants to her, who were supposed to guard the young mistress around the clock. The chief bodyguard urgently asked not to talk to any strangers on the street. You need to return home. In response to this, the beauty in a rude tone ordered the guards to get lost, and they could also tell her parents that she would not marry by agreement. Unfortunately, she didn't really have any influence over these people. The assistant simply grabbed the girl by the hand and dragged her into the car. Most likely, the hero really was lying when he spoke about indifference to his ex-fiancée. He sharply ordered the bodyguards to let her go. At this moment, some inexplicable aura began to emanate from Jin Yun. Even a person who does not have special abilities could feel it. Most of the guards instinctively sensed the danger and did not resist, so the guy was able to free the beauty. For the assistants, the situation turned out to be the worst, because they could not follow the instructions of the head of the family. Now they need to immediately report this. Meanwhile, the restaurant was very calm. Li Shu was saying goodbye to the last customers for the day. They had done a good job. When the girl was already closing the front door, she suddenly heard a rather expensive car stop in the parking lot nearby. It was the hero along with his ex-fiancée. He asked if the girl was afraid of her parents, who might worry about her. In response to this, the beauty said that there was no need to worry about this. Although the relatives liked to control their daughter, they would never harm her. After how many minutes, the owner of the restaurant came out to them on the street. She greeted her friend and wanted to meet the stranger. The situation turned out to be slightly awkward. Two beautiful ladies stood opposite each other. It is still difficult to say what kind of relationship will be between them. Suddenly, events are transferred to the forest, which was located on the outskirts of the city, where a chase took place between several shinobi and their target. The pursuers jumped from one huge branch to another in an attempt to grab a certain man with long white hair who was running away from them. After some time, one of the ninjas managed to get close to the target. the fighter took out a long dagger and tried to strike. It was at this moment that the mysterious man used an unusual technique with which he was able to transform his body. Most likely, victory would be his. Meanwhile, the two girls and the hero returned to Li Shu's house. Her younger sister politely greeted the beautiful stranger. The girl, in her usual manner, called Jin Yong her future brother-in-law. Because of this, the eldest had to make excuses. Stupid just likes to fantasize. In fact, everything was fine. The beauty with pink hair was not upset at all, because now she and the guy are ordinary friends. After this, the owner of the restaurant went to the kitchen to prepare some food. The friends probably hadn't eaten for almost a day. Over the past hour, the young man's old friend's parents had already called several times, so she still decided to take pity on them and return home. It turned out that the beauty with pink hair is quite popular throughout the city, because she is the chairman of the Lin Company. Young the lady looked even more beautiful in life than on TV screens. Li Shu could not even imagine that her friend knew such a person. In response to this, the hero said with a sad look that he and his ex-girlfriend were no longer close people, their relationship was in the distant past. The next day came very quickly. The guy was already standing in the restaurant kitchen and preparing a dish with a happy expression on his face. Jiang Ning was also at his workplace. He was arranging the dishes and rejoicing at the pleasant smell. His favorite dish, seitan, was being prepared on the stove. Unfortunately, his peaceful mood was quickly interrupted, because the fair-haired guy realized that all this time it was not only Li Shu who had been cooking for him. For some reason, this fact upset the young man very much. With a sad look, he took the bags of garbage and went outside to get some fresh air. After a few minutes, Jiang Ning finally calmed down and realized that he shouldn't ruin a good day with such little things. Suddenly he noticed something strange. A stranger was lying right next to the trash cans. He was unconscious and clearly required urgent help. The situation needed to be taken under control as soon as possible. The blonde guy picked up the patient and dragged him inside the establishment. While the ambulance was driving, the heroes decided to find some medicine in the first aid kit. They put the stranger on the table and tried to bring him to his senses. Suspecting nothing, Jin Yong went out into the hall to his friends to understand what was causing the loud noise. Seeing an unconscious man on the table, the guy felt a strong feeling of shock. He clearly did not expect to meet him in such a place. After a few minutes, the victim finally opened his eyes. The efforts of the heroes were not in vain. They will finally find out what happened. The stranger rose sharply from the table and began to breathe heavily. He was a little frightened by the sight of people whom he had never met before in his life. Having finally come to his senses, the man began to wipe the table and apologized for the fact that it was his fault that the beautiful furniture was dirty. For some reason, this man looked incredibly nervous. Drops of sweat appeared on his face and he asked not to scold him for his misdeed. It turned out that Jin Yun had actually met this man before. The stranger is the sixth son of the very influential Shi Xiong family. At some point, the man turned towards the guy and froze in surprise in the same way as the young man a few seconds ago. Because of the sudden meeting, memories began to emerge in the victim's head. He clearly remembered all the details of the hero's appearance. Fortunately, these two were not enemies in the past, but quite the opposite. The man exclaimed joyfully and greeted his old friend. The inspired man rushed towards Jin Yong. For several years in a row he had been trying to find out if the guy was okay and if he was in trouble. When the young man was only a few meters away, his old friend suddenly fell to the floor, most likely due to severe exhaustion. First of all, the guy took a good friend in his arms and tried to find out if he was feeling normal and how exactly they could help him. The man told the whole truth. When the hero killed a man from the Zhu clan 3 years ago, his representatives decided to act absolutely unprincipled. The main goal of these people was to capture Jin Yun. One of the greatest masters attracted his entire sect to protect the guy as soon as possible. After this, a special group appeared within the hostile clan, which included mysterious people. These warriors had simply incredible strength. No one from the allied sect was able to fight on par with these monsters. Even an experienced master did not survive. Almost all the participants died at the hands of a special group. Hearing this information, Jin Yong experienced a strong feeling of shock. All this time he lived calmly and did not even know what his actions led to. The few lucky ones who were able to escape from the killers fled all over the world. The guy's old friend was hiding like a coward in this city. He constantly blamed himself for weakness and indecisiveness, but despite this, life is still more important, and his pursuers were watching him even here. The members of the special group were a real mystery. During all this time the man was unable to find at least some information about these people. Having put his life on the line, their great master did everything possible for the sake of his people. His actions were not in vain. Someone was still able to escape. From now on, Jin Yong's old friend, whose name was Shi Xiong, wants only one thing. He is ready to devote the rest of his life to take revenge on these scoundrels. After listening to the man's story to the end, the hero slowly rose to his feet and asked not to worry about it. Now these villains will not survive. Soon the next day came. Rumors spread throughout the city about some serious event. Every resident spoke on this topic. Almost none of the people could fully believe that this really happened. There was no product left in the newsstands. One of the mayor's assistants ran into the chief's office, and in an excited voice he said that the worst had happened. In addition, the local authorities failed to take control of the situation. The townspeople already know about everything that happened last night. In fact, the main man of the city had already guessed about this himself. In the depths of his soul he knew that such an outcome of events was possible. After all, elections should happen very soon. Political competitors will do everything possible to achieve their goal. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, there was a director who was being protected during the very incident that all the reporters are now writing about. This was precisely his plan. He specifically hired a criminal with a scar to create panic among the population and discredit the current mayor of the city. This was another confident step on his path to victory. The man with purple hair gave the impression of a very cunning person. When evening came, Shi Xiong decided to move on. The hero did not want to let him go, because he and his old friend had not seen each other for a very long time. In fact, the man also didn't want to leave so quickly, but unfortunately he has important business elsewhere. His comrades will definitely meet again in the future. Over the past few years, Jin Yun has grown from a daring boy into a real warrior. A good friend thanked him for such progress. If we remember past times, the only moments that come to mind are the moments when the hero caused Shi Xiong nothing but trouble, like the time he stole her underwear. Now the young man is a completely different person. He can already be called a reliable ally who will certainly come to the rescue. No matter how much the man wanted to stay, in the end he had to go about his business, and finally he asked the young man to always follow his dream. Even after a few hours, Jin Yong could not think about anything else. Thoughts that his loved ones were no longer constantly swirling in his head. The guy also replayed pleasant memories when he was surrounded by family and his life was happy and serene. Unfortunately, it is impossible to return the old days. Now the hero was sitting alone on a bench late in the evening. He was incredibly sad. Despite this, the young man definitely did not intend to be created. More than anything else, he wanted to find that same group of ancient masters. To avenge his clan, he will definitely achieve his goal, even if for this he needs to give up most of his life. Soon, Jin Yong calmed down a little and began to think more rationally. If even his great teacher could not resist these criminals, the hero's strength will clearly be enough. He is only at the 4th level of sense of energy. Compared to great fighters this is a trifle. Suddenly, some people began to appear from the forest. Most likely these were the same shinobi and an unusual man with white hair. Due to the change in situation, the pursuers were able to surround their target. The mysterious master with the ability to transform was called the Thousand-Faced Huzun. The pursuers were also clearly unusual fighters, and the main one among them had an unusual, very pale skin color. He recommended that the enemy surrender. But it seems the man with white hair was not going to do this. He was confident of his victory, even despite the numerical superiority of his enemies. Unfortunately, the Thousand-Faced Master had too little chance, because his body was affected by the special poison of the 9 roses. Because of this, Huzun cannot use even a tenth of his true strength. The decision to fight to the end was truly desperate. Even in such a situation, the man with white hair could withstand several opponents at once. He knocked out one pursuer after another. However, they were the weakest of the group. One of the shinobi spent some time preparing his special long-range technique. Soon, a very powerful stream of golden energy burst out of his hands, which hit Huzun directly. As a result, the Thousand-Faced Man lost his balance. His beautiful white mask shattered into small pieces, and unexpectedly for everyone it turned out that a girl had been hiding under it all this time. In addition, she was very beautiful. She looked to be about 20 years old. She had a bewitching hair color that resembled silver. In fact, the identity of this master could not be revealed for many years, so the group of pursuers received a unique chance. Unfortunately, today Huzun's life will end, because the organization that hired the pursuers ordered to kill the thousand-faced man at the first opportunity. Now it became obvious that these scoundrels were the very group of special fighters who completely destroyed the hero's clan. Even in this state, the beauty with white hair posed a great danger. The commander of the pursuers asked everyone to be careful. Suddenly, Jin Yun approached them from behind. From the outside it might seem like real madness, but the guy couldn't control himself. When he heard that we were talking about a hostile clan, his inner voice literally ordered him to go to the group of pursuers and find out everything. Since the young man was able to get close to fighters of a special rank without making a single sound, the villains immediately became interested in him. He is clearly a skilled master. A few seconds later, the hero repeated his question. He clearly does not intend to leave here without answers, so the villains better hurry up. At that moment, one of the opponents was already behind him. He very deftly made his way to a position from where he could attack unexpectedly. Mentally, this scoundrel was already confident in the effectiveness of his attack, but Jin Yun was able to detect him in time and grab him by the head, and then hit him against a hard stone. The rest of the members of the special group could not believe their eyes. There were no bad masters among them. How could this stranger pull off something like that? The hero still has not heard the answer to his only question. The scoundrels must now tell where the head of the Jew clan is. Of course, none of the enemies were going to talk to the guy. Instead, they attacked in a group to be sure to kill a dangerous target. One of the villains had special smoke grenades in their arsenal, with which they tried to blind the guy. The battle area was filled with thick fog. The group commander tried to hit the place where he last saw the hero. Before that, no one had managed to evade such a trick. Unfortunately for the scoundrel, Jin Yong turned out to be the strongest person he had ever fought against. The youth dodged and launched his own counterattack. That attack hit the target. As a result, the leader flew several meters back, and also hit a couple of his accomplices. If the scoundrels do not want to speak kindly, then the hero is ready to beat them thoroughly and then interrogate them using cruel methods. After this, the fight continued for some time. The guy skillfully dodged enemy attacks and crushed one opponent after another. In the end, the group commander realized that in this confrontation they could not win. They needed to start a backup plan. To pull this off, you need to use more powerful bombs, which, in addition to thick smoke, also create a small explosion. The outfits flew towards the hero at high speed. He, in turn, was too busy fighting with several opponents and did not have time to dodge. The next moment, several explosions rang out. They were more intended to distract attention than to cause damage. Such pathetic tricks would never break a guy. He quickly dispelled the thick fog and was going to finish the job. Unfortunately, he is unlikely to be able to do this, because it turned out that in this way a special group was simply going to escape. Soon the smoke completely cleared. There was no longer a single opponent around. The young man anxiously examined the area, but to no avail. After that, a girl with white hair approached him and thanked him for his help. She found herself in a very difficult situation. If not for the help of a stranger, the legendary thousand-faced master would probably have died. Can Huzun find out the name of his savior? Looking at the white-haired girl, the hero froze in surprise. Among other things, he knew her real name. Her relatives called the beauty Fundai. The reaction of the master of transformations was quite strange. She sharply jumped back several meters and ordered not to approach her. The girl saw Jin Yun for the first time in her life, so she decided, just in case, to be on the safe side, he should answer a few questions first. In fact, this is not the most important thing right now. First of all, we need to stop the bleeding, otherwise Fundai may simply die soon. It was really difficult to argue with this statement, but unfortunately the beauty still was not going to allow the young man to come to her. Literally a second later, the master of transformation suddenly felt pain throughout her body, and her consciousness began to cloud. After another moment, the girl lost consciousness. If it weren't for Jin Yun, she would have been guaranteed to fall to the ground. She doesn't need to act so stupid. The journey home took some time. the hero brought the victim to a safe place and asked Li Shu to help him as soon as possible. As a result, the friends bandaged Fun Dai. A lot of blood flowed out of the wound on the body of the girl with white hair. Now she needs to rest. The young man carried the Master of Transformations to the second floor into his room. While he laid her on the bed, one detail caught his eye. On the girl's left leg there was an image of a red rose. It resembled a tattoo, but in fact it was a consequence of the action of a special poison. If someone suffers from such a poison, he will lose his abilities and die after a week. One can only be saved from this with the help of an antidote. The method itself is incredibly cruel. The scoundrels from the special group are real monsters. Judging by Fun Dai's condition, they poisoned her quite a long time ago. In the end, the hero simply had no choice and he took the only chance. It was at that moment that Li Shu came into their room. She had a large bowl of warm water in her hands, but it was of no use, because the mistress of the house was so shocked by what she saw that she immediately went out into the corridor. Quite quickly, the surprise on her face gave way to sadness, and she once again had a feeling of jealousy towards Jin Yun. It turned out that the only method of combating the poison was to extract it, and this can only be done with the help of the lips. The picture really turned out to be slightly obscene. From the outside it might seem that the Master of Disguise and the guy were doing something obscene, because Fun Dai was in a lot of pain and was trembling. Apparently Li Shu misunderstood everything and thought exactly about this. She stood outside the door for a few more minutes and sadly listened to the quiet moans. The next day, the beauty with white hair woke up quite early. She tried to understand where she was and why her head hurt so much. At the same time, the young man explained to his girlfriend what actually happened last night. He did not do anything special with their guest. Fortunately, the mistress of the house turned out to be understanding. She completely trusted the guy and was not offended at all. After all, he did this to help another person. Hearing this, the guy was very happy. He didn't want to upset Li Shu. He thanked her and promised not to get into such ambiguous situations again. As soon as the friends finished their conversation, Fun Dai suddenly burst into their room. Jin Yong greeted her joyfully and asked how he was feeling. It seems that the condition of the Master of Transformations has improved greatly. She has almost recovered and can move independently. It seemed that the beauty with white hair was already capable of not only walking, but also fighting well. For some reason she attacked the guy. He managed to dodge only at the last moment. He suddenly jumped up from the sofa and jumped to the side, while asking the guest what she was doing. Despite the direct question, Fun Dai, instead of answering, looked at the hero with a very angry look, and then hit him a second time. The young man did not expect this attack at all, so he did not even try to dodge. As a result, the Master of Transformation hit him in the stomach with all her might. At the same time, she constantly called Jin Yun trash, who committed an unforgivable act. The beauty with white hair was incredibly angry. Something about this situation made her think that the guy had taken her honor while she was weak and unable to resist. From the nonsense he heard, the young man fell into a stupor and for several seconds simply stood in place. He tried to understand what they were talking about. And he couldn't remain motionless for a long time, because Fun Dai once again started a fight. She just wanted to kill Jin Yong. It became clear that the Master of Transformation was not herself. First of all, we needed to somehow stop her, and then try to bring her to her senses. After this, the events moved to the outskirts of the city. A chase took place here. A police detachment pursued the escaped criminal. This was the same dangerous martial artist with a scar on his face. He could not even imagine that he would fail the mission and end up in this situation. A few days ago, he was actually hired by a competitor of the current mayor, whose actual name is Yang Yunxing. The scoundrel was confident that he would succeed. Now the dangerous criminal has disgraced himself as much as possible, because he was interrupted by Jin Yong, who came out of nowhere. After some time, the villain still managed to break away from the law enforcement officers, but suddenly he had a new problem in the form of two strangers. They were mysterious people in unusual robes. They called the martial artist with a scar some special number and asked where he was going. These strangers had an incredibly sinister appearance. Because of their hoods it was impossible to see their faces, only their bright red eyes showed through in the darkness. Meanwhile, in Li Shu's house, apologies were heard. It seems that the Master of Transformation finally understood everything and sincerely asked for forgiveness. The fact is that she felt so bad yesterday that all the memories were mixed up in her head. Fundai did not understand the situation and brought unnecessary problems. It was very good, but unfortunately the beauty with white hair had already managed to beat the guy thoroughly. His whole face was covered in bruises. In addition, the living room was completely destroyed. All the sofas and other pieces of furniture were shattered into small pieces. The mistress of the house was not angry at all and told how everything really happened. The young man extracted the poison, and she, in turn, prepared clean clothes for the guest. Also, Jin Yong left the master of transformation in his room so that she could get a good night's sleep, and she hit him hard for this. Let's finally find out all the circumstances. Fundai was a little embarrassed, her cheeks turned red and she looked away. After which, in a rather quiet voice, she thanked the hero for his help. She was really very ashamed of her behavior and she wouldn't do it again. It was funny to see how the guy called the master of disguise strange. Immediately after her apology, it seemed like she had to swallow all her pride to say those words. During the conversation between the white-haired girl and the young man, Li Shu felt strange and was uncomfortable being here. But the worst thing was that this strange feeling did not go away even with time. Could the mistress of the house really be jealous of the hero? The events are again transferred to the scene of the chase. The police tried to rediscover the criminal with the scar, but he was nowhere to be found. Perhaps they were wasting their time. At some point, one of the law enforcement officers turned his head to the side. As soon as this happened, the man froze in place from shock. The same villain was right behind the police. He was slammed into a concrete wall and was unconscious. Most likely, it was those two mysterious strangers who did this. They clearly have strength that can rival even Jin Yun's abilities. Meanwhile, the mysterious people were already on the other side of the city. They were arguing among themselves whether it was worth getting rid of the criminal with the scar. One of them had dark hair. This man was sure that they did the right thing, because such scoundrels are not worthy to walk on earth. Better take care of it at the first opportunity. The criminal should at least rejoice that his death was quick. The dark-haired stranger considered this act to be a sign of true mercy. In any case, they did the right thing. Suddenly a man approached them from behind. He did not agree with his commander and believed that the man had again misunderstood the meaning of the word mercy. It was the same girl with white hair who helped the hero get out of prison. She was a little upset because the boss again didn't take her with him on the mission. Since the beauty is here, this can only mean one thing. A certain group of masters began to act. This was indeed true. But at the same time, the girl was not at all worried about this. She just wanted to find her commander, and then fight a little. The whole situation went exactly as the man with dark hair expected. They had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. Their plan was to take advantage of the opportune moment and finally get closer to a transformation that would increase their power. It turned out that the commander was not even going to stop dangerous enemies. He believed that this was not their problem and they should not waste force on it. Now they had no other choice. For some reason Jin Yun was the only aspect of their plan that could cause everything to go wrong. That is why now, first of all, they need to deal with the hero. Meanwhile, he was at home in the kitchen. Although the master of disguise had calmed down, she was still wondering how the young man managed to find out her real name. Of course, the beauty with white hair owes everything to the guy, but her name is very rare. This cannot be a mere coincidence. In fact, Jin Yong was indeed hiding something. He tried to come up with a plausible excuse, but nothing worked. The truth was that approximately 3 years ago, when he was still in his home clan, he had a unique opportunity. While walking, the guy noticed Fundai bathing in one of the springs. Of course, he started spying on her, and her name was written on the tattoo on the girl's back. If the hero admits this, then the master of transformation will probably beat her even harder. He definitely does not want such an outcome of events. In the end, the young man said that the beauty with white hair was simply very similar to his ex, whose name was exactly that. Fortunately for Jin Yun, Fundai believed this lie, and she once again apologized for the fact that the guy had to remember some bad moments in his life. In truth, the hero was incredibly happy. His new girlfriend is too trusting. She should gain life experience. Now the master of transformation wants to leave. She cannot stay in one place for a long time, because then innocent people could suffer. Well, if something bad happens to Jin Yun, he can always call the girl with white hair for help, because she owes her life to him. even if in order to help the hero she has to sacrifice the most valuable thing. But the guy asked her not to exaggerate so much, he is able to stand up for himself. Soon the master of transformations left, and the young man continued to cook and wondered why one of the 4 greatest masters appeared here. Does the thousand-faced fox really want to take on the bloody soul on her own? This is too rash an act. Meanwhile, Sising arrived at the place where the criminal with the scar was. The villain was being carried away by doctors. His condition was assessed as critical. The destruction was simply monstrous. The senior officer at first did not believe that a person could do this. Judging by the cracked foundation, it sounded more like a bomb explosion, but none of the witnesses heard any loud sounds. Suddenly one of the deputies came running towards the police. He looked very worried and was breathing heavily. Something terrible had happened. At the other end of the city, the hero and his friend were returning with shopping. Jin Yun asked his friend to move a little more actively. In fact, Jiang Ning himself understood perfectly well that he was walking too slowly. He was just feeling unwell this morning. Walking a little further down the street, the guys noticed a huge crowd of people. The townspeople looked scared and watched in horror what was happening. Drops of blood fell one by one onto the asphalt. The hero froze with a feeling of extreme horror when he realized what had caused such horror in the crowd. His dear friend Shi Xiong was hanging on one of the lamp posts. The man had very deep cuts. It was a real demonstrative execution. The next second, Jin Yong screamed very loudly. He simply could not control himself, because his mental pain was incredible. After that, the guy rushed to his old friend and took him off the noose, holding his dear man in his arms. The hero screamed in horror for a few more seconds. In a fit of anger, the young man repeated the same phrase several times in a row. He ordered the scoundrel who did this to immediately confess everything. Among the crowd, a woman with purple hair could be seen. She is the secretary of Director Yang Yunxing. He is clearly involved in this. Suddenly, Jin Yun noticed through his senses that there was an ancient martial artist nearby. He couldn't miss the opportunity for revenge. Having finally come to his senses, the hero went after the stranger. He ordered her to stop and asked why she did it. The girl with purple hair stopped and turned towards the guy. From her reaction it was clear that they had already met before. In fact, Jin Yong did not intend to talk about anything with the murderer of his good friend. He hit the criminal at the first opportunity. Unfortunately, his speed was not enough. The stranger easily jumped to the side and dodged. She also knows how to fight. But she shouldn't think that the hero would stop there. At that moment his rage was so strong that he was ready to tear the scoundrel into pieces. During the furious blows, the guy kept asking the girl with blue hair why she did this to a good man. After some time, Jin Yong froze again in surprise. When he looked at the stranger's face, he could not believe his eyes. And the criminal, in turn, behaved very calmly. She was only worried about her clothes, which she had inadvertently soiled. It turned out that this girl was Shi Xiong's wife. But why did she suddenly go over to the side of the enemy and kill her own beloved husband? Her real name was Shi Jia. She did not want to stop and was going to finish off the hero, with whom they had previously been practically related. Trying to understand the current situation, Jin Yong asked his old friend in an excited voice why she was here and why she was doing all this. The girl's reaction was still just as strange. She thought the guy was strange, because at first he was going to kill her, and now he was crying like a little girl. In her one could notice absolute indifference in her gaze. Shi Jia looked condescendingly at her former friend and called him a weakling. These words shook the hero's psyche even more. He could not form a complete picture in his head, as if he had fallen into a bad dream. There were too many questions. Why did a loving wife suddenly commit such a terrible act? Was she really involved in the destruction of the clan? The young man still couldn't come to his senses. Happy memories of the wedding between Shi Jia and Shi Xiong constantly popped up in his head. Unfortunately, it is impossible to argue with reality. Now this is in the past and the hero will have to fight against the person who was dear to him. Most of all, Jin Yong was worried about the question of whether the girl was involved in the destruction of their clan, whether she saw the crime with her own eyes. These terrible events took place on the main square. The ex-girlfriend still behaved indifferently and at first could not understand what was going on. Only a few minutes later she still gave an answer that shocked the hero no less than the previous events. Shi Jia still didn't care about his dead comrades. She even considered her ex-husband to be an absolute nonentity, because he did not even resist during the fight. but simply allowed himself to be killed. After hearing what he heard, the guy finally ran out of patience and he ordered his old friend to immediately explain everything that happened to her. Now standing in front of Jin Yun was a completely different person. This girl had nothing in common with the Shijie he knew a few years ago. Despite the direct question, the hero never received the desired answer. His old acquaintance once again began to fight with him. It seemed that her thoughts were controlled by director Yang Yunxing, because the girl kept remembering his orders: all enemies must be destroyed. Unfortunately, Jin Yun was too shocked by the latest events. He was unable to dodge and missed a lot of strong blows. In the end, the guy flew several meters away and stopped only after crashing into a concrete wall at high speed. Immediately after this, blood gushed from his mouth. He had never received such serious injuries in his life. The situation was critical. Even after the terrible injuries, the young man was more worried about the behavior of his old girlfriend, who did not try to help him, but simply left. For a few more minutes the hero tried to come to his senses, but unfortunately, severe injuries did not allow him to do this, and he soon lost consciousness. Jin Yong opened his eyes already in the hospital. He was lying in bed and looking at an unfamiliar ceiling. He could not understand what this place was. Sising was next to him all this time. The police explained that the guy was unconscious for quite a long time. Fortunately he was found in time. First of all, the senior officer wanted to know how such a capable fighter could be beaten right at the crime scene. This is too suspicious. Only after this question did the hero suddenly remember what happened to him. Shijie went crazy and brutally killed her loved one. Immediately after this, the young man tried to get out of bed, and the girl strongly recommended that he not do this. Sis Ying's words really should have been heeded. As soon as Jin Yun got up from the bed, he felt a strong cracking sound in his chest. It was accompanied by unbearable pain. The police once again asked the hero to move as little as possible. His condition is still serious. At the moment, the guy has 5 broken ribs. Doctors say that it will take about 6 months for a full recovery. With a feeling of shock, the young man tried to comprehend all the events that happened to him, why his ex-girlfriend tried to finish him off. Suddenly, several law enforcement officers ran into their room. They asked the senior officer to immediately go with them. According to the police, real horror is happening in the city center. This is several times worse than the demonstrative execution of Shi Xiong. In fact, Sis Ying's assistant simply could not describe the whole situation, because several dozen hanged people were hanging on the main square. The picture resembled a scary scene from a horror movie. Some townspeople were taking photos, and some were trying to cover the eyes of small children. People were very scared and began to blame the police for everything, because law enforcement officers are obliged to protect everyone. How could this happen? Jin Yun together with the others, they arrived as quickly as they could. The men helped the guy escape, because he himself had difficulty moving. From the terrible picture, Sising fell into a stupor. In several years of service she had never seen anything like this. It was done by a real madman. All the unfortunate people were on an architectural monument. It was a huge spiral that rose tens of meters up. Thus, during the Middle Ages, murderers demonstrated strength by hanging their victims at the highest point and forming a circle. Such methods were considered terrible even hundreds of years ago. In the modern world it is simply unacceptable. Who is even capable of such a thing? The inhumane attitude towards ordinary people confused the senior officer. The girl bowed her head down and promised to punish these monsters. At some point, the townspeople noticed law enforcement officers. Now those around them were very scared and shocked by the terrible events. Therefore, they wanted to find the culprits. The police were perfect for this role, and in the end the crowd began to scold Sising and the others. At first, the senior officer tried to calm the angry people, but this did not produce any results. Various objects began to fly in her direction. The main complaint of citizens was that the police usually behave very impudently, but now their confidence has disappeared somewhere. Why don't they demonstrate their determination when it is really necessary? Law enforcement officers turned out to be useless. One woman stood out among the crowd. Her husband was one of the dead. He always kept his word. Today they were supposed to celebrate their wedding anniversary. The man even bought his beloved wife a gift, but now it doesn't matter, because he will never return to life. At this moment, Sising behaved completely differently than usual. She understood that she would hardly have been able to stop the terrible criminals, but the girl still felt guilty. The hero also felt incredible sadness in his soul. If he had not been unconscious in the hospital, he might have been able to save at least a few people. After this event, the scene is transported to a restaurant where there was a man with long white hair and painted lips. It was he who carried out the massacres. Among the invited guests was also President Yang Yunxing. Now he sat very quietly and inconspicuously, unlike the main villain, who looked incredibly happy. He was only upset by the fact that he failed to return Shi Xiong alive. The scoundrel with white hair wanted to finally torture the man. After some time, Yang Yunxing turned to the main villain. He called him Young Master, and in response he heard the nickname Doggy. The candidate for the post of mayor clearly did not like this attitude, but the situation forced him to obey. He stood up from his chair and thanked the scoundrel. Thanks to the help of a criminal with lipstick, this mission was completed very quickly, his glorious achievements instilling a sense of fear. And despite the dangerous situation, the man asked not to call him by this humiliating nickname anymore. Everyone usually calls him Mad Dog. After hearing this, the scoundrel immediately moved to Yang Yunxing and advised him to open his mouth less, otherwise he could lose his life. At that moment, the sound of clapping palms was heard. A certain person asked not to start a fight, because everyone did a good job in this operation. As soon as this stranger appeared in the hall, absolutely all the visitors fell to their knees in front of him, thus expressing deep respect. For a long time, this underground organization has been operating secretly. Throughout the history of their existence they have had to obey stupid laws. But now they have a real chance that cannot be missed. The sect members will seize the situation and take control of the city. Only then will the time of the criminals come. Their leader confidently made this speech. His words were accompanied by a divine glow. Soon, the sect leader turned to the director and asked how his investigation was going. Yang Yunxing had already finished and did everything as ordered. The purpose of this operation was to detect a special fallen energy. Now it is under the control of the city mayor. This man with red hair was called Xiu Chu Yun. He was at his workplace and already realized that a serious battle would soon begin. After this, the events are transferred to the hotel room where Shi Jia was resting. It became clear that she was under someone's influence. The girl could not understand why it was unpleasant for her to kill Shi Xiong, because in her opinion, she saw this man for the first time in her life. Soon an assistant came to her. She brought pills. Shi Jia did not want to take them, because they were very bitter, but she was assured that it was necessary. As a result, the girl agreed. At some point the maid noticed that her young mistress was crying. She tried to find out what happened to her. However, the woman did not wait for an answer, because Shi Jia herself could not understand what was happening to her, as if there were two personalities inside her at once. The next day, Jin Yong came to the cemetery to see Shi Xiong. Thoughts of his ex-wife did not leave him for a second. If you ignore all the inexplicable facts, then Shi Jia behaved as usual. If you missed even a few blows from her, you could suffer greatly. Unfortunately, the guy was never able to find at least one reason why the girl could change her views so dramatically. In the end, the hero could not fully believe it. He promised himself to sort out this situation and return Shi Jia. If in the end it turns out that the old friend caused harm to innocence, then the young man will not let her go just like that. He will definitely punish her. Now Jin Yong is no longer the same boy he was a few years ago. He is able to go against the person who was once his family. All this time, the police were near the guy. They were ordered to accompany the hero until he finished all his business. From the outside it might seem strange, but so far the young man is the only clue in a complex matter. He will definitely come in handy. Their boss wasted no time. Sissing spent several days in a row in the archive. She reviewed several hundred reports. Soon, an assistant came to her and brought recordings from surveillance cameras, which were carefully collected from all over the city. The girl placed the disc into the player and began to carefully examine several screens with video material at once. At this rate, the investigation could take several weeks. A senior officer asked the employee to speed up the playback. A few minutes later, the police asked to stop the video at a certain point and enlarge the image. It looks like they have at least some kind of clue, because the same villain with painted lips was caught on camera. Sissing asked to find as much information as possible about him. As soon as the senior officer found the first evidence, the boss approached her and asked her to cool down a bit. It would be difficult to find someone only from the camera footage. This is only possible if law enforcement officers personally meet this person, and the man already knew his name. Having learned about this, the senior officer was very happy and asked the head of the department to tell everything he knew as soon as possible. First of all, the boss asked Sissing not to rush. Even if they find the villain, they won't be able to punish him without evidence. Despite the requests of the head of the department, the girl was not going to wait for the right moment. The best way to find evidence would be to catch the villain. Until the police find the most senior head of the organization, the police will work on this case around the clock. In the end, the man realized that he had no choice. Sissing wanted to find the villain and punish her so much that it was useless for her to prove anything. In fact, the rogue with lipstick is called Yang Chen. He is one of the richest people in the country, yet there is very little information about him. All the data are rather unconfirmed rumors. They say that the criminal has strange hobbies related to girls. Therefore, the senior officer must act as carefully as possible, and the mayor of the city has already deployed a special group called Lian. The members of this special unit are the most elite soldiers from different parts of the country. With their help things will go much faster. The mission began several hours ago. The fighters went to the place where the dangerous organization's hideout is supposedly located. This was even talked about in the news. The presenter spoke about mass protests that are associated with recent events and about methods of solving the problem. Li Shu, meanwhile, was getting ready to go to the restaurant. She listened carefully to the morning news broadcast and headed out. The girl was constantly worried about her friend, who was somehow involved in terrible incidents. The guy had not returned home for several days in a row. When the restaurant owner was already putting on her shoes, a courier suddenly knocked on her door. The man said hello and asked her to sign for the parcel. This was very strange, because Li Shu had not ordered anything, but the postal worker checked the address and it turned out to be absolutely correct. The inscription on the large cardboard box indicated that it was intended for Jin Yun. The girl became curious about what was inside. After this, the events are transferred to the place where the elite squad went. Unfortunately, none of the experienced fighters could resist the villains. After just a few minutes of battle, only one soldier remained alive, who fell to his knees and begged the criminal for mercy. He was even ready to become a spy. Despite such an offer, the scoundrel was not going to leave the man alive. He swung his axe and was going to bring the dialogue to the end. As a result, the last surviving fighter died. This was done by a single scoundrel. His accomplice at that time was calmly sitting on the side and smoking a cigarette. The fight ended too quickly. The second villain with a cigarette could not understand how he could betray his comrades and offer himself as a spy. Now the criminals had only one problem. They needed somewhere to put a huge pile of cases. The easiest way was to set them on fire. In this case, they may attract unnecessary attention. The scoundrel with the axe wanted to do otherwise, but his smoking accomplice did not see this as a problem. After all, they are ancient martial arts masters. Such unique people can do anything. Moreover, no normal person would want to get involved with the rest of the villains who are in their secret hideout. Meanwhile, mass protests began throughout the city. The townspeople were extremely unhappy that criminals were constantly killing innocent people. They could really be understood, because the villains turned out to be real monsters, and the police still didn't know how to stop them. The current mayor got the worst of it. The cruel villains still walked freely, and Su Chu-yun still did nothing. Because of this, the main demand of the protesters was the resignation of the current manager. A huge crowd of people chanted accusations against him. Of course, Yang Yunxing could not miss such a great opportunity. The man traveled all over the city to admire the results of his efforts. The current mayor was still sitting in his office and thinking about further actions. His assistant could not believe that the residents had forgotten all the good deeds of Tsu Chu-yun. However, the city manager himself did not agree with this. People's feelings can be easily understood. Everyone is afraid of losing their family and friends. Unfortunately, human feelings are almost the most difficult concept in the world. In order to win over the townspeople, you need to treat them with respect. At the moment they have a lot to do. First of all, they need to hold an urgent conference and draw up a plan for further action. The false situation in the city became a reason for joy for the people who mastered the ancient martial arts. They believed that their era had finally arrived. At the same time, one should not assume that all masters are villains, but unfortunately, most of them belong to the sect led by Yang Chen. Then the events moved to Li Shu's apartment. She clearly understood that this was a pretty bad idea, but still she really wanted to know what was in the box. Opening the mysterious package, the girl asked her friend out loud not to be angry with her. The owner of the restaurant was simply too nosy. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, his assistant asked the man to think again about his decision. Such actions put them in danger. Frankly speaking, the city manager made his final decision a long time ago. He perfectly understands all the risks and is ready to take them. All these events link together the mysterious leader of a dangerous organization and the contents of the package that was intended for Jin Yong. Opening the cardboard box, Li Shu was very surprised. Inside there was a small envelope that was heavily stained with blood. This thing looked quite creepy, so the girl did not dare for some time to see if there was any letter inside. If the restaurant owner goes further, the hero will probably be offended by her. She has already acted very rudely. In the end, Li Shu decided to wait for the guy to return and give the envelope to him, but on the other hand, she really wanted to read it herself. Meanwhile, the police came to the senior officer and reported that the youth they were supposed to be keeping an eye on had somehow escaped. The law enforcement officers were distracted for just 1 minute, and Jin Yong seemed to disappear into thin air. Sissing began to get angry in her usual manner. Was it really so difficult to complete one single assignment? The girl explained that the guy was the most important element of their business. Today, 2 policemen were very unlucky, because their boss was already in no mood. Now she was going to teach them a lesson. Fortunately, the senior officer cooled down a little and ordered a couple of fools to go in search of the young man as soon as possible. They have exactly 1 day. The girl could be understood, because the hero is still in serious condition. If he loses consciousness, he can leave this world forever. It turned out that Jin Yong was counting on using a special strengthening technique that was supposed to heal his bones. But for some reason, nothing worked and now the guy could hardly walk. The regeneration technique seemed to damage his body even more. Each step was given to the young man with great effort. He even felt his ribs cracking one after another. Something urgently needed to be done. The hero still couldn't fully believe that Shijia was beating him with all her might. She definitely wanted to finish him off at that moment. Therefore, Jin Yun made a decision. He will try his best to get to the bottom of the truth and return the old girlfriend to normal. First of all, he needs to concentrate on restoring his injuries. In this state, fighting with someone is tantamount to suicide. After some time, the hero finally came to the place where fate itself had led him. He returned without even realizing it. This was the same restaurant where Li Shu works. The guy really wanted to eat the dish that the girl usually prepared for him. When the young man was almost standing on the threshold, he suddenly stopped and thought about whether he should appear in front of his girlfriend. If this happens, then the owner of the cafe will certainly be drawn into a very dangerous matter. Jin Yong did not want such an outcome at all. In fact, he is simply going to risk Li Shu's life for his own satisfaction. The guy will never forgive himself if something happens to her. Having thought everything over well, the hero turned around and went back to the hospital. He would be able to meet with his girlfriend only after eliminating the dangerous enemy. At the same time, Li Shu was in the establishment and was diligently preparing the guy's favorite dish. She had not prepared such a quantity of food for a long time. The girl would really like Jin Yong to return as soon as possible and hug her tightly around the waist, while quietly uttering words of love. It seems that the owner of the restaurant fell very much in love with the hero. She herself understood this very well, although she tried to lie to herself. That same mysterious package was still with her. Fortunately, the girl knows how to pack things, so the guy won't notice her prank. The events are transferred to the police station. Law enforcement officers could not understand how Sissing was going to find the villain from one frame from the video. This method was very dangerous, because the scoundrel has a lot of money. He can simply eliminate the police with the help of hired killers. Suddenly, the senior officer ordered her colleagues to remain silent. First of all, she was going to interrogate Yang Chen. After all, this bastard with lipstick was at every crime scene. And the main suspect constantly returns to one old dilapidated church, which is located on the outskirts of the city. All these facts are of course very important, but at the moment the police could not arrest a person without solid evidence, and only more problems could arise. To finally resolve this issue, law enforcement officials decided to hold a vote, during which no one agreed with Sis-in's plan. The girl's colleagues did not want to take risks, because they were still confident that the special unit would soon return with good news. In the end, the senior officer was completely disappointed in the rest of the police and silently headed for the exit. And lastly, she said that although no one agreed to act according to her plan, Sising was quite capable of doing everything on her own. For her, this is not just a job, but a matter of conscience. Unfortunately, her colleagues turned out to be an ordinary bunch of cowards who do not know the word courage. Soon the policewoman went outside. The first thing she did was hit a tree out of anger, and when the girl calmed down a little, an excited student ran up to her. The student looked very worried. She looked as if she had been running for several hours straight. She had important information. After catching her breath a little, the high school student said that just a few minutes ago she saw with her own eyes a dangerous criminal. After hearing this, Sising began to hope for success. She asked the student to calm down and tell in detail what happened to her. It turned out that the student was very scared and hid. At some point she managed to accidentally see the villain's face and take a photo. When the senior officer picked up the phone and looked at the screen, her face froze in surprise. The high school student managed to find an important piece of evidence. In search of answers, Jin Yong went to his old acquaintance. He wanted to ask one small question to the bully with whom he had previously had a conflict. But as soon as the man saw the hero's face, he immediately tried to run away. He thought that the guy had come again to ruin his life. Wang Bo was so scared that he didn't listen to the young man at all. After that incident with the restaurant, everyone turned their backs on the criminal, including his girlfriend. In fact, the hero does not want to harm the man in any way. Now he has come to him with a request, because the former hooligan is the only person he knows with connections. Jin Yong has no other ways to obtain information. He hopes that Wang Bo can introduce him to representatives of the underworld. In response to this, the former criminal said that in his situation this was impossible. He had no money, and his accomplices did not want to talk to him. Moreover, all this happened precisely because of the guy. His old acquaintance is not going to help the man who ruined his life. As a result, the man simply turned around and went the other way. The hero had better figure out his problems on his own. Suddenly the young man came closer to Wang Bo and asked him to wait a little. Did he really want to close himself off from all problems? Is this what real men do? If you give up after the first failure, you will never be happy. You have to fight for it. After this, the events are transferred to an expensive clothing store, where the former bride and hero chose a dress for the upcoming dinner. The beauty tried on quite a few outfits, but in the end she didn't like anything. Her assistant couldn't understand why this happened. It turned out that all these clothes were sent by the same villain Yang Tsen. If the bastard with painted lips does this again, then the maid should simply burn the gift. If the young mistress wants this, then the assistant will of course do everything. But then a small problem will arise. The girl does not have her own dresses. At first, the pink-haired beauty wanted to wear a regular sweater to dinner, but that would have been too disrespectful. Luckily she still had her old outfit. It was a very cute dress that Jin Yong gave to his bride for her birthday. The girl still hasn't forgotten about this surprise. Today was the beauty's anniversary with her young mistress. More than anything, she wanted her ex-fiancé to come visit her in the evening. The young man, meanwhile, was still talking with the former bandit. The man became angry when he heard accusations of weakness against him. Because powerful villains simply left him no choice. One day a bunch of villains broke into his house and stole his girlfriend. Also, the strong scoundrels ordered Wang Bo to give up his position as leader, otherwise they would kill all his assistants. Unfortunately, not all people are as skilled fighters as Jin Yun. Sometimes life is unfair. The hero understood this and offered a deal. If a guy helps an old acquaintance get rid of his offenders, then the former criminal will help the young man find one person. When the man listened to Jin Yun's proposal, he considered him crazy. In his opinion, fighting against such villains was too dangerous. However, Wang Bo did not say this out loud, because he suddenly realized that the hero was also an incredibly talented fighter. In the end, the man smiled and agreed that he still had a lot to learn, and he was ready to cooperate with the young man. In fact, the former criminal was happy and was already imagining how his beloved girl was returning to him, but everything was not so simple. At the moment the guy is in very bad condition. He lost consciousness and fell to the ground right in front of an old friend. What happened surprised Wang Bo even more than anything else. He would never have thought that something like this could happen to Jin Yun. It turned out that the former criminal was not such a bad person. he immediately picked up the hero and went with him to the nearest hospital. With every second the guy's condition became worse. The man constantly talked to him and asked him to hold out for a few more minutes. Meanwhile, the police were unable to find the missing Jin Yong, and the day that Sising gave them passed very quickly. Law enforcement officers could not understand how a person with such injuries could escape. It is usually difficult to even walk in such a state. Surely the guy has a lot of secrets. When you consider his incredible combat prowess, the overall picture becomes too suspicious. For example, we can recall the incident at the restaurant with the Lin gang. The young man managed to defeat a crowd of hooligans in just a split second. That is why the senior officer considers him a very important element in solving the case, but her assistants believed that the girl was exaggerating. Despite this, the police continued to stand their ground. If a person is capable of beating 50 people in less than a minute, then he can well be considered one of the suspects. And now Sising needs to check one more important thing. For this she will need help. Her subordinates must follow her. That time, when the high school student ran up to the police officer and showed her a photo on her phone, all the girl's assumptions turned out to be correct. On the mobile screen there was a dangerous criminal Yang Tsen. The scoundrel grabbed an innocent man and began to strangle him, while the villain was also smiling. Tonight there will be a gala event in honor of Ling Yunqian's birthday. The influential family has invited a lot of guests. Therefore, the senior officer is going to go to this dinner and follow Yang Tsen. This particular scoundrel is the girl's fiancé, whom her parents imposed on her. Further events are transferred to Wang Bo's modest apartment. The man brought the hero here because he did not have the money to pay for the hospital room. A few hours later, the guy finally woke up and opened his eyes, while he still experienced severe pain in his chest, which did not leave him for a second. About looking around, the young man noticed that the old acquaintance's home looked rather untidy. There wasn't even wallpaper on the walls. In fact, the former criminal himself was well aware that his apartment looked bad, but that's all he has at the moment. Now he sorts glass bottles to earn at least a little money. This is enough to buy food and not die of hunger. The man wanted to know whether Jin Yong was telling the truth when he promised to help with strong enemies, or whether the guy just decided to mock him. In response to this, the hero promised that he would help Wang Bo in any way, but for now they need to gain strength and come up with a plan for further action. Frankly speaking, the young man also has nothing. He needs help to find out the truth about Shijia. Perhaps she is under a harmful influence. If this girl is so important to the hero, then they can start by searching for her. Unfortunately Jin Yun does not have a single photograph. As a result, the allies only had a description of a young woman with purple hair, who is usually dressed in a white suit. There was quite a bit of information, but as if Wang Bo had already seen this man before, the man was lost in thought for a few minutes. Soon he still managed to remember where he had seen this girl before. At that moment his face froze in horror. The very next day, the hero and his new ally arrived at the address where Shijia was supposedly located. At first glance, it was the most ordinary room in the hotel, but the man was sure that this was where the girl the guy had been looking for a long time was hiding. He really shouldn't worry about this, because Wang Bo saw the beauty with his own eyes. She came here with Yang Yunxing. The former bully also knew that the mayoral candidate and Shijia would probably be present at today's birthday dinner for Yunqian. Apparently the man is not as simple as he might seem at first glance. He knows quite a lot of important details. That was not all. The guy's new ally didn't know how to feel about what happened to him immediately after that incident with strong villains. The purple-haired girl is part of the group that stole Wang Bo's wife and forced him to disband all his subordinates. Hearing this information, Jin Yong froze in shock. His worst fears were confirmed. Shijia definitely belongs to the very organization that exterminated his clan. For obvious reasons, the man did not want to put up with injustice. He went after the people who took everything valuable from him. He managed to discover their housing. It was located in this hotel, after which the former hooligan returned back, because the danger was too high. To finally make sure of everything, the guy once again asked his new ally if he was sure that it was Shijia who saw. If a guy doesn't believe, he can investigate on his own. Wang Bo always says only what he saw with his created eyes. The man immediately realized that Jin Yong did not trust him. Perhaps he was so attached to this girl that he would simply refuse his promise. In this case, the former hooligan sees no point in further cooperation. He turned around and was about to go home. As soon as this happened, the young man asked him to stop. They had just started. Wang Bo was needed to make sure that this was the right thing. When the new ally's story is confirmed, the hero will immediately fulfill his part of the deal. He is not going to forgive the terrible deeds even to those closest to him. Meanwhile, protests continued in the main square of the city. Every day the townspeople became more and more afraid of the criminals. The main demands of the protesters remained unchanged. People wanted the resignation of the current mayor. They considered him a pathetic coward and a weakling. Right now, Tsu Chu-yun finally decided to talk to the masses. He organized a full-fledged performance at the stadium. It was incredibly difficult to be in such an atmosphere. Every second the man was being insulted. People came here just to express their anger. Suddenly the mayor grabbed the microphone and said in a very loud voice that the townspeople were absolutely right. The man understood their feelings perfectly. Only after this did the crowd finally calm down a little. Now the locals listened attentively to the speech. Tsu Chu-yun took full responsibility. Every resident of this city has the right to their opinion. The man made a mistake and could not fulfill his promises. This is the only reason why a terrible criminal was able to commit a heinous crime, and Mayor is in despair just like everyone else. All this time, people lived in a world of harmony, until a serial killer appeared and took the lives of many innocent people. Is this permissible in normal society? The sharp blade of a criminal is aimed at ordinary citizens. In order to resist it, we need to unite. Only in this way can one resist a real monster. One must demand truth and justice from the universe at the most important moments. After these words, Tsu Chu-yun turned to the people and asked them to answer his question, what choice they would ultimately make. Silence is too cruel to the victims. The mayor's incredibly persuasive speech greatly influenced the mood of the residents, and he managed to direct the citizens' energy in the right direction. Now, not only the police will be involved in catching the criminal. From now on, everyone considers it their duty to stop the brutal murders. Tio, the current manager's competitor, was also here. Yang Yunxing stood at the very top of the stadium. He appreciated the efforts of Tsu Chu-yun, but it still won't do anything. According to the villain, all the efforts of the mayor will not help him. The criminal group just needs to repeat their atrocities again. Next to the scoundrel there were also two assistants who were strong masters. They wanted to finish off Tsu Chu-yun here and now. In fact, this was a very bad idea, because the sect needs the current leader alive. No one except him knows how to handle the unique power. Soon evening came and it was time to go to the gala dinner. As soon as Jin Yong saw the luxurious restaurant, he began to have doubts. The hero really didn't like being in such places, so he turned around sharply and tried to run away. Wang Bo had to catch him. Doesn't the guy understand how much effort they spent to get here? They can't give up like that when there are only a few steps to the goal. Frankly speaking, it wasn't even a matter of the situation. The young man did not want to meet his ex-fiancée. This evening was dedicated to her. The birthday girl had already come out to the guests in the very dress that her ex-fiancé had given her several years ago. She looked incredibly beautiful. At first, the man decided that Jin Yong had fallen in love with a beauty with pink hair. He needed to stop dreaming and come to his senses. In any case, these two are not destined to be together, because the difference in their social statuses is simply colossal. Because of these thoughts, the guy became a little upset. Suddenly a familiar female voice addressed him from behind. It was a senior officer. Sising did not at all expect to meet here the hero whom they had been looking for several hours in a row, that he had completely forgotten at this event. One of the workers asked the impulsive policewoman to speak a little quieter, because her screams were disturbing the rest of the visitors. Now Wang Bo and Jin Yun's entire plan could collapse. If this girl is next to them, they will be discovered in just a few minutes. It was necessary to act very quickly. As a result, the comrades could not come up with anything better than to pretend that they had never seen Sising before. From such a statement, the policewoman fell into a stupor. Was it really impossible to come up with something normal? This is absolute nonsense. The allies soon realized that their plan did not work. Now they tried to prove that they were invited, but the girl had already called the hospital and said that the escaped patient had been found. Their conversation was quite noisy. Because of this, the birthday girl at some point noticed her ex-fiancé and decided to approach him. But as soon as the girl headed towards Jin Yun, she was immediately surrounded by fans. men showered her with compliments. The situation was becoming critical. If Yun Qian approached the hero now, then his plan would completely collapse and everything would have to start all over again. The guy began to look around in a panic to find some kind of shelter. Unfortunately, there was nothing suitable nearby. Then he abruptly hugged Sising and pushed her against the wall, so he wanted to portray love between them in order to deceive his ex-fiancée. At the same time, the policewoman did not particularly resist. Her cheeks turned red and she asked the young man in a quiet voice what he was going to do now. This method proved to be quite effective. Jin Yong explained to the senior officer that they were not allowed to break out of their disguise. A few seconds later, one of the birthday girl's fans received a strong blow to the face. The man flew several meters in the other direction. As a result, the guest lost consciousness and blood started coming out of his mouth. The other visitors watched this scene in horror. It was at this moment that Yang Tsen arrived at the restaurant along with his gang of criminals. One of the villains thus punished the daredevil who dared to touch the boss's fiancée. The appearance of the villain with painted lips turned out to be very impressive. The servants parted in different directions and created a corridor for the criminal. Soon the restaurant's visitors began to whisper among themselves. Every single one knew this man. He is the heir of a very rich family. It is this scoundrel that Yun Qian will have to marry. The girl's parents want to strengthen the position of their organization in this way. When Yang Chen appeared, Sising instantly grabbed the hero by the head and threw him aside. The plan must be carried out as soon as possible. At some point, among the visitors, Wang Bo discovered that same girl with purple hair. She was standing next to Yang Yunxing. The man tried to revive Jin Yong, who was practically unconscious at this moment. He needed to turn around and look. The situation in an expensive restaurant became quite tense. The birthday girl's father tried to calm down the gang of scoundrels, asking if they could hide their weapons. In response to this, the criminal with painted lips responded with a sharp refusal. He called the man an old man and threatened to break both his legs. After that, the scoundrel suddenly grabbed Yun Qian's hand and apologized for being late. He just had very important things to do. The birthday girl, in turn, abruptly escaped from Yang Chen's hands. With her entire appearance she demonstrated strong hostility towards this man. In fact, she doesn't want such a terrible scoundrel to touch her at all. All her life she considered him a complete bastard. After hearing this, Yang Chen's face changed beyond recognition. From the outside it seemed that the scoundrel with painted lips had gone crazy. Most likely, Yun Qian simply forgot what the relationship is between them now. The villain ordered his assistants to bring the girl's father to his knees. The birthday girl ordered the scoundrels to let her dear relative go, but of course they did not listen to her and continued the bullying. Right now, Yang Chen was about to carry out a show of punishment. The terrible criminal believed that he could not just let the man go. One of the villains who was holding Yun Qian's father suddenly felt a strong blow that flew straight to his head. It was Sising. The policewoman used her signature kick and sent the bastard flying. He will remember this for a long time. The senior officer saw everything that the villain with painted lips had done here. The girl simply could not stand aside and watch. Her behavior shocked the rest of the police. This was supposed to be a secret operation. Their whole plan collapsed in a few moments. Tonight turned out to be really interesting. Yang Chen is interested in the impulsive Xiying. He is ready to chat with her. But most likely the criminal will have to talk at the police station. Meanwhile, Yun Qian and Shi Jia saw the hero heading towards them. Finally, Jin Yong met his old friend again. Now he will never let her go until he knows the answers to all the questions. After this, the events are transferred to the young man's memories, when he was returning from a fight with an opponent who was much stronger than him. Yun Qian was walking next to him then. She laughed at her friend's appearance. This was the first time the guy fought with his friend's ex-fiancée. Shi Jia could beat an inexperienced boy even with her eyes closed. They say that no one except the head of the clan is able to resist her. Some people even call her the greatest martial arts princess. In battle, this girl used 2 swords at once. But the hero thought this nickname was very stupid. In his opinion it was not cool at all. Next time he will definitely defeat Wei Jia. When the old friend noticed Jin Yun, she immediately prepared for a fight. She could not understand what the young man forgot at this event. But Yun Qian's reaction was completely different. The girl was very happy when she saw her ex-fiancé. Tears appeared in her eyes. Unfortunately, the birthday girl's good mood was quickly interrupted. Yang Tsen again grabbed her hand and blocked her path to the hero. Does the beauty really want to see her old love so badly? The criminal ordered to immediately break the legs of all those unwanted. At this moment, Jin Yun found himself surrounded by several enemies. It looked like he would have to fight even with broken ribs. In order to somehow rectify the situation, Yun Qian asked the scoundrel with painted lips to stop the indecency. This is her holiday. At first, the scoundrel did not react in any way and was simply silent, but after a few seconds he suddenly grabbed the birthday girl's head with his hand. If future bride Yang Chen speaks to him in such a disrespectful tone even once more, he will not even spare her. She will certainly be punished. Now the girl better think about how her elderly father will feel when her beloved daughter suddenly dies. The birthday girl hardly wants this. Meanwhile, the fight had already begun. The policewoman also came under attack, and her opponent was a criminal with a mace. Despite her timid appearance, this scoundrel possessed enormous strength. With the help of her weapon she could destroy hard and thick walls. Abut Sising successfully dodged the first few blows, but suddenly she felt danger behind her. The second villain attacked on the sly. Luckily, one of the girl's assistants made it just in time. The man grabbed his boss and pushed her in the other direction. If the law enforcement officer had slowed down even for a second, the senior officer would probably have suffered quite serious injuries. Most likely, Sising got too excited at the moment when she attacked one of the villains. They turned out to be much stronger than she thought. Meanwhile, the hero simply stood still. A whole crowd of villains formed around him. They teased him for his small muscles. In fact, this made sense, because the scoundrels were very tall and strong. Their mere appearance was enough to frighten the enemy. The scoundrels still couldn't believe that such a small guy could be a martial arts master. Why shouldn't he confess everything? Suddenly, one of the scoundrels felt on himself. What kind of power can be hidden in a small fist? Jin Yun broke his nose with one blow. The attack turned out to be very effective. The first criminal flew several meters back, hitting his accomplice along the way. Thus, the hero managed to deal with two villains at once with one attack. It was better for him to save his strength in this battle. To fully understand how enormous the force of this blow was, it was necessary to wait a few seconds. The bodies of the villains pierced through several houses. Now only Jin Yong can decide who exactly will leave the establishment alive. It all depends on his mercy and humanity. As soon as the first criminals were dealt with, the guy turned his head towards the remaining enemies and ordered them to attack him at the same time. At this moment, he looked very unusual. There was so much spiritual energy in his body that his eyes began to glow golden. After that, the scoundrels began to scatter in different directions. None of them could withstand at least one blow from the hero, who used a special technique. Within a few minutes, every single villain was lying on the ground. Some of them were unconscious, and the rest were simply afraid to continue. Even Yang Chen appreciated Jin Yun's incredible fighting qualities. If the scoundrel had not been busy, he would have happily tried his hand at combat. However, now is clearly not the right time. Instead, the bastard with painted lips ordered his dog to set on the guy Shijie. The girl, in turn, stood still and waited for further instructions. She behaved like a completely controlled puppet. In the end, Yang Chen got tired of just standing still and he instructed Yang Yunxing to settle this matter. The scoundrel himself began to take the birthday girl away somewhere. The man rightly noted that stealing Yunxian from her own holiday was very uncivilized, but the criminal clearly didn't think so. He wanted to have fun. For obvious reasons, the girl did not want to accompany such a disgusting person. Unfortunately, now she had no choice. In the end, she still had to leave the restaurant. At that moment, the policewoman was near the exit and noticed the unfortunate girl. In addition, she was forcibly taken away by Yang Tsen, who was the main target of the mission. Sising decided to follow them. Before this, the girl asked her assistants to cover her from behind. If she misses the dangerous villain now, then the next chance will not come soon. While using the special technique, Jin Yun spent a lot of energy. Now he needs to act carefully so as not to harm the body. Now even simple walking could greatly affect his condition. If he used the secret technique again, the injuries would worsen. Despite this, the guy confidently walked towards his girlfriend. Shijie stood in front of him and the young man simply could not leave everything as it was. The hero was getting closer every second. Yang Yunxing began to get very nervous and complained that he was always given the most difficult tasks. In the end, the man had no other choice and ordered the girl to immediately grab Jin Yun. This is an undeniable order. Now you can be sure that Shi Jia is under a harmful influence. She instantly rushed to attack the hero. First, the old friend threw one of the bandits towards the guy, whom he had knocked out a few minutes ago. It was a rather sneaky trick. While the unconscious villain was flying towards the young man, Shi Jia ran behind him to make a surprise attack. In fact, it is impossible to injure Jin Yun with such pitiful techniques. He easily parried the girl's attack and grabbed her fist with his palm. Now he had the opportunity to ask his old friend whether she had really forgotten all those many memories. After this question, Shi Jia's expression changed dramatically. Yang Yunxing had never seen his puppet in such a state. And the fight meanwhile the match continued. The opponents exchanged very long series of blows. None of them could take the advantage. The man watched this from the side and could not believe that such a young boy could easily repel absolutely every attack of the girl. A few minutes later, the old friend had an excellent opportunity to carry out a powerful attack. At first glance, it hit the target. The blow turned out to be incredibly powerful. Yang Yunxing was sure that after this more than one person would not be able to stand on his feet, much less continue the fight. However, when the dust cleared after the attack, the man froze in shock. In some incredible way, Jin Yun was able to repel this attack as well. Moreover, he did not do this with the help of his hand. In fact, the girl's fist crashed into his face. Despite this, the hero stood as if nothing had happened. Shi Jia was no less surprised. She literally could not believe her eyes. Last time the young man did not have even a tenth of his current strength. As soon as the girl thought about this, the guy carried out his counterattack. His blow turned out to be much more effective, and the old friend fell to the floor unconscious. Frankly speaking, Jin Yun was very disappointed with the girl. He had always considered her one of the strongest martial artists. Watching what was happening, Yang Yunxing in the end he accepted. He couldn't even imagine that there was a man capable of beating his puppet. Although the hero was upset by Shi Jia's behavior, he still wanted to know the whole truth, so he asked Wang Bo to take the girl with him. When the man realized this, he ordered the criminals, who had already regained consciousness, to immediately seize the guy and his ally. For this, the candidate for the post of mayor even promised huge monetary compensation. Such an offer was difficult to refuse. Several dozen scoundrels immediately rushed at Jin Yong and his comrade. This was a huge mistake on their part. All of them once again fell unconscious. Soon the guy and the man were already on the street and heading towards the house. Wang Bo was very tired. He had to carry Shi Jia, so he asked for a little rest. There was just a convenient bench nearby. Although the girl did not weigh very much, but the former bandit was no longer at the age to be subjected to such stress. The young man told his friend about who his old friend really was. He had previously admired her incredible fighting skills. After that, the comrades moved on. Wang Bo became interested in where Shi Jia and the hero were from. They clearly have a lot in common. As soon as Jin Yun tried to answer this question, incredible pain pierced his entire body. He could not even move a finger. A few moments later, blood began to flow from his mouth and he clutched his heart. These were definitely the consequences of using a special technique. Unfortunately, the guy never managed to come to his senses. His eyes began to close spontaneously and he gradually lost consciousness. The man was so focused on the heavy load that he didn't even notice how the hero stopped talking to him. Thus, Wang Bo walked almost 100 meters. In the place where Jin Yong was now lying, by coincidence, a high school student was walking. She decided to take a walk and bought ice cream. Unexpectedly, the girl noticed a stranger who was dressed in an official suit and at first glance showed no signs of life. The first thing the student thought was that she was being hunted, but using such a young guy as bait was quite stupid. After a few seconds, the student came closer and she had another version. Perhaps the stranger had escaped from an abusive family and needed help. Despite this, the girl turned around and was about to leave. She tried to convince herself that this had nothing to do with her. Fortunately, the high school student turned out to be a kind person. In the end, she could not pass by and decided to help the injured stranger. Meanwhile, Yang Tsen was still holding Yun Qian hostage, and they, accompanied by several criminals, went to an unknown place. Sising, together with her faithful assistants, was able to follow the villain. She could not understand where the scoundrel was trying to take the birthday girl. It was necessary to act as quickly as possible. The police asked her charges to wait in the bushes, and she herself would find a way to get inside. In the event that the senior officer does not return by morning, then his colleagues should immediately go in search of Jin Yun and bring him to this place. Without waiting for an answer from her assistants, Sissing rushed forward. Now more than anything she wanted to punish the terrible villain. Then the events are transferred to the house of a student who helped the hero and did not let him freeze on the street. The guy woke up with a severe headache. He was very lucky that a friendly girl discovered him. If it weren't for her, the young man would probably have felt much worse. The first thing Jin Yun did was get out of bed and look at himself in the mirror. The effect of using a special technique was quite unusual. Now the hero looked like he was 12 years old. Rejuvenation only sounds cool, but if you overdo it, you can simply disappear. Now that the guy was in this state, his strength level had probably decreased. He wanted to test it right now. To do this, the young man lightly hit the wall with his finger. For some reason, his spiritual energy, on the contrary, increased, and the partition between the rooms shattered into small pieces. By coincidence, behind it there was a bathroom in which the owner of the house was taking a shower. She froze in surprise. Most likely, the excess power from activating the special technique had not yet completely passed. Jin Yun blushed very red due to embarrassment. First of all, he needs to get rid of the remaining energy, otherwise his body may suffer, but he also needs to apologize to the girl. As soon as the guy thought about this, the owner of the apartment suddenly came close to him. The situation developed in a very strange way. Because of such pressure, the hero almost went crazy. He asked his savior to take a few steps back. After just a few minutes, the owner of the apartment finally got dressed and said her name. Her name is So Sui. The young man can feel at home here. The girl also apologized for what happened. She just thought that Jin Yun could have been hurt due to the fragments of the wall, but fortunately everything is fine. The house where the guy's savior lives is quite old. She often heard the story that the builders used cheap materials. Probably the owner of the apartment decided that the partition between the rooms had collapsed because of this. The hero decided to leave everything as it was. Suddenly, someone started knocking loudly on their room. The stranger shouted So Sui's name and ordered her to open the door immediately. It was the girl's uncle. She asked the man to calm down and not scream so much. Had the small hole in the wall really angered him so much? Unfortunately, the owner of the house completely lost his temper after this. He pointed his finger at the destroyed partition and ordered his niece to explain everything. To calm him down, So Sui tried her best to justify herself, but her uncle did not listen to her at all, and at some point even hit her in the face. In his opinion, a stupid girl has no right to make such noise in the middle of the night, because a man can throw her out into the street at any moment. The young man could not just sit silently and watch what was happening from the side. He turned to the scoundrel and ordered him to apologize. But when he heard this, the man only laughed. At the moment the hero looked like an ordinary child, so the owner of the apartment did not even answer him. To resolve the tense situation, the girl began to cry and began to assure her relative that this boy was actually her friend. In the end, the evil relative got tired of this conversation and left. Finally, he gave his niece 3 days. She must pay him 100,000. Despite the abrasion from the blow, So Chui looked quite happy. She turned to Jin Yun and asked him not to worry about it. It turned out that the friend was not sad at all, especially for such moments she carries fake tears in her pocket. This is the easiest way to calm her uncle down. To some extent, this man is kind, although he is a man and treats his niece badly, but besides him, no one gave her a roof over her head. From the outside it may seem strange, but the girl is sincerely grateful to him. If you think like that, then she simply has no other relatives. The hero did not fully believe his savior. Most likely she was simply trying to hide the pain. Such an act could not be called good. Further, the events are transferred to the dark catacombs, where Sissing had been walking for several hours in a row. She managed to get inside, but the villain disappeared. These underground passages were incredibly confusing. If you let your guard down for even a few minutes, you could easily get lost in them. At some point, the girl heard a strange crunch under her feet. Looking down, she realized with horror that she had stepped on human bones. At first she didn't even believe it and thought it was some kind of decoration. Nearby there was also a large piece of fabric that was clearly hiding something. When the policewoman pulled on it, her shock increased to its limit. Under the piece of fabric lay several hundred human skulls. Were all these innocent people killed by the same villain? Even the most dangerous serial killers did not commit such acts. Soon the senior officer heard a very loud female scream coming from the depths of the catacombs. She immediately ran in his direction. A few tens of meters later, Sissing noticed an iron door. She kicked it with all her might. The metal plate broke off its hinges. Behind her was an even more terrible picture. At that moment the policewoman's nerves were on edge. She almost lost consciousness. The entire room was littered with the corpses of young women, and on high wooden shelves there were jars with unknown body parts. Suddenly, the girl felt the presence of another person behind her. Yang Chen managed to get close to her without making any noise at all. Meanwhile, in So Sui's room, the hero asked his friend how she was going to get such a huge amount in a few days. It turned out that the girl has an excellent part-time job that doesn't take much time. One person pays her for the photographs she takes. When Jin Yong looked at exactly what pictures his savior was taking, he couldn't believe his eyes. Shi Xiong was on the phone screen. This image was probably taken just a few hours before the death of a close friend, with his ex-fiancée and Yang Tsen by his side. Because of this, the young man was so excited that he rushed at his girlfriend and tried to take the phone from her. He overdid it a little. Fortunately, the guy quickly came to his senses and asked So Sui for forgiveness, and she, in turn, was not angry at all and understood that her friend was nervous. The man who gives her tasks is a rich man. He is applying for the post of mayor. Yang Yunxing pays the girl well for such work. To properly explain the situation to his friend, Jin Yong said that the man in the photo was his comrade who had recently been killed. If a girl knows some information about the last hours of his life, then the guy will be very grateful. He is obliged to avenge his close friend. After a short pause, So Sui said that that day she was assigned to hide in the bushes, where she had to wait for people to appear. A few minutes later, the girl heard someone talking and stuck her head out of the leaves. The dialogue took place between a man and his ex-fiancée. Shi Xiong could not understand why his beloved was acting so strangely. They had not seen each other for several years, and she refused to talk to him. Suddenly, several more people joined them. It was a villain with painted lips and several of his assistants. Only after this the hero's comrade realized that it was a trap. Unfortunately it was already too late and he could not escape. Although Yang Chen is not interested in men, but he needs to do his job first, the organization is waiting for good news from him. After this, something terrible happened. So Sui was incredibly scared and frozen in horror. The scoundrel instantly took the life of an innocent person. As soon as the girl came to her senses, she quickly ran home. She knows nothing more about that evening. The terrible criminal killed Shi Xiong. Now Jin Yun had no doubts. He wanted to go in search of Yang Tsen as soon as possible to finish off the scoundrel. After this, the events are transferred to the restaurant, where Li Shu was still waiting for her friend. The hero still had never even called her. It was already late evening on the street. The girl heard the doorbell and joyfully ran to the entrance. She hoped that it was her friend. It turned out that it was not him. Wang Bo was standing on the threshold of the establishment with a girl on his back. The former hooligan asked the owner of the cafe to help him a little. First of all, Li Shu tried to find out what happened, but the man asked to postpone this question. He was incredibly tired and was already on the edge. Now it is necessary to put Shi Jia on something soft. She is an old friend of Jin Yun, so it is better to handle her carefully. Meanwhile, deep underground in the catacombs, a fight was taking place. Sissing tried to hurt Yang Tsen with her kick. Unfortunately, she didn't succeed. The dangerous villain was easily able to stop the girl's attack. Such a weak technique couldn't hurt him. Soon one of the assistants approached the bastard with painted lips and told him the bad news. The precious captive managed to escape. Upon hearing the information, the criminal fell into a rage. He spent so much effort to bring Yun Qian to his kingdom. And now the future bride is wandering around in an unknown place. And all this is because of a stupid policewoman. Ong Chen was about to express all his anger at Sissing. Now the dangerous criminal will force the girl to atone for this grave sin with her own body. She can begin to pray now. Despite all the threats from the villain, the policewoman was not at all afraid. She came to such a dangerous place with a specific purpose. Her assistants were still sitting in the bushes. One of them began to worry about the boss, and the second claimed that very little time had passed. A few minutes later, the men heard an incomprehensible noise next to them. The law enforcement officers were clearly not particularly courageous. They were very scared and just sat hugging each other for a while, but in the end interest won out and they decided to check it out. It turned out that Yun Qian was sitting a few meters from the police. She was able to escape from the terrible underground, but she spent a lot of effort for this. The conflict between Sising and the scoundrel with painted lips was in full swing. The girl had advanced very much in martial arts lately. Thanks to this, at first she was able to fight on par with Yangtsen, but during the villain's next attack, the police did not have time to react. She managed to avoid serious injury only by a miracle. The senior officer put his hands in front of her and jumped a few meters back. With every minute this confrontation became more and more difficult. The dangerous criminal seemed to turn into a real monster. The scoundrel's blows had incredible power. If even one hit Sis Ying's body, she most likely would not be able to continue the fight. So far, the policewoman was saved by her excellent speed and agility. The girl dodged multiple attacks from the terrible villain. She also understood that defense alone could not win, and after waiting for the right moment, the senior officer rushed to attack. Thanks to her knowledge in the field of martial arts, Sising noticed that when the force of the blows increases, the speed of these attacks certainly decreases. Most likely this was the perfect opportunity for a counterattack. The girl instantly moved behind Yangtsen and hit him on the neck with her elbow. This time the policeman succeeded and the criminal fell unconscious. No matter how strong a person is, everyone has weaknesses. The senior officer could finally breathe a sigh of relief. In fact, it took her a lot of effort to suppress her feelings of anxiety. Just when the girl thought that it was all over, a terrible voice was suddenly heard behind her, wondering if the bastard was still alive. At this moment, Sising experienced extreme horror. Her enemy was simply pretending. He did this because he does not like boring fights. Now the dangerous criminal looked more like a monster than an ordinary man. More than anything else, he liked to look at the frightened faces of his victims. This is exactly the look one could notice from a policewoman. To do this, you just need to give a person a feeling of hope, and then ruthlessly take it away. Yang Chen abruptly took out a sharp knife and instantly stabbed the senior officer very deeply in the chest area. Sising didn't have a chance. As soon as the policewoman lost consciousness, the villain ordered his subordinates to take his trophy to a special room and tie him up. Further events are transferred to the house of Yang Yunxing. The man has been trying to find Shi Jia all this time, but he was unable to find any clue. In the end, the candidate for the post of mayor grabbed his keys and went in search of the girl on his own. He blamed only himself for her disappearance. Meanwhile, Jin Yun and So Sui were going to find Yangtsen. Fortunately, the girl knew where this terrible man lived. After some time, a car drove next to them at great speed. The hero was only able to push his girlfriend to the side at the last moment. Friends tried to understand what kind of madman could move at such speed in the middle of the night, also next to a pedestrian path. It was actually Yang Yunxing. The man looked out the rearview window and noticed Jin Yun. He didn't have time to deal with him just yet. But the guy acted completely differently. He instantly rushed after his enemy's car. Perhaps he was also heading towards Yang Chen. But as soon as the young man took a few steps, he again felt severe pain throughout his body, and he had problems breathing. At the moment, he could not use his spiritual energy for a long period of time. This was still the consequences of the special technique. Since they had no other choice, So Chui decided to borrow a motorcycle parked nearby. She was already on her way to meet Jin Yun. When a friend drove nearby, the guy deftly jumped into the back seat. He had only one question: where the girl got the transport. It turned out that Yang Yunxing was actually heading to the dungeon owned by the lipstick bastard. He was having a conversation. Qin ordered not to go alone. The man contacted some members of the group and asked them to come. He was ready to thank them generously. Two fighters acted as personal security. First of all, they wanted to find out how exactly the candidate for the post of mayor would pay them. If Yang Yunxing is not ready to answer right now, then the martial artists would better go home, finishing off the man before that, of course. The excited candidate for the post of mayor explained that this matter is very important. It relates to their most important leader. Meanwhile, Sising was very deep underground. The servants of the vile scoundrel attached two huge chains to her hands. After some time, the girl came to her senses and felt severe pain in her chest. The wound turned out to be very deep, and blood was flowing from it. Now she had no doubt that Yongtsen was an unusual person. This monster clearly had some kind of superhuman abilities. Despite the heavy bleeding, the policewoman was not going to give up. She tried with all her might to free herself from the heavy shackles. Thanks to her perseverance, the senior officer successfully did this, but this was only the beginning, because a very long passage lay ahead of her. Sising walked through the dark dungeons for quite a long time. She was very bothered by pain all over her body. Suddenly she heard loud cries for help. They came from different directions. The worst thing was that some victims asked to finally end their suffering. When the senior officer looked inside the room, she once again experienced an incredible feeling of shock. There were several other young women inside. Soon, strong fear grew into incredible hatred. The girl, in order not to take revenge on the terrible criminal, he will pay for his sins. Meanwhile, the hero and his girlfriend's motorcycle broke down. They managed to drive only a short distance, but the vehicle had already completely run out of gas. In fact, this no longer matters, because the road was of rather poor quality and friends could easily see the path of the car. By the way, So Sui completely forgot to ask the guy what he was going to do with that scary man when he discovered him. Did he really want to fight? In order not to worry his friend too much, the young man said that he just wanted to find out from him the location of one close person. Although the hero tried to calm the girl down, she still tried to dissuade him from this idea, which can be understood, because Jin Yong looked like an ordinary child. In the end, the guy told how things really are. He can't stop right now, he has things that only he can do. Besides, it is dangerous for So Sui to follow him further. It will be much better if her friend returns to her home in a safe place. Of course, the girl didn't want to just leave the guy alone. Doesn't he understand how dangerous this is? They need to get back together. In response to a loud cry, one of the forest inhabitants appeared. A huge and angry bear approached So Sui from behind. It looks like she needs to be protected now. Turning around, the hero's girlfriend screamed in horror. She had never seen such huge animals. He was even from this planet. Despite the fear, the girl very quickly came to her senses and took a fighting stance. The young man should not worry, because she had been practicing Taekwondo for 2 whole days. Unfortunately, this was quite a long time ago, when this fighting style was popular among young people, so Sui's blow to the bear was rather weak. Frankly speaking, this push only angered the beast even more. It roared loudly and rushed after Jin Yun's fleeing friend. At some point, the girl became so scared that she simply sat down and began to beg the bear not to eat her. Having come to her senses a little, So Sui stood up and looked up. Her surprise knew no bounds. The guy easily defeated the huge bear. Maybe at least now his girlfriend will finally believe in his abilities. The young man knows what he's doing and you don't have to worry about him. Even despite this, the girl did not intend to go home, but now for a different reason. After the attack of the beast, she is afraid to return alone. It was at this moment that some noise appeared next to them. It came from the bushes. The guy was already preparing for the second round with the forest dweller. However, it turned out to be not an animal, but law enforcement officers. One of them had Yun Qian on his back. Someone forgot to refuel the car and the police had to walk. By coincidence, all these people met in the forest at night, and none of them expected that this could happen. To bring Jin Yun up to speed, the men told what happened to the girl. They found her near Yongtsen's secret hideout. Now the pink-haired beauty looked pretty bad. She had too little strength left. It was better to take her to the hospital. It turned out that the police did not recognize the hero because of his young appearance. They called him a child and asked him to return to his parents. The guy couldn't believe his ears. He would never have thought that law enforcement officers could be so stupid. Fortunately, he still had one way by which he could confirm his identity. The young man's voice remained the same. Only after this did the men finally realize that the same martial arts master was standing in front of them. But why did he look so much like a child? For now, it doesn't really matter. First of all, the police want Jin Yong to go to the catacombs and save their boss. If Sising is really in danger, then the guy will go in search of her right now. He was already going in search of a dangerous enemy. One of the law enforcement officers was supposed to guard the 2 girls, and the second was supposed to show the way to Yang Chen's secret hideout. Meanwhile, the villain with painted lips was in his living room. 2 experienced fighters were sitting opposite him. They had a dialogue. First of all, the owner of the house wanted to find out what exactly brought several masters to his home. Were they really interested in his art? In response to this, one of the guests stated that they came here to find one specific girl. This sounded quite straightforward. Yang Yunxing tried to find Shi Jie. Only such a dangerous and influential person has enough connections to know Shi Jie's whereabouts. Yang Chen listened carefully to his interlocutor, after which he simply remained silent for a while. He did not like the warrior's rude tone a little. Since when can such pathetic pieces of trash hope for his help? If the villain with lipstick wants, then the two masters will die right now. Although the threats of the owner of the house were studied quite convincingly, the guests were in no hurry to get scared. After all, they are also quite skillful opponents. In addition, one of the fighters knew that Yang Chen had a certain limit of strength, which, no matter how much he wanted, he was not able to cross. Also, do not forget about the second martial arts master. He has already prepared for the battle. Apparently they simply have no other choice. After a few seconds, the tall man began to accumulate a huge amount of energy in his fist. Soon it would burst out. Since ancient times, the power of a master of ancient art has been divided into 9 lower levels and 1 highest. This is the most basic law of the universe. For some reason, the two guests believed that the owner of the house could not use techniques above the 6th level. Such techniques were quite weak. In fact, they were deeply mistaken. Yang Chen easily withstood the powerful attack. Why did fools even think that the 6th level was his limit? Since ancient times, all representatives of the world of martial arts have spent their lives on endless training and taking special medications. Only the most talented people could generate true energy inside their bodies. By this term they mean the ability to use unique techniques. Strength. The master is determined based on his physical condition and the number of techniques. The weakest are considered to be people with the 9th level of skills. When such a fighter finally gets the opportunity to generate true energy in a small amount, he is already able to destroy the stone with his hand. The conditional boundary is the 5th level. If the master overcomes it, he will be able to control special energy and move it throughout the body. Meanwhile, Sising was still wandering through the long and dark corridors. At some point she heard loud explosions coming from above. But now this was not the most important thing, because several bandits appeared right in front of the police. They used to be members of the Lin gang. One of the criminals suddenly stopped. The others could not understand what had happened to him, and he was sure that there was someone else here. Having walked a little further, the villains noticed a girl chained to the wall. Her beautiful figure immediately caught their eye and they came even closer. The vile perverts were about to realize their terrible fantasies, but the fools were too self-confident. As soon as the scoundrels approached the senior officer within an outstretched leg's distance, the girl knocked out 2 of them in a few moments. The last criminal also didn't last long, so Sising successfully eliminated a bunch of pathetic scum. Now we need to look for a way out again. Unfortunately, this will be much more difficult than it might seem at first glance. Another enemy has appeared in the room, and a rather strong one at that. A man with dark hair approached the policewoman from behind and immediately carried out a series of blows. The power of this villain was at a high level. Only thanks to her stamina and perseverance, the senior officer was able to block all the attacks, but at the same time many wounds appeared on her body. At the moment, only one person from Yang Tsen's servants was here. Despite this, he was going to fight with all his might. In order to return the young master trophy to its rightful owner, this villain was much weaker than the lipsticked criminal, but his abilities were still impressive. When the remaining scoundrels were ready to continue the fight, he suddenly felt a strong blow that hit him from the other side. A certain man in a special suit broke through the wall inside the dungeon and eliminated the villain. Although he is a martial arts master, but he is not able to resist electricity. The mysterious stranger called himself the commander of a special detachment. He used an unusual spear with an electric current as a weapon. This guy seemed quite strange to the girl. She was of course grateful to him for saving her, but why did he appear so suddenly? Ayan Sun Sising, together with her savior, headed towards the exit from the catacombs. During the escape, the police kept questioning the stranger. She understood that bombarding a person with questions at such a moment was not very nice, but she still desperately wanted to know who was under the mask. But if you think about it this way, it is not so important. If a fighter fights against Yang Chen, then the senior officer will consider him his faithful partner. A few minutes later, the allies had already run out into the open. the mysterious man claiming that only a unique master could defeat their enemy. Among all the residents of the city, there was most likely only one suitable option. Jin Yun needed to be found as a partner as soon as possible. Fortunately, the girl was familiar with him and perhaps knows where to look for him. As soon as Sising tried to tell her savior about the local restaurant, their conversation was interrupted by uninvited guests. The police only at the last moment managed to push the stranger to the side and save him from injury. Immediately after this, there was a loud explosion and a large amount of dust rose into the air. It became clear that this was a fight between two fighters. Soon the thick fog cleared, and in its place one could see a criminal with painted lips. He again looked like a monster. None of his guests could withstand even a few minutes of the fight. The martial artist lay helpless on the ground. To do this, the dangerous scoundrel did not even need to use all his power. The scoundrel managed to conserve almost all his energy. The main secret was that Yang Tsun had already reached the 4th level of ability. He was able to control his resources much better. At some point, the lipstick-wearing villain turned back and noticed that another trophy had escaped from his deep dungeon. Now Sising was even more determined. After the horrors she had seen, she could not afford to take even one step back. Her savior rightly noted that now there are clearly not enough of them in the village. First we need to accumulate the necessary amount of strength. Unfortunately, they did not have such an opportunity. Because the whereabouts of the hero is a mystery, the girl asked the stranger to go to that very restaurant. The senior officer, meanwhile, will try his best to hold off the main enemy. The commander of the special detachment must find the guy at any cost. When Yang Chen heard such a beautiful speech, he again became interested in whether beauty could demonstrate any more techniques. In fact, Sising was guided only by her beliefs and principles. She had not received any special powers recently. It didn't really matter, because right now the police were fighting against a real monster who brings pain to people. Even if the girl's abilities are only enough to give her allies a few extra minutes, she will not hesitate to sacrifice herself. Only in this way could Sising demonstrate true justice, which she believed in since childhood and for which she went to work in the police. At this moment, the policewoman did not feel any fear at all. She took a fighting stance and ordered the vile scoundrel to attack first. The villain did not need to be asked twice. He instantly rushed forward and advised the senior officer to prepare for certain death. When there was only a meter of distance between the two opponents, Yang Chen was suddenly stopped by a hero who literally appeared out of nowhere. Suddenly now the real fight began. The criminal with painted lips carried out a long series of blows, and the guy parried each attack. The martial artist, who had lost to the villain a few minutes ago, watched the young man in surprise. He already had the 5th level of strength. Despite his young age, Jin Yun could fight on par with an incredibly strong enemy. He certainly had a great future. Unfortunately, his opponent was even stronger. The scoundrel had an order of magnitude stronger techniques. The guy was still too inexperienced for that. Most likely, Yang Chen had the same level of intelligence as those stupid policemen, because he also did not recognize the hero at first. Poor mental abilities did not prevent the scoundrel from achieving incredible power. At that moment he created a large ball of pure energy. A moment later, a huge burning sphere flew straight towards the young man. This technique had both great speed and incredible destructive power. Because of this, Jin Yun did not have time to dodge. He only managed to cover his chest with his hands at the last moment to minimize the damage. The losing fighter couldn't believe his eyes. The villain had somehow learned to control energy even outside his own body. Fortunately, the hero did not receive serious injuries. He lost a few meters back and approached Sising. The girl asked if he was okay. Only now the narrow-minded villain realized that the hero had been fighting with him all this time. If the police had not called the guy by name, the scoundrel probably would never have guessed. It was exactly like that, and even though the lipstick-wearing criminal was not embarrassed by Jin Yun's youthful appearance, his strength did not diminish at all. He came here with one single purpose. The vile criminal who killed his best friend will definitely pay for his sins in full. When the scoundrel heard these words, he laughed even louder. He could not believe that a guy in such a state was going to fight him on equal terms. The little upstart should not be so arrogant. Now he should become more expensive in fear and run back to his parents in tears. First of all, the hero asked the policewoman to step aside. It was too dangerous for an ordinary person to fight such a scoundrel. Very soon, Sis Ying's assistants will come to the rescue. The senior officer must, along with the others, return to the safe place as quickly as possible. The wounded soldier, who was still trying to recover from numerous injuries, asked the girl to help him a little. Meanwhile, the young man had already rushed into battle. He decided to attack first in order to seize the initiative, so he would have a better chance of maintaining his strength. As soon as Jin Yun got close to his opponent, he launched a series of many very fast and powerful attacks, but the scoundrel constantly dodged. At some point, Yang Tsen got tired of playing second and decided to carry out his own counterattack. In his opinion, the guy's blows were simply insignificant. Due to the consequences of using a special technique, the hero still could not fight at full strength. Now complete chaos was happening in his body. He only had time to cover himself with his hands. For some time he can only use part of his abilities. It is very difficult to control. After some time, the criminal with painted lips got tired of using conventional techniques and again began to concentrate a huge amount of energy at one point. It doesn't matter to him in what guise the enemy fights against him. The villain now has one level of power higher, so he has a great advantage in battle. During the fight, this scoundrel became a real monster, causing pain to others. He was happy to such an extent that he had a smile on his face. As a result of the scoundrel's powerful technique, a huge palm of very concentrated pure energy flew towards the young man. For some time it was unclear how effective this technique was. A wall of very thick and dense smoke rose into the air. Although it took Jin Yun quite a lot of effort, he was still able to deflect the powerful move, but now there was not a single scratch on his body. Apparently Yang Chen underestimated his opponent. He turned out to be incredibly durable, but the criminal clearly did not intend to stop halfway. Taking a closer look, an unusual glow could be seen around the hero. It was pure energy. He had almost reached the next level of power. Despite this, the advantage in the battle is still on the side of the villain. He instantly moved behind the guy and praised him for his efforts. Now their strengths are almost equal, but the scoundrel still has a different level of technique. The young man instantly turned around and tried to hit his opponent. But this attack did not give anything. The bastard stopped Jin Yun's fist with his palm. It seems that the hero cannot maintain his condition for a long time. His breathing became very labored and he had difficulty controlling the large amount of energy that had burst out of his body. However, standing still is also not an option. The guy again began to shower the villain with massive blows, but they were not strong enough. After a couple of dozen such attacks, the scoundrel turned to the young man and asked him to learn something. There is a huge difference between them. In this world, some people are born with everything. They receive the best education and other privileges for a successful life. If such a person wants anything, then it will be his within a few seconds, even if it is a young and pretty girl. And when a very rich representative of humanity has had enough of playing with his toys, he can easily get rid of them in any way. For him, the rest of the creatures are no different from garbage, which has no talents or resources. These are the rules by which Yang Tsen lived. When pathetic people, with great difficulty, receive a tiny drop of his abilities, they begin to frantically try not to lose it. The criminal with painted lips was sure that this was a real law of nature, because all people on the planet are divided into masters and their servants. And no matter how different brave souls try to change this, the rich will always take all the best from life, and their servants will only do the dirty work. During the scoundrel's delusional speech, the hero continued to attack him all the time, but suddenly the villain pierced the guy right through with his hand with all his might. The situation was worse than ever. Jin Yun was about a meter above the ground, and his chest was pierced through and blood was flowing out of the wound in a stream. Was he really going to die like this? After a few seconds he began to cough violently. From the outside it might have seemed that the battle was over. The policewoman couldn't believe her eyes. She loudly screamed the guy's name and tried to rush to his aid, but the fighter next to her grabbed Sis Ying's hand. Of course, the bastard could not miss such an opportunity. Yang Chen laughed again like a real madman. Sincere joy was visible on his face. But for some unknown reasons, Jin Yong was still conscious, and he also ordered the scoundrel to stop talking nonsense. Hearing these words, the villain with painted lips fell into a stupor. He could not understand why the boy had not yet died. But in fact, the guy, with the help of good control of his energy, was able to move the internal organs so that they did not suffer. The hero came here with one single purpose and cannot lose to some crazy idiot. He will definitely pay for killing Shi Xiong. In his entire life, Yang Chen had never seen anything like this. Such control of his own body required incredible talent. The young man grabbed the enemy by the hand. After which he shouted with all his might, right now the killer of his friend would repay the debt. A second later powerful blows flew towards the scoundrel. Due to the fact that one of the criminal's hands with painted lips was blocked, he could not normally repel the guy's attacks. On top of everything else, Jin Yun spent his energy like crazy. The flow of powerful techniques did not stop for several minutes. In this case, the scoundrel had only one way out. He used a special technique called the Prince's Armor. His entire body was surrounded by strong armor. The martial artist who was standing with the police officer nearby froze in shock. This technique was even higher than the 4th level of strength. It is quite possible that Yang Chen will very soon reach the 3rd stage. When the concentration of energy reaches a certain stage, it can be seen with the naked eye. If the bastard right now absorbs all the power that he spent to create magic armor, he will immediately move to a new level. Meanwhile, Jin Yun apparently had no strength left, so the villain decided that victory in this confrontation would still be his. As soon as the criminal said this out loud, the guy concentrated a huge amount of force at one point and delivered the final blow. At this moment, the young man put everything on the line. If he now fails to defeat the villain, then he will have no energy left to continue the fight. Fortunately, Yang Chen was too busy admiring himself. The criminal was unable to orient himself in time and the fist hit him right in the face. Within a few moments, the villain flew several tens of meters back, and his vile face grimaced in unbearable pain. Thus, the scoundrel with painted lips flew a huge distance. He stopped only after a few hundred meters. Finally, the hero managed to avenge his dear comrade. The villain was lying on the ground unconscious. He would no longer harm people. As the guy stood over the defeated enemy, good memories of training together with Shi Xiong began to appear in his head. Back then, Jin Yong's life was very easy and serene. She and her friend often went to various holidays and ate delicious street food. Unfortunately, it is impossible to go back in time, and the guy understood this perfectly well. He just wanted to feel that joy at least for a few seconds. Snow, when the dangerous criminal is injured, the young man can rest a little. From powerlessness, he abruptly closed his eyes and fell to the ground. To help the hero, Sissing quickly ran to him and tried to bring him to his senses. The guy still had a large hole in his chest and lost consciousness. In addition, there were other injuries on his body. He needed to be taken to the hospital as soon as possible. Despite this, the fighter asked not to worry so much. The martial artist was sure that Jin Yun was very strong and incredibly talented. He would be able to recover quite quickly in any case. This young man dislocated his heart and blood vessels, thereby avoiding a mortal wound, and then concentrated all his power into one blow. Before losing consciousness, he sealed his acupuncture points and stopped the bleeding. Now he probably has the 3rd level of strength. Although the fighter reassured the police, the girl was still very worried about her comrade. His wounds looked too dangerous. At some point, the senior officer took the hero in her arms and stepped back a few meters. She did not know what to expect from the master who was standing next to her. The man asked Sissing not to worry so much. Even if he wanted to harm them, he didn't have even a drop of spiritual power right now. Suddenly some stranger approached them from behind. He clearly knew the hero and was surprised, and immediately after the fight, Yang Tsen, who had the 4th level, lost. It was the man with dark hair who had previously killed a criminal with a huge scar. He was a little upset because he missed an interesting fight. Now the stranger was worried about only one question. Sissing and the master must admit who exactly took the life of the villain with painted lips. The man who suddenly appeared was incredibly strong. Even the police officer could sense the incredible amount of his spiritual energy. In addition, the commander of the special squad somehow recognized Jin Yun in just a second, and soon the man instantly moved behind the girl and took the hero away from her. The situation was becoming more complicated every second. The senior officer clearly could not fight against such a powerful opponent. If Sissing and the nameless fighter took part in the murder of Yangtsen, then according to the regulations, the man with dark hair can kill them right now. Such wording of sentences was typical for special soldiers who are divided into detachments. Most likely the stranger was members of the 1st unit. In order to somehow improve the situation, the fighter moved to the girl and asked her to trust him. They only have one chance to get out alive. In the world of Kung Fu there is one special technique called minion assistance. With its help you can transfer your power to another person. Activating this technique requires some preparation time, so the policewoman must divert the attention of the mysterious man. Now all the stranger's attention was focused on the hero. The master was going to transfer the remaining energy to the policewoman. At the beginning of the fight, Sising will only have the 8th level of strength, but soon it will rise to the 4th. This will allow her to distract the enemy for a while. Within a few seconds, the girl felt a huge surge of energy. She ordered the guy to be released as soon as possible. Among other things, the policewoman and her new ally said that they did not want to fight with the stranger, but they also could not leave Jin Yun. In the end, the master sincerely asked the mysterious man to return the hero to them and leave. There was no reason to continue the senseless slaughter. Although Sising acted according to the plan, she still had a feeling of anxiety. Deceiving such a strong enemy was incredibly dangerous. But the man with dark hair behaved absolutely calmly. He was only worried about his hair, which was a little ruined by a gust of wind. At that moment, the police decided to take advantage of the opportunity. When the stranger was distracted, she decided to snatch the guy from his hands. In fact, this decision was quite impulsive. The mysterious man disliked fighting against beautiful women more than anything else. Only thanks to this, the girl did not receive serious injuries. The man with dark hair took pity on her and, on his own initiative, released Jin Yun. After which he was about to leave. Finally the stranger asked the beauty to convey one message to the hero. The first detachment was closely watching him. Within a few moments, the mysterious man disappeared into thin air. At the end, he winked at Sising and promised that they would meet again. Apparently today the nameless master and the girl were incredibly lucky. If such a person wanted to kill them, he would have done it without much effort. When it was all over, the policewoman apologized to her new ally. She should not have doubted his integrity. In response to this, nameless fighter said nothing. Instead he sighed heavily and fell to the ground. Transferring energy takes a lot of strength. If such a technique was used for more than a few minutes, internal damage was inevitable, and now the warrior could not even stand on his feet. One of the policemen arrived just in time. He was delighted when he saw the boss and asked how he could help. The question sounded rather stupid. Doesn't a law enforcement officer see that right in front of him are two people lying in serious condition? They need to be taken to the hospital. Soon the next day arrived and events moved to the Lin family mansion. It was here that the victims were brought after the night battle. In the backyard, Yun Xian and Sising were talking. The lady thanked the policewoman for her help. If not for her, then Yang Chen might have done something terrible. The senior officer was also grateful to the mistress of the house for the doctor she provided. In an ordinary hospital they would hardly have been able to find an approach to Jin Yun. The hero's ex-fiancée would never have thought that the guy would still decide to come to her aid, but why did he suddenly change so much in appearance? In fact, the policewoman also did not understand anything. One of her charges told about the girl who was with Jin Yun. It was about So Sui. The senior officer wanted to talk to her, but she got very scared when she saw a law enforcement officer and ran away. Now Sising was thinking about whether it was necessary to take Yang Tsen's life. Perhaps it would be much better to deal with him in accordance with the law. When Yun Xian heard this, she was a little scared. She thought that the police wanted to arrest the hero for this act. However, the lady misunderstood everything. The senior officer is not going to do something like that. After what she saw, she does not feel sorry for the villain at all. Some young women who were still alive at the time of their discovery were rescued, but Sising still had anger burning inside her. Meanwhile, Jin Yong was resting in one of the rooms of the large mansion. He still had not regained consciousness, but a visitor came to him. Somehow, Li Shu found out where her friend was and immediately ran to him. The girl looked very excited. Wang Bo also came with her. When the owner of the restaurant saw the state of the guy, tears appeared in her eyes. Having practically lost someone dear to her, she was overwhelmed by a storm of emotions, and it is not yet clear how this will ultimately affect her. The hero's ex-fiancée found out that a visitor had come to him, although she was unpleasant, but she did not prevent it. In the end, Yun Xian perfectly understands the feelings of a girl in love. Deep down, the lady was even happy for the guy. Li Shu, in turn, was very sorry because of her indecision. if she had immediately confessed her feelings to the young man, then everything would have been different. Now, more than anything else, she wanted a second chance. The owner of the restaurant would never miss it and confessed everything to Jin Yun. It turned out that the hero was conscious all this time, but he didn't know how best to tell his friend about this. It seems he missed the right moment. After some time, Li Shu left, and only after that the guy woke up. The first thing he tried to remember was what happened to him that night. Rising from the bed, he looked around. The room seemed very familiar to him, although at first he could not pinpoint exactly where he was. On the small nightstand next to him was an old photograph of a happy Yun Qian with the hero. Well, he was very surprised by the fact that the ex-fiancée still keeps such an old thing. Does she really still have strong feelings for him? At this moment, the young man finally realized that he was in the Lin family mansion. He had been here often before. The room had not changed since then. Despite the pleasant memories, Jin Yong did not intend to be sad about the past. He resolutely placed the photo so that it could not be seen. Now, first of all, he needs to check the condition of his body. The main aspect of the master's strength is his individual inner circle. Ancient sources describe kung fu exercises, namely techniques for activating key points, which form a network of channels through which energy circulates. Since ancient times, each fighter has had his own unique pattern of these channels. It can be compared to a fingerprint, which is why each master has a different fighting style. Previously, the hero changed the position of his ribs and internal organs to avoid dangerous damage. Because of this, his key points shifted. As a result, the network of channels has been completely transformed. Usually the inner circle has 36 holes, an experienced craftsman can have up to 72. And only Jin Yun, thanks to a unique coincidence, was able to open a previously unknown 73rd point within himself. Previously, the guy did not understand the unimaginable power of his strength level, but now he realized that this was an absolutely unique feeling, unlike anything else. Is the fifth stage really immortality? It is first necessary to forcefully change the position of the organs, thereby creating a new pattern of channels. So far this is just a guess. At that moment the hero felt incredible pain and did not quite understand what exactly was happening to him. The best solution would be to rest for a while. After all, Jin Yun was one step away from death. Anyway, the body needs to be restored first. To make the process happen faster, you can activate 3 random points, and also use part of the energy to connect them. It turned out that even a simple recovery technique was difficult for the young man. He was able to complete it only through willpower. After that, Jin Yun crawled back under the covers and tried to sleep, but he still didn't understand how everything went. He started to feel very dizzy. After some time, Li Shu returned to him again. She really wanted to wait for her friend to wake up and discuss an important topic with him. The girl's confession was too unexpected. The hero still didn't know how best to react. Maybe he should continue to pretend. At some point, the restaurant owner felt that the guy's hand was quite hot. She was very scared and thought that he had a fever. With a feeling of anxiety, Li Shu loudly called for help. She asked to call a doctor, but Jin Yun was fine. He was just a little worried. Right now the hero began to feel changes inside his body. Most likely the healing technique took effect with a delay. Abu Yutan assumed that he was already able to get to his feet on his own. The guy got out of bed and tried to explain everything to his girlfriend. Unfortunately, his guess turned out to be wrong. The young man took a few steps and fell straight on the girl, thereby knocking her down after him. And the worst thing was that Jin Yong could not lift a finger after that. Li Shu was very surprised. The situation turned out to be awkward. At the same time, the former hooligan was walking around the luxurious mansion. He was even a little jealous of the hero, because beautiful ladies were constantly around him. They were also quite rich. Incredibly expensive decorative elements were placed throughout the house. The vase alone cost a fortune. Soon the man took out a cigarette and concluded that these were just stupid thoughts. Everyone has their own path in life and their own joys of fate. Passing by the guy's room, Wang Bo heard strange sounds. At first he thought it was just his imagination, but most likely the patient had already recovered. The former hooligan abruptly approached the door and turned the knob. What he saw in the room surprised him very much. It seemed that he had not come at the most opportune moment. The hero's condition was so difficult that he couldn't even explain why he was lying on the floor with his girlfriend. Now all hopes are only for the man's insight. Wang Bo stood at the entrance for a few more seconds and tried to understand why the young man was looking at him with such a strange look, what he was hinting at. It was necessary to decide as quickly as possible. The man acted like a true friend and closed the door from the outside, let the couple in love have fun. He is even ready to stand at the entrance so that none of the strangers disturbs the lovers. Unfortunately, the former bully misunderstood the hint. The guy was in shock, his only hope had just vanished. The man probably wouldn't even tell anyone about what he saw here. Satisfied, Wang Bo, meanwhile, was already at the other end of the mansion. He knows from his own experience how best to strengthen the bond between lovers. Suddenly he met the owner of the house and the policewoman. They became interested in what kind of connection the man was talking about. Apparently the former hooligan had let it slip. In the end, Li Shu had to turn the hero over to the other side on his own. Now he could at least ask the girl for forgiveness. Because the body gradually began to come to its senses, it turned out that the friend was not angry at all. She was Jin Yun. She stroked his head. In fact, she still felt very sorry for the young man. Tears flowed from her eyes again. All this time she was only worried about his condition. Peren proposed to make a deal. From today the owner of the restaurant should not cry. There is not even a part of her fault in what happened. In addition, the hero will not be able to call himself a man if his loved one constantly suffers because of him. This can no longer continue. Hearing these words, Li Shu was so surprised that she jumped on the spot. Had Jin Yong really just confessed his feelings to her? From the young man was no less surprised by this reaction. Since the girl herself pushed him to this, she demonstrated affection with her entire appearance. Be that as it may, now the young man could sit up on his own. His girlfriend became completely embarrassed and turned away in the other direction. At some point, they noticed that the door to their room was slightly open, and someone was standing behind it and closely watching. It's not difficult to guess that it was Yun Qian and Sis Ing. The young lady warned the policewoman that this was a bad idea, but interest still won. As a result, the two beauties made Wang Bo guilty, because it was the man who told them something stupid about the closeness of the two lovers. Meanwhile, in another room, the nameless master was recovering from the battle. His head was rewound and he was reading a book. Next events are transported to a restaurant, where only Jiang Ning remains among the workers. The owner of the cafe went to visit the patient and left everything to him. Home, the blonde guy's duty was to take care of Shi Jia, who suddenly came to her senses and quietly approached him from behind. Unexpectedly, the young man dropped a bowl of water on the floor, and the dangerous girl ordered him to immediately explain why she was in this place. There was no need to act so rudely. Jiang Ning asked the victim to spare him. He was ready to tell the whole situation in great detail. Although the girl tried to look confident, her condition was still serious. The headache did not allow her to move normally. The restaurant worker looked like an ordinary person, but it was hard to argue with the fact that he was an accomplice of the person who brought Shi Jia here. All the victim's inner feelings ordered her to get rid of the guy who could cause her problems. She knocked him down. Jiang Ning fell to the floor with a roar. While he was flying down, he inadvertently caught the same cardboard box that had a bloody envelope inside. When the girl saw the unusual letter, she became interested and decided to read it. The handwriting on the paper seemed incredibly familiar to her. After reading the rather strange lines, Shi Jia got an even worse headache, and the torment soon became simply unbearable. Meanwhile, in the place where Yang Sang's mansion used to stand, special services worked, and terrible catacombs were located here. The chief of police gave interviews to local journalists with a smile on his face, and finally the townspeople could breathe a sigh of relief. The dangerous criminal was eliminated. This good news was reported on all the news. The process of punishment was in full swing. After a few hours, the hero was able to almost completely recover. He dressed in a special robe that his friend picked out for him. It turned out that Li Shu had very good taste. Jin Yong did not expect that she would be so careful in choosing clothes especially for him. Now no one had any doubts. These two have special feelings for each other. Such attention from a friend cannot be explained in any other way. Yun Qian understandably began to feel a little jealous. She actually also has men's suits of very good quality. And Sis Ing, in turn, ran around the guy and looked at him from all sides. She couldn't understand why he suddenly became an adult again. Soon Wang Bo joined them and told them the good news. In order not to spoil the moment, the man simply handed over the mobile phone to the young man. All internet articles were filled with the same information about a dangerous criminal who was successfully eliminated. It's finally over. After something like this, even the influential Yongtsen family will not be able to hush up this matter with their wealth. Servants are again transferred to the restaurant. Yang Yunxing has already arrived here with several accomplices. He somehow found out where Shijie is. Now the man was incredibly angry. He was going to get his puppet back at any cost, and then punish Jin Yun. Meanwhile, in the mansion, among all its inhabitants, only the nameless master stood out. He sat inconspicuously in his room and read books. After some time, a hero and a policewoman came to him. Before this the fighter did not give this guy much importance, but now everything has changed. Who would have thought that at such a young age he would be able to achieve such a level of strength? Not everyone would be able to defeat Yongtsen. Jin Yun's gut instincts told him that the nameless master knew important information, so he wanted to talk to him. First of all, the wounded fighter wanted to sort out their relationship. Although they fought together against the villain, they would not become allies. With such a statement, Sising fell into a stupor. Why then did the nameless master risk his life so much when he endowed her with energy? Besides, the wounded man is probably a good person who can break all ties with the criminal world and join them. During the conversation, the policewoman mentioned a stranger in metal armor. At first the nameless master did not understand what he was talking about. It took him a lot of memory to remember the strange fighter with a mask on his head, who immediately ran away from the battle scene. It was this man that the senior officer was talking about. A mysterious stranger came to the rescue at the most difficult moment. It seems that Sising mistook the defeated master for a man who fights at the risk of his life, but he just does it for money. Well, so what? Now it doesn't matter. They defeated the terrible bastard together, so nothing prevents them from becoming friends. Suddenly, the nameless fighter laughed loudly and ominously. The policewoman's naive reaction amused him very much. The beauty did not understand what she was talking about. After that, Jin Yun turned to the master. He, like the girl, did not understand such a reaction. Why couldn't they treat each other as allies? First of all, the man did not want to get involved with such inexperienced people. If you pay attention to the stranger in iron armor, then you can easily understand that he is far from being as simple as it might seem at first glance. He has hidden motives. As a thank you for the treatment, the nameless fighter is even willing to tell what he means. Yang Yunxing was hiding behind the iron mask. Thus, the man found out where the hero could be found. The police hinted to him about this, and now he is probably already there. The main goal of the candidate for the post of mayor is the return of Shijie. At that moment the girl cried, looking at the strange letter. Suddenly, she began to repeat the word "why" very loudly. Jiang Ning could not understand why the victim began to act like crazy. After that, the situation became even more tense, because Yang Yunxing was already outside the restaurant. He opened the door with a roar and ordered everyone to surrender. Now the man thought that Jin Yong was in the cafe, so the first thing he did was order his assistants to eliminate the hero. Thus, Jiang Ning got into serious trouble. He began to pray and asked fate to take him out of this place safe and sound. As soon as the frightened guy thought about this, his request was immediately fulfilled. The commander of a special detachment appeared in front of him. Next, events returned to the Lin family mansion. One of the gardeners worked for a very long time on his work of art. Having finished caring for the flowers, the elderly man decided to rest a little. Suddenly someone fell right on his creation. The worker could only watch with a sad look as the pots with beautiful flowers scattered in different directions. Tears began to appear in his eyes. It was actually Jin Yong. He decided to return to the restaurant as soon as possible to help his old friend and Jiang Ning. They were in great danger. Yun Qian was scared because of the guy's sudden stunt. She asked him to calm down a little. He could use her car. However, this is a rather slow method. Now the hero could move at incredible speed with the help of his abilities. To do this, he just needed to push off the ground with all his strength. The young man flew high up and headed straight to the restaurant. The young lady wanted to take care of her ex-fiancé so much that she almost fell out of the window. Sising had to hold her friend by the waist. Despite the fact that Jin Yong constantly fights at the risk of his life, he becomes stronger and stronger each time. Fate itself helps him. Now his energy has already returned and fully circulated throughout the body. The internal pattern of channels has also been restored and stabilized. Now the hero's strength can be compared to the head of his clan. This time the guy will definitely be in time and will not allow the death of the people closest to him. Meanwhile, chaos began in the restaurant. Yang Yunxing, along with several mercenaries, destroyed all the furniture inside the establishment. At the same time, they were never able to find the target. In the end, the man realized that the hero was in another place, and that Shi Jia had escaped. One of the bandits noticed that the window on the second floor was open, and there was a boot mark on the windowsill. This is probably the right path. When the candidate for mayor looked out into the street, he noticed a mysterious man with black hair standing on the roof of a nearby building, holding a girl in his arms. Immediately after this, Yang Yunxing ordered the mercenaries to immediately capture the scoundrel who dared to steal a puppet that did not belong to him. Soon two bandits were already near the commander. They blocked his path and prepared for a fight. These warriors were very similar to each other. The man with dark hair also noticed this and realized that the guys were brothers, and that their family was very ancient. Despite this, the mysterious man considered his opponents to be weaklings, and besides, only the most mediocre people become mercenaries. Since everyone who was present on the roof are masters, the commander is ready to make concessions to the opponents. He put Shi Jia on the floor. If at least one of the bandits can touch the stranger, he will immediately accept defeat and allow them to take the girl anywhere. Hearing such conditions, the mercenaries tensed. An ordinary master would never put himself in such a disadvantageous position. Was he really bluffing? In the end, the fighters decided to take advantage of the moment and jump high into the air. If one blow was enough for them, then so be it. But everything turned out to be not so simple. The bandits had not yet completed their attack, and the commander had already moved behind them and smiled ominously. This mysterious man turned out to be incredibly fast. The next moment he literally disappeared and the mercenaries lost sight of him. In fact, he stood a little higher and asked the fighters not to strain so much. The man didn't even ask to hit him, you just need to touch him. Suddenly, a third enemy appeared behind the stranger with dark hair. It is difficult to take such an experienced fighter by surprise, but the bandit succeeded. Of course, the commander managed to dodge, but at the last moment the third mercenary managed to hook him with his fingertips. The game was over. The mysterious man instantly fulfilled his promise and moved away from the others. All this time he was simply stalling for time so that Jin Yun could come to the aid of his old friend. The hero, meanwhile, was in a hurry with all his might. Unfortunately, the mansion of his ex-fiancée was far from the city, so it took him some time. Soon, Yang Yunxing also climbed onto the roof, and the mercenaries asked the man when they would receive their well-deserved reward. The fighters don't have to worry about this. The candidate for mayor will generously pay everyone who helped him return his expensive puppet. A few minutes later the girl came to her senses and looked around. She still had a very strong headache and could not understand where she was. Now they could go back. Yang Yunxing tried to prove to Shi Jia that she was kidnapped by bad people, but now all the danger is over. Suddenly the girl said that she wanted to ask one question. At that moment the man became very tense. He offered to settle this at home. However, the purple-haired beauty was not going to wait that long. She needed to find out this information here and now. As a result, the candidate for the post of mayor had to agree. He pretended to be kind and was ready to answer any question from the girl with all sincerity. A few days ago, Yang Yunxing ordered his puppet to bring some young man to the park. Shi Jia felt something strange when meeting this man. And today, the purple-haired beauty accidentally found a letter that was written by Shi Xiong. This cannot be a coincidence. The young man from the park has been dead for a long time, but the girl still can't get him out of her head. It was because of him that she began to doubt her orders. For some reason, multiple memories suddenly began to appear in Shi Jia's head, all of them related to this person. Over time, these fantasies turned into one big dream, some parts of which were incredibly pleasant, but some were terrible. In the end, the girl remembered almost her entire previous life, including the day when a group of villains destroyed almost the entire clan. Now the purple-haired beauty had no doubt that Shi Xiong was something special to her. They loved each other. Why did Yang Yunxing hide this information for so long? With tears in her eyes, Shi Jia asked the man directly about this. The candidate for mayor tried to fool the girl again. He constantly assured her in the house that these memories were not real, but this was impossible. Suddenly, Yang Yunxing took out a small needle from the inner pocket of his jacket, and with the help of this thing, he injected Shi Jia with another dose of medicine. Now, when the purple-haired beauty wakes up, the whole world will be the same again, she will never remember her past life again. As soon as the girl heard this phrase, she sharply pushed the vile old man in the other direction. From now on she is able to resist the action of the strange substance. Because of this, the mayoral candidate became incredibly angry. He could not understand why his puppet dared to resist. One of the mercenaries tried to start a fight with the girl, but another fighter blocked his path. They were hired for another reason. This matter does not concern them. But Yang Yunxing didn't think so. He ordered the masters to immediately grab Shi Jie. Why the hell are they numb and standing like a bunch of idiots? As a result, the bandits still had to obey, because otherwise they would not be paid anything. The girl at that moment could barely stand on her feet. Her consciousness was blurry, and her body did not want to obey. All this was due to the effects of stupid drugs. It was impossible to fight in such a state. Suddenly, someone landed between the purple-haired beauty and the mercenaries. The appearance of this person was accompanied by the release of a huge amount of energy. The rest of the fighters could not come to their senses for a few more seconds. The shock wave almost knocked them off their feet. What kind of warrior could have such strength? It was Jin Yun, who, thanks to his rapid progress, was able to reach the third level of strength in the shortest possible time. Meanwhile, Shi Jie had almost lost consciousness. Her condition was so severe that she could not understand who came to her aid. Fortunately, the hero noticed this in time and grabbed his old friend, thereby preventing her from falling. Now she can rest peacefully. This time the guy will definitely protect her. The mercenary decided to take advantage of the crack in the defense and quickly jumped into the air. He wanted to stab the young man in the back while he did not see him. This was a very rash decision on his part. Jin Yun instantly concentrated a large amount of energy at one point and launched a beam of light at his opponent. This technique was very strong. The attacker lost his balance and fell to the floor. His accomplices tried to come up with a further plan of action. None of the bandits could notice at what exact moment the guy made his attack. Everything happened in just a few moments. Any person who is even slightly familiar with the world of martial arts would notice that the hero's strength exceeds the strength of his enemies several times. Soon the young man took Shi Jie to a safe place, after which he gave his rivals one last chance. If they value their lives, they must retreat. This offer should have been taken advantage of. The masters thanked Jin Yun for her mercy, but the honor of the ancient family does not allow them to retreat. Shika is indeed very stubborn and persistent. Neither of them looks like a villain. Perhaps they became mercenaries due to circumstances. Within a few seconds, the entire trinity rushed at the guy. They could not allow their employer to be harmed. Such is the honor of a mercenary. In the end, the hero moved behind them and knocked out his opponents with one blow. He did not finish them off. Perhaps they will change later. Now the young man could finally talk to Yang Yunxing, during which time Jin Yun had accumulated many questions for the suspicious man. While the guy was imprisoned on the prison island, his combat skills did not advance much, but he learned effective methods of torture. From what he heard, the candidate for the post of mayor began to panic. He gradually began to step back and asked the hero to calm down a little. Of course, the young man did not listen to him and confidently approached the scoundrel. With every second the distance between them was decreasing. At some point, the man could not stand it and suddenly began shouting some nonsense about how the hero would now be eliminated by a special squad. Despite all the efforts of Yang Yunxing, after his order, absolutely nothing happened. Jin Yun spent a few more seconds waiting. It seemed that the man had actually hired incredibly experienced craftsmen, but the fighter's honor did not allow them to attack from behind. One of the group members was named Hao Meng. He was a man with a bandage on his forehead. He was sitting on a nearby roof and calmly eating chips. This man was a member of the advanced squad codenamed 12. His voice could be heard clearly even from a great distance. Suddenly, the man with the headband rose to his feet and showed a desire to fight a little. Bright golden lightning appeared near him. Like representatives of humanity, martial arts are divided into good and bad, masters who have devoted themselves to studying a specific matter. Sometimes established laws were violated, but because of their power, no mortal was able to put the fighters on trial. Thus, several thousand years ago, Great Emperor Wei founded the council. Its main purpose was to protect ordinary people from those who broke the rules. Since those times, one tradition has been preserved. There should always be a detachment of the strongest masters, who acts as the vanguard. In this group, there were a total of 12 elite warriors. For example, a man with dark hair was their commander and was the strongest. Sometimes called the 12 earthly branches, Hao Meng was the weakest member of the squad, but he is still incredibly strong. Since this is the first meeting between him and Jin Yun, the elite fighter wanted to give the hero a small gift. He jumped high into the air. Suddenly, an incredibly powerful beam of light fell from the sky onto the roof of the building. It was a special technique called open palm. The reception turned out to be so strong that Yang Yunxing barely managed to dodge it. A few meters separated the man from certain death. Apparently the rumors about the members of the elite squad do not lie. These brilliant masters do not care about ordinary people, they are real monsters. Meanwhile, Hao Meng had already landed on the concrete floor and asked the hero if he liked the special gift in honor of their acquaintance. For some time, dust flew in the air, among which it was difficult to see anything. The elite fighter assumed that Jin Yong had died. But he was mistaken. The guy stood confidently on his feet and held his old girlfriend. He managed to return and protect his loved one in just a second. Now, as a reward for his efforts, the young man wanted to know exactly what number the man in his group was wearing. He did not yet know this information. In fact, the 12th of the divine branches did not intend to hide anything. He calmly lifted his shirt up and showed a tattoo with a number. Now the elite warrior did not want to harm the innocent girl, so he asked the hero to take Shijie to a safe place. She had nothing to do with it. Is Jin Yong really going to fight against a strong opponent while holding his girlfriend in his arms? This is simply impossible. At this moment, Yang Yunxing decided to take advantage of the moment and put even more pressure on the guy. He asked him to follow the advice and give him the girl. After this, the young man thought a little. This idea might indeed seem appropriate, but this was not why he had come such a long way. Now his strength is enough for Jin Yun to rely on them. He threw Shijie high up, about 100 meters. The man couldn't believe his eyes. It looked like the guy was going to defeat Hao Meng in those measly few seconds while his girlfriend was in the air. With such self-confidence, the elite warrior became even more interested. He concentrated the energy in his fists and gladly accepted the challenge. Meanwhile, the hero stood in a fighting pose and prepared to use the strongest technique in his arsenal, something he had never done before. Within a few moments, his opponent rushed to attack. His technique was called the Immortal Hand. The man struck with 2 fists at once. At first glance, it seemed that Jin Yun was unable to parry this attack and his palm simply floated in the air, and Hao Meng broke through the defense. At least the elite warrior was sure of this. His special Immortal Hand was able to once again destroy the strongest armor of his opponent. Even if the enemy's armor is very strong, his attack doesn't care. It can easily destroy even the most dense and pure energy. When the man was already celebrating his victory and laughing merrily, the hero hit him with his palm, which had been near Hao Meng's face all this time. As a result, the guy's opponent flew in the opposite direction at great speed, and by some miracle Jin Yun was not injured after the missed blow. Thus, the elite warrior flew several meters and only stopped after hitting the concrete wall, right next to Yang Yunxing. Having escaped from the prison island, the guy vowed never to lose in a battle against strong opponents, especially when the life of a loved one is at stake. Today he managed to do something incredible. Jin Yong defeated one of the members of the special squad, while he managed to catch Shijie. Soon Hao Meng came to his senses and tried to get to his feet. He still could not understand how this was possible. He did not want to accept such an outcome. However, now he had no choice. Suddenly a message from the commander came to him via a special line. He needed to return urgently. The orders of the strongest of the divine branches were never discussed, so the elite warrior quickly grabbed Yang Yunxing and was about to leave. In the end, the man didn't say a word. He jumped high up and disappeared over the horizon. Finally the intense battle was over. Fortunately, the first meeting with a representative of the elite squad was successful. The hero was able to fight with him on an equal footing and fulfilled his role. All this time, the mysterious commander was watching the confrontation. He understood why the Immortal Fist had no effect on the guy. The fact is that Jin Yun recently changed the position of his energy points. His inner circle is radically different from everyone else. After this, the young man took Shijie to his room and laid him on the bed. Now the girl was under the influence of strong poison. But there was good information. If we look at her pulse, we can conclude that her friend's life is not in danger. After making sure that Shi Jie's condition was stable, Jin Yong went to the restaurant and saw that all the furniture inside was broken. In the midst of complete chaos, Jiang Ning lay. The blonde guy was unconscious. The hero quickly walked towards him. In fact, the friend simply lost consciousness and nothing bad should happen to him either. He should just be carried to the room. The first thing you need to do is turn to your comrades for help, because in such conditions, Jin Yong will not be able to eliminate Shi Jie's toxin. Soon a red car drove up to the establishment. The young man called Li Shu, because she was the person whom the guy trusted the most. Wang Bo also returned with her. The man asked the girl to wait a little, because there might still be enemies in the cafe. Despite the former bully's warning, the restaurant owner did not stop. The hero told her by phone that all the villains had been eliminated. It will take a lot of effort to clean up the terrible mess inside the cafe, but these are minor things, because none of the friends were too badly hurt. Soon, Jin Yong approached the girl. He looked out of his room and asked his friend to come to his aid as soon as possible. In the meantime, Wang Bo must take care of Jiang Ning. If something happens to him, it is better to just call the hospital and call an ambulance. When the girl entered the boy's room, for some reason he began to blindfold his eyes. From the outside it might seem strange, but only in this way could the guy cure Shi Jie. Only the girl can help him in this matter. Li Shu must take off all the clothes from the victim. The owner of the restaurant immediately agreed. In fact, she didn't even hear what exactly Jin Yun asked her to do. Only after a few seconds did the girl realize what she was talking about. Because of this she became shy and asked to repeat the instructions again. After this, the events are transferred to a high mountain, where a secluded temple was located. It was used by a certain organization as a headquarters. The head of this sect there was a man with a mask on his face and bright red eyes. He sat on the throne and asked the others if Yang Tsun was really dead. There was also a tall girl with short white hair who still hadn't given her name. She confirmed the guesses of the man on the throne. Jin Yong defeated the dangerous criminal. The group commander personally told her about this. Beauty is also a member of the divine branches and is in 5th place in terms of strength. Now she needs to go back. Because of this information, the head of the sect fell into a rage. He tightly squeezed the chair with his hand and said in a quiet whisper that the sleeping tiger was waking up. Meanwhile, Jin Yun tried his best to remove the poison from his friend's body. To do this he redirected large flows of energy into her body. In order to surely cure Shi Jie, the hero must use only the purest energy for an extended period of time. During this process, the victim's temperature may rise sharply for a while. This is due to a conflict of spiritual forces. Li Shu was nearby and helped with all her might. Suddenly she noticed that the victim's face had changed. Her skin began to turn pale. It was very bad. The guy could not understand why his method was ineffective. The energy was going along the right route. Perhaps the poison in the old girlfriend's body was disguised and the young man cannot completely get rid of it. He needs to act more radically. It is necessary to put aside fear and any hesitation right now. The hero under no circumstances can allow Shi Jie to simply die here. After this, Jin Yun became very hot, and the power around him turned red. Li Shu decided that she needed to cool him down somehow. To do this, she took a bowl of cold water and a towel, after which she began to wipe the sweat from her friend's face. She would not allow him to burn. After some time, the hero still managed to achieve a result. He ended up in a place called Memory of the Past. Legend has it that an ancient warrior who can reach the innate realm will gain power comparable to a god, but this is just a guess. Most likely, due to the resonance of the guy and his old girlfriend, something similar to an innate kingdom appeared. The people around resembled ordinary passers-by. Soon someone turned to the young man. He advised him to fight to the end, otherwise something bad might happen to the silver pavilion. It was a tall man. He had been waiting for a hero in this place for a long time. Such a naive child really came to save Shi Jie. Right now, Jin Yun didn't fully understand where he was and what exactly he needed to do, but he could always rely on his strength. But as soon as the young man prepared his blow, the man in front of him disappeared, after which he transformed into a ghost and began to fly around. The sinister spirit tried to break the will of the hero. For this he evoked in his mind memories of imprisonment and other troubles. For several minutes, the demon tried to convince the hero that the death of the clan was solely his fault. All his life, Jin Yong fought in the name of justice in order to feel safe, but he never achieved harmony. The sinister spirit tried to strike the heroes at the right moment, but he had no idea how confident the young man was in his beliefs at the moment. Even if the demon scrolls through terrible thoughts for decades, the guy still won't break and will easily endure it. This creature is usually called the heart demon. Every person entering the divine realm must face and defeat it. Masters with a high level of spiritual energy understand that this ghost is actually an ordinary fantasy that needs to be broken at the first opportunity. Jin Yun did just that and hit the enemy with all his strength, after which the boundaries of space broke as if they were made of glass. Beyond the boundaries of his own consciousness, he immediately noticed Shijie. She was sitting nearby with a very sad and indifferent expression on her face. Most likely, the girl also faced her own demons. For an unprepared person, this ritual can be very dangerous. In an attempt to bring his friend to her senses, the hero grabbed her by the shoulders and asked her to come back. If she didn't wake up now, she might hurt herself. Unfortunately, Shijie did not react at all. At some point the guy looked into her eyes and something inexplicable happened to him. For some reason, he moved into his friend's consciousness. It looked like a huge cage with numerous bars of solid metal. Soon the young man realized that the trap was not intended for him, it was the girl behind the other bars. But this was not the worst. Shijie was holding a knife in her hands, with which she apparently harmed herself over and over again. In this way the girl tried to atone for her sins. The guy immediately rushed to her to take away the bladed weapon. But he didn't succeed. When he tried to touch his girlfriend, the young man simply passed through her. Something strange was happening here. Most likely, getting out of this terrible place will be much more difficult than from Jin Yun's subconscious. The situation is too depressing. Suddenly, the guy was once again approached from behind. The evil demon could not understand why the young man was stopping his dear friend. The sinister ghost Shijie looked like an exact copy of the girl. This creature liked to watch the young lady suffer over and over again. In addition, the monster recommended that the hero also get used to it. He simply has no choice but to watch the suffering of a loved one. For obvious reasons, the young man did not even want to listen to such nonsense. He suddenly rushed towards the demon and tried to kick him. However, he failed. This creature was much stronger than the previous ghost. It instantly moved behind him. The sinister clone of the girl could not understand for what purpose Jin Yun was spending so much energy, just to help his stupid friend. Most likely, the boy simply does not understand that the entire world around him was built by Shijie. It is she who wants to cause suffering to herself. In order for the hero to finally understand everything, the evil demon is ready to show him the memories that were still inside the girl. This story began approximately 3 years ago, when there were literally a few hours left before the villains attacked the clan. The main road to their silver temple was always guarded by the best fighters. They were also called the Seven Brothers and Sisters. This path was not left unattended for a minute, because if the enemies were able to get through to it, then all members of the large family would be in great danger. Unfortunately, the unexpected happened that day. The terrible villain Yongtsen was somehow able to find out about a secret passage underground. It was in this way that a group of villains made their way into the clan's territory and captured innocent people. The only way a scoundrel could do something like that. Now everything fell into place. Jin Yong suspected that the scoundrels would not have been able to break through to the Silver Temple in the usual way. But how then did the criminals find out about the secret passage? The ominous ghost is ready to show the guy this information too, since he is so interested. The day before the terrible attack, Yang Yunxing, who is actually Shijie's own father, asked to be told this information. At first, the girl did not want to do this, even though they were close relatives, but the passage must remain completely secret. That time the man did not accept defeat. Instead, he tested a medicine on his own daughter that turned her into a puppet. Now the hero must finally realize the whole situation. His girlfriend simply does not deserve forgiveness, and she herself understands this perfectly well. Because the suffering of a huge number of people was due to her fault, Shijie simply has no other choice but to blame herself over and over again. Soon poison pills became an integral part of her life. Because the mental pain became simply unbearable, the only way the girl could drown it out. Even if she falls into the deepest depths of her anxiety, this will not atone for her sins, because no one but her is to blame for the death of her loved ones. Suddenly, Jin Yong grabbed his friend and broke through the boundary of her subconscious. He is not going to listen to any more nonsense. Because of this act, the sinister ghost got angry and ordered the guy to stop. How dare he do something like that here? Does Shijie's vile double still not understand why the hero came? He has one specific goal: he will save his girlfriend in any case. From what he heard, the ominous demon began to go hysterical. He began to laugh like crazy and asked the guy not to be such a naive child. After which he abruptly took on his true appearance and turned into a real monster, the creature ordered to immediately return the martyr to her world. Right now he needs to give up all his hopes and understand that the girl will never be able to become a normal person. Her fate is predetermined. The evil demon rushed at Jin Yun and tried to attack, but the guy was faster and punched the ghost at the right moment. In fact, he was very lucky. The monster himself exposed himself to his blow. Is the creature really so confident in its beliefs? Due to the missed blow, the ominous spirit flew several meters back and hit the wall. He asked not to say banal words like "it's not your fault." Meanwhile, the real Shijie came to her senses. The guy turned in her direction and asked her to listen to him carefully. All this is really her fault. When the girl heard this, at first she couldn't believe her ears. Why her friends suddenly began to blame her for what made her life turn into hell. Moreover, that was not all. The young man called his girlfriend a traitor who has no right to inherit their sacred silver temple. From now on, their clan has only 2 heirs left, who are now standing opposite each other. Jin Yong, by right of inheritance, will become the lord of the temple. Therefore, on behalf of the council, he can find Shijie guilty of all the sins she has committed, especially the secret passage incident. 6 brothers and sisters managed to survive, but fell into a trap and could not get out of it, all in order to find the traitor. Because of these words, the girl's ghost only became stronger. He could not understand why the hero suddenly decided to endow him with such power. After this, the evil demon rushed towards the guy for the second time. He was going to demonstrate his true strength to him. However, this time he didn't succeed either. The monster didn't have a chance against Jin Yun, because he accused his friend for a reason. Now Shijie has finally realized her mistake and must decide exactly how she is going to compensate for these miscalculations. The girl had the opportunity to live and devote the remaining time restoring the Silver Pavilion. This is true redemption. None of the living people would dare to take away the hero's girlfriend's right to exist, no matter what she is incredibly important to him. In the end, Shijie, with tears in her eyes, thanked the guy for everything he had done for her. She herself would never have gotten out of this horror. Her terrible kingdom shattered into small pieces and turned into fragments of transparent glass. The frightening place disappeared forever. After some time, the girl woke up in the real world and saw Jin Yun standing next to her along with Li Shu. Fortunately, the worst was already over and Shijie was able to remember her old friend. She looked at him with a look full of hope. And the hero hugged his girlfriend very tightly, whom he almost lost. Finally the girl regained her memory and will no longer be a puppet. And the past few years seemed to her like some kind of very long dream, from which it was impossible to get out, even with great efforts. At some point, the mistress of the house noticed one detail. She certainly didn't want to spoil such a joyful moment, but Shijie had better get dressed. Because now she had absolutely nothing on. The guy was so happy about his friend's return that he didn't even notice her frank appearance. Meanwhile, in a secluded temple on the top of the mountain, another meeting was taking place. A man with red eyes was already preparing a plan of action. Due to the death of Yongtsen, his organization lost control of the Ling family. It was this villain who wanted the wedding between the scoundrel and Yun Qian to take place. Suddenly, uninvited guests came to his throne room. Their appearance was accompanied by a loud knock on the door and an unusual blue glow. It was Yang Yunxing with another unknown man. The stranger wanted to act as soon as possible, because he was tired of waiting. 3 years ago they were able to destroy the Silver Pavilion, after which they spent a lot of time on useless preparations. They need to get rid of Jin Yun in the next few days. To be honest, the uninvited guest was very dissatisfied with the man with red eyes. In his opinion, he showed himself terribly as a leader. After this, the events are transferred back to the restaurant. Fortunately Jiang Ning has become much better and he should soon come to his senses. Despite the hero's request, Wang Bo, instead of watching his friend, simply fell asleep. Most likely, the former bully was also very tired. Soon 2 friends approached him. It took Li Shu a lot of time to find a suitable outfit for his friend, but the result was excellent. As soon as Shijie found herself near the guy, she suddenly fell to her knees. Now the only goal of her life will be to restore the temple. Only now the young man realized that his old friend remembers everything that happened in her subconscious. He did not think that this was possible. In fact, Jin Yong did not want the girl to perceive him as a boss, so he asked to be perceived as a temporary head. It would be much better if Shi Jie began to live a normal life. This way they would quickly restore the lost silver pavilion. Someday they will definitely find her father, who is the main culprit of the tragedy, after which they will punish him to the fullest extent of the law. Now the girl does not feel any warm feelings for her relative, so she is ready to follow any instructions from her friend. Further events are again transferred to the top of the mountain in a secret temple. Here a fight between incredibly strong fighters was about to begin. This is very bad. After all, it is obvious that the guest has a great advantage, but why does the man with red eyes want to fight? Suddenly, the man on the throne said that he was giving the man, whose name was Yang Bin, one last chance to apologize, otherwise he would greatly regret it. The uninvited guest was not going to do this. He had been dissatisfied with the decision of the man with red eyes, whose name was Kaso, for a very long time. There was also a girl with short white hair present, and she noticed that Yang Bin was acting too self-confident. A few minutes later the situation escalated to the limit. Kaso no longer wanted to hear various nonsense. His address: the guest must leave immediately. It turned out that Yang Bin was at an incredible level of strength. He almost managed to overcome the third level and get the second. After increasing the third level of energy, development becomes much more difficult. Even the commander of a special detachment spent 5 years to reach the second stage. For the past 3 years, Kaso had been secretly organizing and planning activities within his sect, so he had room for improvement. Thus, his strength should not increase much. After all, too little time has passed. At best, he has reached the peak of the third level. At this moment, the man with red eyes rose from his throne and slowly walked down. He suggested to Yang Bin that everything should be resolved in battle. To demonstrate his determination, the guest did not respond to this, but simply tore his outer clothing with a furious cry. Recently, he had been practicing day and night, collecting the lost treasures of heaven and earth, and had also made several breakthroughs between life and death. This is of course very interesting, but Kaso achieved much greater success. The demonstrative outburst of anger looked rather ridiculous. After these words, Yang Bin finally lost his temper and immediately used a special technique, which was a huge burning fist. From the outside the energy of this person really resembled the second level, although his attacks are strong, but this is still not the peak of his capabilities. After a powerful explosion, a wall of dust formed in the air. The guest was sure that the man with red eyes would not get up after this. To his great surprise, Kaso was not even hurt. The owner of the throne at that moment was already behind his opponent. Yang Bin couldn't believe that this was really possible, and the man with red eyes had already prepared his technique and put his hand on his shoulder. Soon the whole room was filled with a strange aura. Even the girl with short white hair felt it. Everything around turned red. After that, Kaso suddenly turned around and walked towards the exit. He did this simply to demonstrate his incredible capabilities. But even so, his opponent did not fully understand that there are a huge number of things in this world that cannot be obtained by brute force. The reason why the red-eyed man was going to come up with a new plan is because in his past life, Jin Yong was connected to the source of heaven. It is only for this reason that the hero is still able to develop his strength. Without proper information, it is impossible to win against such a person. Now they are faced with 3 tasks. First of all, the special forces are obliged to monitor the guy and make some preparations. If they want to free the source of heaven, then they must come up with a way that will force the young man to accept defeat on his own. Also, Yang Bin must earn as much money as possible in order to be able to manipulate ordinary people. This time the guest will listen to Kaso, but before that, he wants to make sure that Jin Yun will eventually get to him alive. Despite the direct question, the man with red eyes ordered the man to shut up. He should at least increase his strength a little first. The girl with short blonde hair rightly noted that Kaso did not tell what the third stage of their plan was. The part is the most important. The man with red eyes will independently get close to the hero and find out where the source of heaven is. Meanwhile, Jin Yong and her friend came to her father's house to put an end to this terrible man once and for all. At the same time, the guy did not force Shi Jie to do this with him. If she is uncomfortable, then the girl can return at any time. In fact, you shouldn't worry about this, your friend is determined to deal with the past, it's impossible to always run away from it. To get to Yang Yunxing's office, it was necessary to knock down the wooden door. The young man was able to do this with ease. The man sat calmly at the table and did not seem to notice the strong noise. It turned out that he had been waiting for the guests to appear for several hours. At first glance, it might seem that the old man agrees to voluntarily surrender, but before that he wants to look at the face of his beloved daughter. The hero couldn't help himself that Yang Yunxing would behave so calmly. The girl said that they were going to take him to the police. However, something was clearly wrong in this situation. The man looked too strange. At some point his head began to twitch involuntarily. After this, for some reason the old man began to repeat the same word. He wished death on the uninvited guests and wanted to send them to heaven. It turned out that this was a special doll with explosives inside, so the bastard wanted to get rid of his daughter and Jin Yun. Fortunately, the friends managed to react in time and jump to the side, and then run out into the street. Due to the explosion, the mansion was completely destroyed. But there was also bad news. If the house burns to the ground, it will be very difficult for them to find evidence. Without it is not possible to arrest Yang Yunxing. Shizhuzi in turn, she could not believe that her own father was really going to take her life. This is very cruel. Soon the sensational crimes were finally resolved by the efforts of the police. Souls, though unfortunate ones, are now put to rest. Remaining those alive will strive to emerge from the shadows and continue to live a normal life.